Hi. Oh, yeah, I realize you guys can hear me. Alright, hello. Hi. We're back. It's,
だからその前に聞いておきたいの。嫌だって言うなら、あとはこのまま家まで直行するだけだけど。
I didn't even get a chance to say hello yet, but so yeah, we're back. It's been a couple days, but you know, we're here. We're here. I'm finally free for like most of the day, so I'm gonna try to, try to finish this game as best as I can. If not, one more stream doesn't hurt. It's fine. I'm not expecting to fully like finish this game, especially depending on how I go. But of course, I'm still gonna try. So, but yeah, no. First of all, I'm bugging. Happy Mother's Day. You know, I haven't seen my mom yet. She's been out of the house, but once she does come home, I'm definitely gonna tell her that, and my sister and my grandma, because they're all mothers. But you know, happy Mother's to all of you, happy Mother's Day to all of you and your respective families. It's funny because like in the Dominican Republic, we have our own separate like Mother's Day, like let me see, Mother's Day. Yeah, the Mother's Day for them is the last Sunday of June. Not June, of May, which this year it's the 25th. So that's when my family celebrates it. But I still, still tell my mom, Happy Mother's Day for here because we live here. So, but yeah, no. Hope you all spend a great time with your families. But yeah, it's weird because like I always forget about these days, like days like this. But free ball. But yeah. Anyways, let's get back to it.
だからその前に聞いておきたいの。嫌だって言うなら、あとはこのまま家まで直行するだけだけど。
それは寂しいな。くだらない話だけど、会話がないよりはマシだろ。
Muttering under his breath, Soujiro set off towards the house once again. This time it was Alka who matched his pace. There were only minutes left before their path came to its end. The cold air turned their breath into white puffs that hung frozen in the dark night. Looking back on their conversation later, Alka would think it seemed more of a confession than anything else. For Sojo, however, it was like one long, poorly told fairy tale.
山での暮らしは別にどうということはない。毎日同じことを繰り返して毎日同じことを教えられた。そこでは明日はないんだ。始まりが朝で夜になれば終わる。一日は次の日にはつながらない。だから明日を夢見ることもない。次の日を楽しみにするなんて言葉はこっちに来てから知った感覚だったな。初めは馴染めなかったし、馴染む気もなかった。けど、みんながまた明日と満足そうに口にする。いつの間にか、そういうものを夢見るようになっている自分がいた。
Sojo kept walking as he spoke. He stared straight ahead as if telling his story to the night itself, not once turning to face Alka. For her part, Alka was utterly silent. She knew it was pointless to so much as nod or ask a question.
目が覚めていつもの一日に戻って、ふと気がつくと、昨日までいた誰かがいない。
Oh, okay, I guess it was just that
訪ね
short.
てみると、夜に体調を崩したらしい。たまにね、眠れなくなって家から出て行って、それっきりな人もいたんだ。見なくなってしばらくした後、崖の下で見覚えのある遺体を見つけたこともあった。
That's one really big pretzel.
今にして思うと、 それは異常なことだ。集まって暮らしていればそんなことにはならなかったのに、自分たちは関わらなかった。一日で完結する世界だったから、他人は必要じゃなかったのかもしれない。山では食べるものも少なかった。飢えないためには他の人が寄りつけない場所に行くことが多くなる。その途中の道でいなくなってしまう人も多かった。山では誰も他人から奪うことを考えなかった。口にできるものを探すとき、気を配る相手は犬だの熊だのだけで、人を気にすることはなかったんだよ。今はその逆になりつつあるけど、ともかく生活の半分はそれだけで済んでいた。
Soujuro continued to stare straight ahead. He did not seem troubled by his memories. To Alco's ears, it sounded like he was describing a place no one in their right mind would want to live, as if it were perfectly normal. It was almost as if he missed it. From that point onward, he slowly began to show more signs of distress as he spoke.
もう半分は、まあ、身を守る手段を教わっていた。
That looks really good. Wow.
学校の授業に比べたら些細なことだ。単に自分の体はどう動くものなのか、生き物はどう動くものなのかをよく見てよく考えろと言われた。単純な反復運動だ。小石を蹴ったり森の中にこもったり、まあそんな意味合いのことをやっていたんだ。あの決まり事が始まると朝も夜もなかった。外の変化に気持ちを向ける余裕はなくて、ふと気がつくと随分長く食事をしていないなんてのもザラだった。あ、ちゃんとご飯はもらえたよ。そういうのの後は。あれが何のためだったのかは今でもわからない。ただ山で暮らしていくには役に立ったし、そもそもあれだって生活の一部だった。生きるってことはそうすることだって思ってた。こうやって息をして歩くためにはあの繰り返しは当然のものだったんだ。
宗十郎、それは。
His tone was totally indifferent, but the strangeness of it all forced Alco to interject. He glanced at Alco and nodded as if to show he knew what she was thinking.
何かがおかしかったんだろう。あれは身を守る知恵じゃなくて、もっと違う用途のものだった。たまにいなくなる知り合いは山の土になったんじゃなくて、他の場所で他の理由で消えた場合もあったんだろう。でも考えることさえなかった。精神の隙間を知れだの、命の勝ち負けを知れだの、意味を汲み取らないまま鵜呑みにして当然のように繰り返した。それがどう評価されるものなのか俺にはわからない。ただ知らなければ、外のことなんて知らなければ悩むことなく自分はそこに居続けられたと思う。
I should have done something. I forgot to realize we're live. Nope, not that one. Live. And where in the world is my stream? Guess I gotta check on the browser. Mahoyo. There you go. Yep, blah, blase blah. The whoop-de-whoop. Oh, I can't be so much Fire Force. It's gonna be so dope. There you go.
あなたの嫌いな生き死にの真似を続けて。
He did not respond to her question. From then on, they continued walking in silence. Akko could not stop thinking about all the contradictions and absurdities in what he had said. The imbalance in his education, for one. His knowledge of the basics of human life was thorough, and he knew next to nothing about modern technology. He always said he was not good at socializing, but he seemed accustomed to talking in discussion. His upbringing could not have happened that way by chance. It was most certain an environment purposely disrupted by some third party. Akko had no idea what that purpose could be, or who the third party was, though. Why would anyone want to create someone with a background like Sojiro's? Was it all part of the grander plan? Or was there really a place deep in the mountains where it was normal to live like that? He had asked about this once in his home in the mountains, apparently. When he expressed his confusion, an elder had taken him aside, saying, "This is just how things have always been around here, boy. There's no reason to keep doing it, but there's also no reason to stop." With a laugh, the elder chose a new identity. Huh? What? With a laugh, the elder chose a new identity and life outside the mountains for young Soujiro and sent him off to live on his own. Okay, that's what it was. Alright. Akko's home loomed at the end of their path. It was a generic home without any real distinguishing features. It seemed as if a house from town had been picked up and dropped here. One could imagine the residents were peaceful people who engaged in farming and raising animals in their spare time. Gazing at what lay before them, Soujiro finally opened his mouth to answer Akko's earlier question.
自分にはできなかった。知らなければよかったのに知ってしまったから。その後は簡単だ。泣けない鳥はいらないと言われた。今まで疑いもなくできたことを意味を知っただけでできなくなったものはいらないと。どんなに山にいたくてもできないのなら意味がない。俺は意味を知った瞬間に意味を信じることができなくなった。だから山を降りたんだ。けれどどうなんだろう。そこではそうすることだけが全てだった。そうすることだけしか教えられなかった。だから
There had been only one problem with his life in the mountains. Himself. For having questioned it. It was all his mistake. He muttered as much to himself, his voice dripping with criticism. In Akko's opinion, the world he described was, in a sense, perfect. The best environment to achieve a goal was one in which all elements extraneous to that goal had been removed. As long as the people involved had no concept of morality, they would consider the immoral to be correct. No, even correctness would be a foreign concept. Only one thing was for sure. The world Soujiro had come from was frozen in time. That was what made his tragedy possible. A world of wrongdoing and mistakes had created a human riddled with mistakes as well. Soujiro understood that it was wrong, yet he still thought it was beautiful even now. Regardless of what the truth was behind it, or what the truth behind it might have been, he considered that world perfect. He only blamed himself for having learned what existed outside that world. Just earlier he said that he would have been happier.
知らなければよかったのに。
He surely felt that weight of the sinful words he spoke more deeply than anyone else. That's why he still wondered, what had gone awry? Whose fault was it really? He did not want to answer these questions alone. He wanted her to state it clearly for him. There was a moment of silence that felt like an eternity before she spoke.
私には答えられないわ。
Her reply came quietly. She had an answer, but she couldn't tell him. It was a struggle for her to tell such a bold-faced lie. The boy reflected deeply on what she said. He knew right away that her words were coming from a place of kindness.
そうだな。君の最初の優しさが今でよかった。
A pleasant look floated across his face. at which Alco could only
何
scowl.
よそれ。まるで普段から優しくないみたいじゃない。
青崎は優しくないじゃないか。
She found herself unable to offer any protest against such a blunt statement. It was because she knew he was correct.
そうね。優しくなんかないわね。私。
Soujuro smiled in response to her vaguely sad consent, as if to say, "Told you so." His indulgent smirk arose from a sense of personal pride in the situation. It was both warm-hearted and uncomfortable, causing Alka to instantly regret her question. If only she had asked about something else, something random that did not matter, she never would have ended up in a mood like this. Only a few minutes remained until their path came to an end. Surrounded by a wooden fence, the house resembled an inn for passing travelers in winter. The light spilling out from the window brought to mind images of a lively dinner table, quite the opposite of the current mood between the two.
ごめん。悪いこと聞いちゃって。
Akko stopped at the entrance to the yard. Did she feel compelled to apologize despite? No, because it was their last conversation. Sojuro's only response was to shrug it off.
話途中なのにね。
He looked up at the house they had hiked so far to reach, his breath hanging light in the air. All signs of gloom were gone from Sojuro's face as he nodded.
自分も話してみてようやく振り向けたと思う。だから青崎には感謝してるよ。それにこれはもう終わったことだ。続きを話すのはまた機会があった時にしよう。
He turned his head to face Akko with an ephemeral smile. He was his usual, nonchalant self, the same as every other day. Akko prayed that day would never come. For her own peace of mind, but also for the well-being of this very unique boy.
もっとも、そんな機会はもう来ないか。
And she pointed in the direction of a cave hidden by a small forest on the other side of the house.
あそこ、ちょっとした洞穴があるの。そこに祖父がいるから、行って。本当はもっと違った話が聞きたかったけど、仕方ないか。魔法は12時になると切れちゃうものだしね。
A sarcastic grin spread across her face as she spoke. So Soujuro walked off, totally clueless as to what fairy tale she was referencing. The forest felt so far from the house to Alko that it was like a different place on earth altogether. In reality, it wasn't far at all, only 5 minutes away.
さよなら、しずきくん。
She said it to herself as she watched him simply walk away without turning back. Though he wasn't meant to hear her words or parting, they apparently reached his ears anyway.
じゃあまた明日町のどこかで。
He raised his hand in farewell and then disappeared into the forest. As soon as she was sure he was gone, she turned her gaze to the sky. That night, the stars were even more beautiful than the moon. They'd been looking at her fondly only moments before. Now he was gone into the forest with only a brief word of parting. It didn't feel real. And with that, she finally understood. It was a little too late to matter. She understood who had truly been the strange and the unusual one. Anyone could have ended up behaving like Soujuro, but not many could keep talking on and on the way he did. Everything he had done was now perfectly sensible in light of his former life in the mountains. As a magician, she was supposed to make miracles happen, but he had arrived at a miracle of his own through the trials and tribulations of following what he had considered to be common sense.
素手で熊を倒すなんて、私にはどう転んでもできないし。
It was pretty impressive. Soujuro's own magic was so mundane to him that it made him depressed to talk about it, but even so, it was the kind of brilliance only possessed by humans. She pulled her eyes back down from the starry sky and began to walk. The lights on the inside of it. What is this? Oh. The lights were on inside the entrance and the door was unlocked. Akko rolled up her sleeves and checked the time. 1 hour left until midnight. Kate just barely managed to satisfy her parents' request to visit before the end of the year. Placing her hand on the door, she took a deep breath. She proudly stifled the faint affection and sadness she had been feeling. It was her first time back in 2 years. Upon entering high school 2 years ago, she had begun living on her own. How time flew by. For some reason, the memories had begun to race through her mind. There she stood, one hand on the door, reflecting on the past. Once the door was open, she'll be staring at her future instead. Her hand holding the doorknob began to move. She was met with the warm scene she expected, though strangely different than that of her memories. It was comforting to encounter something familiar after being away for so long. And so, it was with a small, unspoken gratitude that Alko returned to her home. Without stopping to ring the doorbell, she called out with a smile, "I'm home!" Oh, goodness, I'm home. Voice cracking and all. The moment Soujuro stepped inside, he was struck with a strange feeling of familiarity. It was not mere nostalgia either, no, it reached back further into the past. It was a feeling from far beyond what he could even imagine. He was reminded of someone, but he could not remember whom. Perhaps he was only reminded of himself, or perhaps the old man before him now in the cavern. It appeared to be an old man anyway. Soujuro could not make out any details beyond a vague outline. As far as he could tell, the figure did not seem to have anything in the way of a face capable of making expressions. All he knew was that the smoke-like figure before him was the one Alko called grandfather. No horse. The old man's voice was powerful and rang throughout the cavern.
望みがあるのなら聞こ
う。望みはないです。でも聞きたいことは一つあります。どうして二人を争わせたんですか？
それは私の外で起きた物語だ。答えることはできない。
そう仕向けたのはあなただと聞きました。
星の巡りだ。あれらは相入れない才能を与えられ、あのような形でしか噛み合えない人間だ。だが、確かに衝突を避ける余地はあった。あれらの意志が凡庸であったか、あるいは破格のものであったのなら、多くの不順に耐えただろう。君のように自己の崩壊が見えていても共存を尊ぶよ。
彼女たちが争うのは彼女たちのせいだって言うんですね。
そうだ。あれらの争いはあれらの性を表す。
ゼロ？形がないということですか？
形ではなく、意味がない。私という起因から起こり、娘たちが一つの命を得た時点で、私は舞台から消え失せた。その後の因は常に娘たちから生じたものだ。今回どちらが時間を終わらせても、あるいは両者が終わらせても、いや、元より無価値だ。私に価値を与える命はまだ生まれていない。あれらがどうなろうとやるべきことは変わらない。
青子が生きていても死んでいても跡継ぎを作るということですか？
おそらくこの体が消えないのはそういうことだ。
The steamy energy that filled the cavern made Sojuro's head view. The moment Alko and Toko were born, their grandfather seemed to have completely forgotten that they were his granddaughters. It was hard to imagine a satisfactory Awazaki area for being born. No amount of power would satisfy the young man. He showed no signs of compromise or restraint.
青子はそのために過去を捨てたのに。
There was nothing but silence. However, the short moment of quiet would occur only once. The unreadable outline of the old man grew blurrier still. Long ago, a child wandered into the cave, her karma empty. The old man automatically granted her request born from innocence and ignorance. He was a magician who had given up his ego in order to extend his own lifespan, and he did whatever he could to help the child. It had been an incredible coincidence that happened that day. Faced with the sin that she had invited, the child had glared at the old man with tear-filled eyes. Everything will be lost. And what happened? Completely and without warning. Thanks to the failure of a nobody. Thanks to you, he had declared. The child threw a tantrum at how unfair it all was. The magician claimed that it was merely the way of the world. The child stood up to him. Shut up, old man. And then, yes, and then, the child ran around in tears trying to make the old man pay for the cost of a life, at the cost of all lives.
それは間違いだ少年。
Perhaps that's how it happened.
捨てたのではない。それを美しくするためにあれは生きている。
That role had luckily come to an end long ago. However, the old man's appearance seemed to change before Sojuro's eyes. For just a brief moment, he wavered in the air as if in haze.
君の過ちを正そう。娘たちは私というものをよく分かっている。とも私が娘たちの人格を君の過ちを正そう。娘たちは私というものをよく分かっている。ともすれば私本人より理解しているとも言える。私が娘たちの人格を考慮せぬよう娘たちもまた私というものの人格を認めていない。祖父さえいなかったのならという考えさえないだろう。あれらはそもそも争い合う自分たちを一度も卑下はしないはずだ。君にその関係を分かれというのは酷だろう。尋ね事は終わったようだ。次は私の番だ。君の名前を知りたい。
Sojuro answered the old man's question. The smoky face seemed to frown, quivering ever so slightly.
君は孤立しているというのに複数を示す名がついているとは思わなかった。似合わん。全く似合わん。だがそちらでは正しいことだ。不釣り合いな場所にいるのなら不釣り合いな名が必要だろう。希少ではあるがやはり無価値だ。すべてを肯定する諦めは死に由来するものだ。続くものがない以上、一代限りの才能は無価値だ。あれの行く末に影響を与えた君に興味を持ったが、失望した。無駄な時間を過ごしたようだ。今は結ばれているが、いずれ離れていくのは変えようのない結末だ。では立ち去りたまえ。私は死者に用はない。二度と会うことはないだろう。
Everything grew blurry. Sojuro's memories began to fade. It had been a conversation without any answers, an encounter without any significance, now vanished completely like a dream. The air was cold. The sky was beautiful. The evening sky at the end of each day looked different from the last. Each sunset could be seen for one day, and one day only. Though the sky may not look dramatically different to the human eye from one day to the next, every day we wake up a new person and forget the beautiful sights, the moments of heartbreak, and all the other fleeting fleetings that seemed so real the day before. Simple statements such as these felt all the more profound in the still air of the mountains, more bone-piercing than the winter cold itself. Sojo stared up at the sky as if he'd forgotten when and where he was. Haku's look of stunned surprise brought him back to the present.
早かったな、青崎。
Sojo turned to face Ako, who had only just stepped out outside her family's yard. At first, she had been too shocked to move or speak, but she quickly regained composure and marched forward. She continued until she was standing right before him, with an intense scowl on her face. Sojo slouched instinctively, bracing for impact. He had not the slightest idea what could have made her so angry.
なんでまだここにいるのよ。
After I finally managed to convince myself things were over, she was obviously irritated with him. In any case, the anger would have to subside before she could decide whether she was happy or sad to see him. Humans get angry when things do not go the way they hope for.
さっきから10分と20秒も経ってない。なんでこんなところで突っ立ってるのよ、あんた。
It was supposed to have taken an entire day for her grandfather to erase his memories from the past month. She had been planning to let her grandfather handle all the details, and yet here Soujuro was, staring dumbly at the sky. He's no astrologer. He just likes looking at the night sky. Bombarded with Ako's unspoken emotion, he proceeded to explain himself.
あの老人からの伝言だけど、記憶の消去は君の役目で人に頼るな。だそうだ。今日呼ばれたのは単に悪口を聞かせたかっただけらしいよ。
Hearing this, Ako finally began to feel like herself again. Despite having been ready to dish out the punishment only a few moments earlier, she now felt quite calm.
そっか。人に任せるなんて確かに私らしくなかった。
The intense look in her eyes slowly faded to her usually mildly irritated expression. It relieved Sojo to see her like this. She was finally back to her normal self.
納得いったなら行こう。急がないと最終電車に間に合わない。
With that, he walked off without waiting for an answer. Ako stared at his retreating figure for a brief moment before quietly cursing him under her breath and following after him. The descent back to the station was much easier than the way there. A sheet of darkness spread out below them. There in the middle of that ocean of black was a single light, the tiny glowing station. They walked for some time in silence. Ako recalled her earlier conversation and felt she had been too naive. She should have avoided all serious stuff if this was how things were going to end up. Socio, meanwhile, was thinking of nothing at all, just like usual. For him, the silence felt quite natural, but for her, it was awkwardly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Sojo blurted out the strangest thing without thinking.
アリスにはお餅を買っていってあげよう。
That shock! Ako's eyes grew wide, her pupils reduced to mere points. Ako had so many questions going on in her head she wanted to rail at the paradox that was Soujuro.
お餅が何？
お土産。アリス一人で待っているんだから喜ぶと思う。
Ako raised her hands to her head in concern. While protected by the warmth of a pair of gloves, her slender fingers were right from the
あの
cold.
子にはそういうの逆効果だけど、宗十郎がやる分には大丈夫か。
His seemingly selfless attitude came in handy sometimes. Alice would most likely accept the gifts without making a
そう
scene.
ね。確かにアリスはこういうの根に持って口に出さずに恨んでるたちだけど。また、なんだってお土産がお餅なの？
だって食べたことなさそうだろ彼女。
All Ako could do in response to such a simple-minded observation was nod in agreement. The image of Alice eating mochi popped into her head, and suddenly the prospect of getting back to the mansion felt a little more exciting.
あんたって本当に無心よね。そういえば前から不思議に思ってたんだけど、いつからアリスと仲良くなったの？
Ako peered at him, the way she would at a strange specimen as he took a deep breath and launched into an earnest explanation.
大きなきっかけとかそういうのはないと思うけど、強いて言うなら初めて話した時かな。もっと確かになったのはロビーで話した時だろうね。
たったそれだけ？
ああ、親しくなるっていうのはそういうことだろ。
Sojo seemed to find her question odd. The way he and Alice communicated went beyond words. Ako could only assume that was how he did it.
そういえば初めからアリスって呼び捨てだったものね、あんたは。
そうだっけ。よく覚えていないけど、それより何が起こってるんだ青崎。
別に怒ってないわよ、私。
Her response was slightly cold, but also somehow gentle. They approached the halfway point of the mountain path. The night sky appeared more distant as they neared the bottom. Sojo continued to stare absentmindedly at the stars. Then it finally hit her why his behavior had been bothering her since their ascent. She realized he must be feeling nostalgia. He missed the way the stars looked up from up in the mountains.
青崎、
He spoke without looking down from the heavens.
一つ聞きたいんだけど、君に後悔はあるのかな。
Sojuro's breath was white in the night air. His hands jammed in his pockets. Akko had a vague feeling somewhere deep down inside that he was only a figment of her imagination.
どうしたの？突然そんなこと聞いて。
いいから答えて。聞きたいんだ。君に悔いはあるのかないのかを。
It was a sad thing to be asked. He would be hurt one way or another no matter how she answered. But he wanted to answer, so she gave him one.
ないわよ、そんなの。だってそれをしないために今を頑張ってるんだもの。後悔なんてのはね、宗十郎。するものじゃなくて、なくしていくためにあるものなのよ。
Sojuro grunted in response. He bit his lip and pushed down a flood of emotions that rose up inside. He waved his hand slightly without actually raising it, as if to shoo away something formless or odorless.
後悔もなくなるものなのか。
Pain was subtly visible on his face as he spoke, and yet it was so vivid. As much as he wanted to, he did not have the strength to say it out loud. He was not like her, able to speak her mind so readily. Maybe someday. The sky and darkness were both far away now. Tonight's grand view, only to be seen this once. He hoped its beauty would remain in his mind forever. But what then of the regrets had he come to hold inside? Of the days he had spent that now shone like stars in the sky? Will they too be with him forever?
いい空ね。街じゃちょっと見れないな。
Akko mimicked Sojuro, looking up at the darkness overhead. The stars shone brighter than here than in town. This clarity was thanks to the absence of any other lights amidst the darkness. Sojuro stared at her with almost a sense of loathing. As beautiful as the stars were, they were not the real thing. Not
そう
here.
だね。でもここでも手は届きそうにない。
Sojuro's sudden negativity caused her to turn to him in shock. The anger in his eyes had died down now. Taking a breath, he began to speak as if talking to himself. His gaze never left the stars.
山ではね、青崎。星は本当に手が届きそうなんだ。届かないのは分かっていても、望めば掴めそうなぐらい近いのに、都会の星はそう思うことさえ許してくれない。
He was speaking of the sky in its purest state. The starry skies in the mountains far exceeded those of any urban planetarium. Their movement was like the pouring of rain. He spoke of the primal sky, unchanged from the past. The same sky humans had traced with their fingers since prehistoric times. For him, it was a past to which he could never return. A place to which he did not even know
今
the
ま
way
で
back.
目に映る全てを山と比べていた。こんな場所は本当は嫌いだったんだ。今でも正直馴染めない。でもいつか比べるのは街になってしまうんだろう。自分はこっちに降りてきてしまったんだから。
That was his one regret. He lowered his gaze from the stars and turned to Alka. I'd never seen this expression on her. Wow. I've never seen this expression on her. That's so crazy. It goes to show that she never feels like that. Her eyes were unusually hesitant and looked slightly hurt. Was it empathy? Was it empathy? Was it empathy they showed, or pity? Either way, here's the reason for the uncharacteristic look on her face now. He shut his eyes and nodded in response to her unspoken question.
それは仕方のないことだ。ただ、そうなるのなら、そうなってしまう以上に、素晴らしいものを手に入れないといけない。後悔を、いつか、後悔と思わないために。
There was gratitude in Sojiro's voice as he confessed his feelings. Remnants from the past must one day be released. Loss must be overcome. He had lost it, his everything. The moment she had answered his query.
やめてよね。私の一言でいちいち人生観変えられちゃ荷が重いじゃない。
She smiled weakly and averted her eyes as she spoke those hurtful words. Most likely she was being completely honest, and in that she was being true to herself.
それで祖父と何を話したの？あの人が他人に興味を持つなんてすごいことよ。
The topic had finally been broached, and yet Sojiro said nothing. An empty reply could be used to buy time. They had nearly reached the flat road at the base of the mountain. The soft earth here would soon give way to tightly packed dirt of the paths running between the rice fields. But before they got that far, Sojiro came to an abrupt halt. Closing his eyes, he listened carefully. He then gave a firm nod and turned to face Alko.
おめでとう、青崎。
She blinked, not knowing what to make of it.
何よ、突然。
It was a perfectly natural response. The tension melted from his face as he said,
新しい年だ。
He now wore a smile full of joy. Dumbfounded, all Alko could do was stare back at his calm visage. His surprise attack hit her so hard she thought she could hear the shrine bell in Yashirogi ringing in the new year. She had known it was the last day of the year, but had not given it much thought beyond that. And so succinct words gave her quite the shock. As if the girl who believed in the power of the bell all those years ago had come back.
そっか。午前0時でもう新しい年なんだ。
She spoke in a hushed tone as if this was shocking news. At the same time, a slight smile crept onto her face. A new year indeed. She recalled the first time she had worn a full-length kimono, as she had not been particularly uncomfortable or embarrassed, but not especially pretty either. The only pretty thing about her had been the moment she spotted herself in the mirror. Seeing the warmth from her eyes, Sojiro closed his own satisfaction. It made him happy to see her like that.
いろいろあったけど、新しい年を君と迎えられてよかった。
With that, he went walking off once more. The thought of Alice waiting alone was probably what spurred him into action. Alko recalled his words as she walked alongside him. The moment she had declared the start of a new year. The way he had spoken so naturally, it made her suddenly feel like they knew each other for years. She could not be blamed for being filled with happiness at that time, or at that thought. And yet a day would surely come when they would have to say their goodbyes. Until then, however, it would not do any harm to behave as if they were old friends. He was a naive yet incredibly unique young man. As they walked, she wondered how long this fleeting feeling of friendship would last. She looked up wistfully at the sky, just the way Soujiro had done earlier on their walk. Every star was out, without a cloud in the sky. The two strode down the mountain path, beneath stars that lay ever beyond their reach. That's why I love visual novels, man. They're so good. They're so good. It was on a lazy Sunday morning that I discovered the book. Was I an intruder? No, an adventurer. Either way, I made my way into the forbidden Koonji State Library. The book instantly drew my attention as it looked like it had been intentionally hidden there on a bookshelf. It was large enough to double as a shield, and so it took great effort for me to remove it from the shelf. Flipping through, I realized it was a grimoire of Rune Magecraft. My first edition is that. Surprised as I was by my find, my search came to a halt on the page I've been looking for. It was the rune for memory erasure that the Nordic gods had once used on a Valkyrie. For minutes, I simply stared at the page where the rune methodology was laid out, and then finally I shut the book. I returned it to the shelf and it even harder to detect location there where I originally found it. That's when it hit me. I've seen this book before somewhere. Wondering where exactly had I seen it though. Yeah, it was when he first invited me to spend time with him. The girl sitting before me had it in hand at the time. That must have been it. Unable to keep the smile off my face, I decided to put the book back exactly where I found it. It would be most difficult to find when mixed in with other books on the shelf. However, out of respect for gracious efforts, I decided to pretend I'd never seen it at all. I shelved my discovery, so to speak. As I heard the shouting of a familiar voice in the main building. Lately, he seemed to have found his calling as the housekeeper and had taken to cleaning every corner of the mansion. That was all well and good, but there were a few things that were off limits. I dared touch. He used the type to open things without asking, which put us all in hot water. There had been an uproar when he released the ghost ship that Alice's mother had kept around. Catching that little speed demon known as the Cuddy Sark had been quite the ordeal. I still felt bad for having to rely on that creepy golden wolf for help. And before that, he lifted the seal on the troop of spirits in the basement, which had led to the even creepier people from the church coming to the mansion for an entire week. Going back even further, there's also the time he ventured unsolicited into Alice's room. In the ensuing chaos, I fell into the mirror, and we almost ended up in an all-out war with Alice. I'ma think of it. He really and truly lacked any capacity for learning. The good mood I had been up until that moment was foiled, and I went dashing out of the library. I imagined coming upon the architect of my troubles standing there in the hallway and giving him the swift drop kick to the face he deserved. As far as I was concerned, that would just be another fun day in the mansion. Golly, what a thick book. And so our little secret remained hidden on the bookshelf, likely never to be opened again. Yeah, they weren't going to use the book on him. So, check this out. What the heck, huh? The wonderful world of ploys. Wallahi? And then this is Chaldea? Huh? It's chapter 12, yeah, and then Chaldea. What the, huh? What do you mean Chaldea? Alright, cool, but yeah, so we're not done. We're not done. But it's alright, because I don't want it to be done, not yet. Until we see everything, we're not done. But, oh, I got 2 people watching. Yeah, so we're not done. We're not done. Okay, no, yeah, there's nobody, that took 50 minutes. That's so insane. Yo, that's crazy. That took... Bro. I didn't think it was that long. Bro, well. Oh, give me 1 second, please. Alrighty, I'm back. But yeah, so like I said before, we're not done. So I have some things to go over before we continue. Don't know what's missing in between here, but I guess I'll find out soon. Let me see though. Open Steam. What am I missing from the trophy list? I'm not gonna complete it because like I don't really have any desire to. But it's also like it's a visual novel. What am I missing? Yeah, that's fine. Show me the spoilers. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, most of the trophies have to do with the extra story, which you know we'll see. But yeah, wonderful deploys. It's been. That's so cute. Oh man, that's so cute. Oh man, it's been a while though. It's been a while since we've seen this.
Chef, マグロ3種盛り1つ。
アリさん、なんすかそれ。なんか見たこともない金色のお皿っすね。
大したことはないわ。普通のと中トロと大トロのセットなだけよ。
鮮血のトリコロール。フランスの国旗みたいっすね。自分、経済的な理由で卵とイカとイナリしか頼めないんです。
シェフ、中トロをもう一度。
また赤いのっすか？光り物とか白身とかいかないんすか？イワシとかカンパチとかいけるっすよ。
シェフ、大トロをもう一度。
その皿一つでいつもの夕食1回分の値段なんすね。サーモンで妥協とかしないんすか？
大したことはないわ。シェフ、大トロをリピート。
初めからマグロしか眼中にないとか、さすがアリスさんっす。久遠寺財閥の娘は伊達じゃないっすね。
お金はこういう時に使うのよ、ロビン。チャンスで出し渋るのは良くないわ。今日は青子のお財布を借りているのだけど。
そうっすか、青子さんの。でもそれすぐに空にならないっすか？青子さんの財布の中身お寒いっすよ。あの人すぐに物を買うから。
大丈夫。備えあればよ、ロビン。ここにもう一つ温かなお財布があるわ。
お、
何？
なんでもないっす。アリスさんは家主、すなわち絶対者。あの洋館に住む者で誰が逆らえようか。にしてもあのシャバ像小金持ちっすね。ずっしりくるっすよ、この財布。
うなる札束ね。ドキドキするわ。赤みが来ないわね。
上座の席で独占しているやつがいるみたいっす。緑色のコートでメガネで麻雀牌を積もるような優雅さで2貫ペロリと。あえて誰かは言わないんすけど、あれやけ食いっすね。
放っておきましょう。 誰にだって知り合いに見られたくない時はあるわ。
アリさん、お皿取らないっすか？
仕方ないわね。じゃあこれ。
おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。誰っすか？てこ入れ？
説明しよ
説明するよ。
う。何を隠そう僕らこそ。
誰が語ろう僕らこそ。
ご主人様の超愛熱い変幻自在のシックスフォース。
哺乳類から鳥類まで完全網羅の高級プロイ。おしゃべり双子とは僕らのこと。
はあ、全く真っ暗どっちらけ。これじゃあゲームもできやしない。
あやー、見る者いなけりゃどうダメだろうと同じこと。酒の続きは薄墨の鳥の卵が回った後で。あ、今のもしかして豚コンビ？あいつら人間にもなれるんすか
1の目を出すと人間になるそうよ。詳しくはこう。名前はおしゃべり双子。うるさい方がトゥイードルダ、騒がしい方がトゥイードルディ。ダイスを振って出た目で変形する。形が変わるプロイね。
I see. So. But they're both. I'm not understanding. One of them's noisy and one of them's loud. That's the same thing. Oh well, whatever. So name. Chatty twins. If you roll a 1, humans. If you roll a 2, determine the weights. If you roll a 3, penguins. If you roll a 4, a do-over. 5, pot lids, round shields, and 6, pigs. Components. Castanet, stapler, original form, dice. Interesting.
人間社会に毒されているから普通の魔術が効きやすいのが欠点よ。
木の芽とか出したことあるっすか？
私じゃ無理みたい。小豚の姿以外見たこともないの。
無理も何もご主人様は清純すぎる。どんなものにも裏はある。僕らは振るにはコツがいる。
そうそう、時にはダーティーに。とかくこの世はイカ様だらけ。ズルをしないと毒の芽以外は出ないが定め。
夜の共演がお皿に乗ってやってき
The
たわ。
cat.
おなじみのディドルディドルっすね。自分も知ってるっすよ、このマザーグース。
それだけ有名ということよ。ヘイディドルディドル。猫とバイオリン。牛が月を飛び越えた。その面白い光景を見て犬が笑った。そしてお皿はスプーンと逃げた。典型的なマザーグースね。真夜中、猫がバイオリンを弾いて牛が月を飛び越えて犬が笑って、
Wow, only one second,
擬
please.
人化された皿とスプーンが逃げていくだけの歌。
Oh?
「
goodness. Keeping the cough away. Good lord. Hi. Let me see. What was the last thing I said this
牛が月を飛び越えて犬が笑って擬人化された皿とスプーンが逃げていくだけの歌。一説ではギリシャ、エジプトの神話を元にしたとも言われているわ。星の運営を表しているのなら牛はタウルスの文字りでしょ。
これは使い切りのプロイスね。一回使ったら壊れるっす。アリスさん、そのたびに作ってるっすか？
当然でしょう。ディドルは私の魔術の基本だもの。これを地面に沈めると夜を助長させるの。夜が深まればそれだけ私の魔術童話詠唱が確かな意味を持つようになるわ。詳しくはこう。
割と使いどころ限定なプロイスね。アリスさん、都市部じゃ能力半減つうか森ガールだったんすか。
Okay. Name Banquet of the Night. Origin form bell. Components cat's eye stone glass. Cost 2 months worth of Sojuro's wages. Effect. Creates an area where fairy tales are brought to life. If already active, the effects are doubled. Oh, okay. Countermeasure cannot be defended against at night, but weak to the light of civilization. Cannot be used in front of a train station. Why?
これは七種の森ね。これ単体だと意味がないから土台になるものが必要なのだけど、この五水の鏡とセットで使うものよ。この鏡は三大プロイにはなれなかったけど、機能的には三大に負けていないわ。詳しくは基本的には岬市全体の索敵と洋館内の警備、たまに暴走して洋館内にゲートを作って通る人を鏡の中に招いてしまうのが難点ね。
Alright. Looking. Okay. Name: Mirror of Slumber, second ticket. Original form: mirror in Alice's room, mirror in the foyer. Components: old mirror, witch's droplet. Manifestation: fog. Effect: creates a boundary field, softens and distorts physical laws. Countermeasure: break the mirror.
へへへ。それであのシャバ像が何度死にかけたか。原点は鏡の国のアリスっすね。
そうね。もともとは内側に異世界を持つだけのエンブリオで長いこと壊れていたらしいわ。それを母と瞳子さんが協力して作り直したという話よ。
なんでそんなことするっすか？前女神だけで十分じゃないっすか？
魔女はそのせいで一つ思考のプロイを残さないといけない決まりがあるから、彼女はこの鏡を作り直して自分の最高傑作にしたかったのよ、きっと。そう瞳子さんは言っていたけど、どうだか。どうかしら。こんな風に五水の鏡の表面を岬の地図にして、その上に駒を置くとそこが七種の森になるの。青子のデビュー戦で使っていたのはこのプロイね。このプロイの効果範囲に来ると、この先に用はないと暗示がかかって人よけになるのだけど。
Okay. Name: Nameless Woods. Original form, chess piece. Components, Japanese ash tree sprout. Effect, wards off people. Weakness, no effect on natural products and materials.
空気読まないやつには通用しないってことっすね。
そうね。私のミスではないけれど配慮が足りなかった。次からは本当に気をつけるわ。気を取り直して次のプロイは。
やっほー、自分でも食べられる卵っす。うめえ、卵うめえ。でもなんか腹にたまるっす、この卵。消化できないっつうか、なんか体の中心からチクタクチクタク音がするっていうか。
3。
アリスさん、なんで離れるっすか
2。
なんでかわいそうだけどあと1秒で爆発するのよみたいな目で見るっすか。
1。
助けて。
0。これはスクラッチダンプティね。マザーグースの歌にあるハンプティ・ダンプティをモデルにしたものよ。塀に登った卵は危なっかしくて、通りがかった王様が降りろと言っても無視するばかり。怒った王様は兵士たちに命じたけれど、兵士もう好きにしろと疲れた王様は目を離す。その途端に卵は落ちて、見るも無残、聞くも痛快に粉々に砕け散った。油断も後悔も後のお祭り。星のようなかけらたちは王の軍勢を持っても拾いきれない。壊れたものは治らないという軍はね。はた迷惑なお話だけど。ちなみにハンプティが卵型になったのは19世紀半ばから。
Let me see. I think it's so cool how in this version Humpty's lore, they just make him an explosion. That's so fire. Name, scratched up. Is that it? Okay. Scratch Dumpty. Original form, handmade Easter egg. Components, oak tree, basswood. Manifestation, 10 to 30 times larger. Effects, faces the target and sings a song praising its owner. When the song ends, a door opens and the target is locked inside the egg. If the subject takes their eyes off the egg during the song, the spell fails, scattering fragments of the curse. When the song ends and a hand comes out of the door, avert your eyes.
1843年にアリキスというペンネームでマベリー牧師という人がハンプティのパノラマ絵本を書いたのが走り、ルイス・キャロルのハンプティはそれを参考にしたのでしょう。今夜は品切れのようね。シェフ、お勘定をお願い。
It's adorable. That's so cute.
次は店中の大トロを残らずいただくわ。
I can't read what that says. That's so cute though. The wonderful world of ploys. Number 4, Bittersweet Magecraft.
Ase, 今日もワンは働いているスか、シャバゾウ。これで鳥の餌を1ダースくれ。冷えか麦の一番いいところを頼む。
What's Konomi? That's his name, Konomi. Having him on the bill, that is an insane bill. 3.6 million billion, 100 trillion yen? Oh my goodness.
いらっしゃいませ。昼間から買い物なんていい身分ね、ロビン。
アリスさん、なんで店員とかしてるっす？シャワゾウはどこ行ったっすか？
鳥頭のくせに細かいことを気にするのね。今日は私が店番をしているの。何か意見があって？
いや、ないっすけど。あ、ピンときたっすよ。さてはアリスさん、シャバゾウと一緒にアルバイトとかスイーツな。
なぜなにプロイ。今回は比較的安全なプロイキッシャーの紹介よ。さあロビン、好きなものを選びなさい。
ケーキショップかと思ったらプロイキッシャーを売ってる闇市場だった。三崎町はほんと地獄っすね。じゃあ右端から順に行くっすか。この宝石箱っぽいやつは何すか？
それは6ペンスの歌、ジャック・イン・ザ・ボックス、シックス・スウィング・チョコレートよ。地味に見えるけど役に立つプロイね。どこかの誰かさんとは大違い。
That's so toxic. Alright, name 6 Sing Chocolate. Original form, storage box. Components, chocolate liquor, cocoa butter, and powdered bone. Effect, contains 24 familiars, no combat ability, a network of birds that monitor Misaki Town. The birds seek out would-be criminals. The chocolates are also infused with magical energy, so they can be melted down as a first aid measure. Countermeasures. As a play kick shot no stronger than normal familiars, it can even be destroyed with firearms. About 10 fly into power lines and die every day. If you close the box, all active birds change back into chocolate. Wow. Yeah, no. It's useful, but it's also very weak.
当たり前っす。仮はすべて有能かつエレガントな使いますから。かくいう自分も6ペンスの歌なら知ってるっすよ。鳥つながりで。6ペンスの歌を歌うっす。ポケットにはいっぱいのライ麦っす。24羽の黒ムクドリ。パイの中に焼き込まれた。なぜ意味もなく鳥を虐殺するのかわかんないっす。西欧圏の人間どもは鳥を何だと思っていたのか。
その後はお金の勘定をする王様、こっそり蜂蜜かけたパンを食べる王妃といった歌詞が続くわね。2番目以降は当時の政治を風刺した歌なんじゃないかしら。
いや、端的にクオン自帝の日々を表しているっす。金勘定するのが王じゃなくて女王な青セーターでこっそり贅沢をするのが王妃じゃなくてアリ。
さよならロビン。次は何？
生きてるとか愛してるとかそういうセリフはないっすか？ないっすね。でも自分的にはノープロ。アリスさんの虐待もラブの方。あなんすかこれ、超ウケる。このでっぷりしたやつ超ブサイクなんですけど、生きてるのが恥ずかしくなるレベルっす。
あなたよ。
Oh.
あなたよ。
だからそれがあなたの本体。ロストロビンロンドとタグには書かれているけど、あなたにはもったいない名称ね。
まさにミケランジェロクラスの造形っす。自分店に入った時からこいつが一番高価で大人気だって気づいてたっすよ。ほんとほんと。
詳細データは必要ないわね。あなた本編で十分すぎるほど出しゃばってるから。元は葬式の歌よ。殺されたロビンをめぐってのお話。誰がという問いかけに私がと参列者たちが答えていくの。犯人探しの歌でもあるわ。大ヒットしたマザーグースで その後前日譚であるコック・ロビンとジェニー・レンの幸せな求婚が出版され、これまたヒット。その後コック・ロビンの死の後を歌ったスズメの裁判と処罰も出版。羨ましいわ。印税だけで大儲けね、ロビン。
鳥には1円も入ってこないっすけどね。それよりアリスさん、知ってるっすか？コマドリはイギリスの国鳥っすよ。クリスマスの象徴でもあるっす。つまり魔法世の主役は自分。
God, only I'm the bona fide hero of Mahoyo, huh? What the heck?
あんまり調子に乗ってると大変よ。
Wow,
す
okay.
でにこれ以上ないほど大変っす。
あとはほとんど残り物ね。取り立てで紹介するほどのものではないわ。
アリスさん、アリスさん、この3つ目のプロイなんすか？目っぽい形をしたキャンディー？
目玉よ。
目玉っぽいキャンディー？
Just gonna say the same
本
thing,
物の
isn't
目
it?
玉よ。
Oh.
見る？
アリスさんの左目、義眼だったんすか？
Oh.
そういうわけではないのだけど、私の左目もプロイ扱いなだけよ。
Alright.
アクロスティック化ってなんすか？
一つの言葉にたくさんの意味を持たせることよ。ルイス・キャロルが提示したカバン語と同じね。
Okay. Name Scripts Humpty. Components: Witch History. Original form: None. Effects: Simultaneous Incantation. Acrostification of Mystic Items. Countermeasure: Requires a large amount of matchup energy, so acrostification cannot occur unless Diddle Diddle is active. Yeah, I think I looked up this word because of this game. Let's see. Acrostification. I think it might be made up. Acrostic. Oh yeah, never mind. I did look this up. Yeah.
鏡の国でアリスはハンプティにこう質問したの。シナヌルストーブってどういう意味？
Oh, right. Sorry, I
ハン
forgot.
プティは答えたわ。それはな、しなやかでぬるやかという意味だ。わかって。要は異なる2つの意味を新しい言葉として生み出すルール変更。それが魔眼のアクロ化よ。別にハンプティがモデルというわけではないのだけど、彼女はハンプティにちなんだ名前をつけたのね。
ただの思いつきなんすけど、初回限定版と通常版をくっつけるとどうなるっすか？
そうね。その2つを合わせた場合、初回特典付きのアイテムが永遠に市場に残り続けるでしょう。
その場合、新しい言葉は初回限定普及版っすね。
違うわ。ワゴン行きよ。
That is true. It wouldn't be special then. We apologize for any inappropriate marks.
コホン。このよ
Wait,
うに
hold on.
使いどころが難しい
What the
プロ
heck?
になっ
Did I miss something?
今後は気をつけるわ。
SFS. Huh?
次はああ、これっすか。こいつについては番外編で語るんでパスっすね。次はなんすかこれ。
ただの失敗品よ。私の最初のプロイ。使い道はないのだけど記念として飾っているの。この通り魔術戦には使えないわ。形も良くないから見せるものでもないのだけど、こういうのは思い出だから。
Snow White. Components. First mistake. Effect. Powdery snow falls for a few minutes. That's cute.
ブローチの形をした砂糖細工なんすね。うわ、雨。アリスさんの手作りキャンディー、雨。
Oh.
そろそろ就業時間ね。私は先に帰っているから後片付けをやっておいて。
He got turned into dust. Sponsor Tokitsu Baking Company in limited time. Or limited. Yeah, limited. Number 4. Don't worry, there's still 2 more. So now we move on to the honey invention. Let's see what's this about. It had been 1 year since he moved into the city from his remote village. One thing he realized during that time was that likes and dislikes were the main difference between a human and a beast.
ここが新しいアジトか。いいんじゃない。ちょっとみすぼらしいけど周りに人間がいないのは綺麗でいいよね。
The figure dressed in a white coat danced to and fro down the hallway. He was like a young woman in an old film, enjoying herself window shopping. He was actually enjoying the atrocious sight of the old school building in ruins.
そこあんまりはしゃがないの。何しろ築60年からの廃屋なんだから。調子に乗ってるとバキッと床を踏み抜いて。
His mouth shut before he could say. He'd even say to let him have his fun. Only one set of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Not a single feather's worth of his 70-pound body was exerting any force on the floor beneath him. It wasn't clear whether he was paying reverence to the hallway or simply excited by it. It said that even walking through a grassy field, a beast is careful not to harm a single blade of grass. Apparently this creature, wrapped in a coat, was no different. He was more a part of the environment itself than a sentinel of it. He held no regard for beasts greater or lesser than him. But when it came to his comrades, he at least displayed human-like, or rather wolf-like clemency.
ま、相性はいいとプラスに考えましょう。街に出かけてくるけど何か欲しいものはある？特にいりません。街に出かけてくるけど何か欲しいものはある？漫画とか小説とか。あ、帰りにハンバーガー買ってきてくれたら嬉しいな。パン生地がどっしりしててハンバーグがギュッとしたやつがいい。まだおもちゃより食い気ときた。食事の調達方法も確保しないとダメみたいね。失敗したかな。ルームサービスのあるホテルの方が後々証拠は残らなそう。
Toko let out a defeated sigh. With the glasses on, she was restricted to her original way of speaking and gesturing. It was the beginning of December. Exactly 1 month had passed since they came to Misaki City. Until now, Toko had been attacking Misaki from a nearby neighborhood. Deciding it was time to get serious, she had moved her base of operations to this old school building.
何？ホテルの方が良かったの？そりゃ楽だもの。グレードが良ければホテル暮らしは快適です。でもトウコさん、こういう廃墟好きだよね。え？そうかな？そうだよ。今回みたいなのは特にそう。趣味に走るとき、周りに人がいるの嫌がるじゃない。いろんなものに興味を持つくせに、興味を持たれるのは面倒っていうか。
Toko couldn't deny that observation. She had been under contract with him for 2 years, but it had only been about a year since he became a full-time bodyguard. He seemed to be able to see right through the root of all the problems that plagued Toko.
人混みは嫌いじゃないんだけどね。ハイビルでもハイ工場でも いっそあの遊園地でもよかったのよ。でもこんな田舎町じゃ君を連れているだけで噂になるでしょ。結果的にここに工房を構えるしかなかったの。ちゃんと人型になってるじゃん僕。別に目立たないと思うけどな。色合いの問題です。アジア系は無理にしてもせめてブルネットに化けてくれればいくらでもごまかせるんだけど。
Unfortunately, that wouldn't be happening. Simply being in human form at all was stressful for him. When he had to be human, his only condition was that he could look however he wanted. He was currently only in this form because they had to move from the town to the old school building. Once he found a classroom to sleep in, he'd be back to a wolf.
なんだって人型でいるのを嫌がるのかしらね。別に難しいわけじゃないんでしょそれ。もともとアストラル体みたいなものなんだからあなた。
Being an extremely versatile life form which required no body to remain stable. In the physical world, his body could change according to the situation. Magecraft would have defined him as a higher dimensional life form with a materialized soul.
そりゃあ何の力もリスクもないけど面倒なものは面倒だよ。人間だって無駄なことはしたくないでしょ。僕人型になることに有利性を全く感じないし。
Apparently, he saw no value at all in his human form. That was exactly why Toko insisted he make his appearance blend in more, but the boy argued that if he had to be in an unnatural state, he at least make himself comfortable. To him, this is the only fun way to be a human. He wasn't going to accept any other way. And so this is why he had taken on the appearance of a foreign aristocrat in a provincial Japanese city. Even his posh coat had been handpicked by Toko to satisfy one of his many demands.
じゃあお留守番お願いねレオくん。来ないとは思うけどもし人が来たら捕まえておいて。その際足の一本ぐらいなら傷つけても OK だから。
And with that statement, Toko headed off into the city.
はーい任されました。大丈夫。人間とかそもそも口に合わないし。こっちのことは気にせずあのピリピリするお土産よろしくね。
Bayo plopped down onto a desk after he saw his employer off. He morphed back into his real form.
退屈。世界中を回ってこんな田舎町が終着とか拍子抜けのいいところ。
It had been 2 years since Bayo met Toko Awazaki. After some deliberation with the werewolves, the mage was left in charge of Bayo's education. Of course, his village had no real control over him. He didn't have to go with her. He decided to go simply because he seemed interesting. Toko stood before him in a cave where he slept and asked,
生きている意味が知りたい？なんだ、そんなことで取引が成立するとはね。
She smiled and cut off her long locks of hair to seal their pact.
自由を知るには窮屈さを知っておかないとね。同じように生きている意味を知りたければまずは死ねないこだわりを見つけないと。そうだな。例えばの話、そいつを殺すまではとてもじゃないが死ねないほどの憎しみとか。
That hair was 20 years worth of Toko's life. In a way, her hair was a part of herself, but she parted with it easily. She was sure that Bayo was worth the 20 years it had taken her to grow that hair. Bayo too sensed that Toko was a creature of rare value. He was happy to have been selected by someone of her unusual talents. And though she preached learning restraint, he observed that she was truly a free woman. And then, Bayo accepted the terms of her contract and left his village. He took his first steps into the outside world. The first year was spent at Toko's workshop in England, learning basic knowledge. Oh, Minecraft civilization. Namely, it was a college of the Mages Association called the Clock Tower. I didn't know the clock tower was a college. I always just thought the major association and the clock tower were the same thing, but no, it's an area. At the time, Toko had her own dedicated familiar. Formally speaking, this familiar was Bayo Sr., but in that year's time, Bayo proved himself superior and earned the right to travel the world with Toko. They rode on a train that collected mystic guys, known as the... Oh. Oh, goodness. So, there's a show called, The Lord El Malloy Case Files. It's a part of the Nasuverse, and it follows, Waver, or I guess, Lord El Malloy. Let's see, Lord El Malloy Case Files. Well, I guess it's a novel as well. I didn't know that actually. But yeah, no, it's a series, and one of the show that I watched was about the Rail Zeppelin, where they had mystic eyes. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Let me see. It's a pretty good show. If I had to recommend it to anybody, IMDb gives it a 7. Yeah, I'd say a 7 is pretty accurate. Let me see. Where's the episodes? Yeah. Yep. This, that, and the third. Rail Zeppelin. Yeah, no, just Rail Zeppelin. It's been a while since what's it called? I watched it, so maybe I'll watch it at some point. It's a good show, so I can't complain. But yeah. Let me get back to it. That is Discord. That is not the game. It's time to play the game. They saw the what? How do you even pronounce that? The Mercrake? Oh, it's a Type Moon exclusive thing. Chrome clay petastructure. Weird. An ancient giant octopus living in the North Sea. They explored the Bermuda Triangle, a place of no return, connected to other realms. They met the remains of a mage of the Elder title, a league of agents deep in Western Europe. Other exploits were odd and exciting enough to hold his interest. And throughout them all, Bayo felt that he had been right to join Toko. This is certainly less boring than sleeping in his cave. But sweet honey makes one crave even sweeter poison. Having developed a taste for adventure, he now demanded even greater thrills. It was only natural that such an innocent creature would start to look forward to its next prey. The pinnacle of that desire rested on Toko's final goal. For all her liberty and aplomb, there was one prey she would not stop chasing until she caught it once and for all. With every new adventure, Bayo would ask,
これがトウコさんの殺したい相手?
However, the mage would always smile wryly and shake her head in response. Even his puppet master of extraordinary talent claimed that it was no easy task. Yeah, and she lost. It goes to show that she was right. Her target was in a realm far beyond anyone they've dealt with so far. Far beyond human knowledge. Perhaps even beyond Bayo. She was also right. Who could this mysterious person be? And how could they be so powerful? Bayo couldn't help but be curious. Discovering that he was hired for magical research, he looked at a rare bit of fighting spirit, thinking he'd found a worthy foe, but
冷静になって考えてみると、本物が偽物を相手にするとか大人げないかも。
clearly it was still only interested in itself. It knew nothing of life or freedom, and its only pleasure was found in food. Bayo didn't necessarily feel dissatisfied, but it was becoming harder to stave off his boredom. Also, since accompanying Toko on her adventures, his feelings toward her had become a bit confused.
瞳子さん、あれでほんと一途だから。何でもできるのは僕と同じなのに、何にでも一生懸命になれるのってちょっと変だよね。
He slumped his shoulders exact. It's a lot of letters here. He slumped his shoulders exaggeratedly and closed his eyes. The golden wolf drifted off to sleep, not realizing that his feelings were in fact those of jet. Oh.
4年ぶりに帰ってきてみれば、住み慣れた街の面影はどこへやらか。
Misaki City.
駅前なんてもう別物だし、大手術にも程が。ああ、やっぱり角のタバコ屋さんなくなってる。ああ、自動販売機でタバコを買うのにもそろそろ慣れなくちゃいけないのかな。
So, unrelated. Oh, not unrelated. I didn't know that cigarettes were sold in vending machines at one point. And you know, I'm 22. I was born in 2002, so what's it called? There probably was a time where they were sold and I was also alive, like it was concurrent, but I wasn't conscious or aware of like, oh shoot, like they sold cigarettes in vending machines. Like, let me see if I can show it. Display capture. Oh, it's not showing it. Catch specific window. Capture full screen. There you go. So, yeah, go down below. I forgot. My search history, yeah. Where is it? Vending machine. Cigarettes, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, like legit, they were just. Let me see if I can find like a candid picture. Sure, why not? Let's use this guy. Cigarette. Yeah, in Japan. Oh, sure, I didn't know it was like there specifically. But like, yeah, just cigarettes. It's so weird. Or better yet, is this? Or not this one. Oh no, it's just a candy. This is just a normal vending machine. Let's see. Don't need prices. Almost set. No, I'm not going with the AI. The vending machines. What happened to all the? Yeah. The Food Administration stuck. The FDA struck the final blow in 2010 when pursuant to the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act. The agency banned tobacco vending machine sales nationwide, with the exception of adults-only facilities. So, like, what's the word? Convenience stores or just liquor stores in general, stuff like that. Or not liquor stores. Bodegas. There you go. Well, replace normal vending machine. It was just normal vending machines that replaced it. That's wild. Caption specific window. Yeah, there you go. Alrighty. Since this game takes place in the 80s, so it makes sense why they still have cigarette vending machines. Toko walked through her hometown for the first time in 4 years, grumbling to herself. She was on an aimless and careless stroll. No familiar escorted her, and she'd even left her self-defense bag back at the hideout. Today she was in full tourist mode, not nervous about a thing.
ここなんてあぜ道同然だったのに、今じゃ立派なストリートと来た。因果なものね。帰ってきたっていうのに、あっちに戻った時と同じ気持ちになってきた。
That expression is adorable. This is Toko's second time going back home. After leaving the Aozaki home 4 years ago, she secretly returned to Masaki. The first time was longer ago. When Toko was 14 years old, she studied abroad in an academy in England. She spent 2 years there before returning to Japan. Then she enrolled in a local high school named Rayan Girls Academy and headed back to England 3 years later after graduating. That was 4 years ago. Now she felt the same as she did then. where she returned to that English country town where she lived for 2 years.
寂しい？ちょっと違う。呆れてるとも違うし、怖がっているも近くて遠いような。
She rounded her shoulders and felt deep into thought. Toko felt a little tingle run up her spine in a way that couldn't really be described in words. Times were changing faster than ever. Everything was relatively inexpensive and could be replaced on a whim. After thinking to herself for a bit, she cracked her knuckles and stepped forth. There was no use of her thinking any of this. This was just how things were now. That's all there was to it. It was only natural for the old to make way for the new.
つまり、私の時代ってことだ。
You can do this, Toko. A sudden spark of self-enlightenment gave Toko the encouragement she needed, and she set off with high spirits toward the train station. Striding down the boulevard, she exuded the confidence of a supermodel or a dictator. Although she was not about to exclaim, "My conquest begins with Main Street, time to tear it up," her enthusiasm was, of course, still there. Toko, however, had something she had to accomplish first, before she could give thought to putting an end to the town's thoughtless attempts at modernization that would become outdated in just a few years.
甘い設定だ。こんな釘の絞りで客を煙に負けると思ったか？
Toko's first destination was not one of Nasaki's protective visuals, but rather her old favorite pachinko parlor. Though the area around the train station had undergone a dramatic makeover, the back streets were mostly unchanged. Toko had exchanged 5,000 yen for some little silver pachinko balls before going upstairs and sitting at the machine she determined was paying out the most that day.
そろそろ打ち止めかな。千両箱が12箱か。まあ、4年ぶりにしちゃ上等だろ。
So I had a feeling, if we were flashing back to a month before like the encounter, that what's it called? If we were following Toko, that this would be the encounter that she had with Soujuro for the very first time, like the pachinko one, which she's in the pachinko parlor, so makes sense. She sounded slightly disappointed, but her lips and posture betrayed her good humor. Pachinko parlors were a staple form of entertainment in Japan, but they were largely absent in other countries. High-stakes gamers criticized it as inefficient, time-consuming, too luck-dependent, unrewarding, and so forth. Basically a child's game. Oh, give me 1 second. Wait, alright. My bad. My mom's home, so had to wish her Happy Mother's Day. There you go. How long have I been going now? An hour and 53. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Almost a full, like, entire stream, yeah. Well, not almost. It is a full entire stream. I could end here if I wanted to, but I'm gonna keep going because I know I'm not gonna finish today. This story seems longer than I imagined, and on top of that, I know that what's coming after, what's it called, is long as well. So I'm not expecting it to. I'm expecting one more to two more streams. But we just have to see. But probably give me 1 second. Okay. When Tucker was studying abroad, she didn't see anything that even resembled a pachinko parlor. However, she wasn't here playing pachinko because she was feeling nostalgic for it after 5 years. She wanted money. She simply needed a war chest. Exactly, yeah.
エリのチャーター代だけで足が出るとは。日本は平和すぎて裏稼業の相場が高すぎるんだ。クソ。おかげで無一文だ。とりあえずレオの食いぶちだけでも稼がねえなら。
Toko had chartered a helicopter to airlift 3 shipping containers full of materials to remodel the old school building into a workshop. There were any roads a truck could take to get to the old school out deep in the mountains, but she had been forced to burn through the last of her savings.
37。こいつは本格的におしまいかな。まったく。こういうどうでもいいゲームだけは星の巡りがいいと来ている。
Her smile remained in spite of her complaints. There was nothing more Toko-esque than her sitting cross-legged in a pachinko parlor, one hand in the machine with the other holding a cheap cigarette. Did she immediately put her glasses on? Okay, yeah, no, she did. I was right. And also, I was right about that too. This is the Souyjuro incident. She glanced over toward the odd sound she heard and saw a pale-faced parlor employee. He had a baby face that looked like he was still in high school. Upon seeing Toko, he froze for a moment and then ran off. That moment was so cool when we first saw it. And I knew because like I already knew who Toko was, or at least like was aware of her existence before this. But well, let me be more specific. I knew who Toko was because my friend told me. He really wanted me to get into the game, so a lot wasn't left to the imagination, but a lot still was. I'd say like 30% I knew, and 70% I didn't, to be fair. But what's it called? Like, I didn't know fully how scary she was. Now, having come to the end of the game, I know she's scary, and Souyjuro was right to run. Or rather, he fled in a panic. Yes. Mage though she was, Toko was still in the prime of her youth. Though she didn't like it when guys ogled her and tried to strike up a conversation, she thought a boy running full tilt away from her was a bit much. Toko made a mental note to scare the crap out of that kid the next time she saw him and returned to her game. That's so evil. And next time she did see him, she didn't scare him. With her winning tickets in hand, Toko left the pachinko parlor. She won quite a bit, but it was hard for her to feel good about it after what happened at the end of her session. Wondering what that had been about, She looked around the back of the park to redeem her winnings for cash.
おや、トウコさんじゃないですか。
Hold on. She stopped in her tracks, frozen by a familiar voice she hadn't heard in 4 years. That. Hold on. We're back to Beowulf. Beo's ears perked up as he woke from his slumber. It was just before sunset. Oh. Hold on. I am so sorry. I didn't realize that chat, like, I forgot the live stream was still up. Oh man, I'm so sorry. That must have been so annoying. Oh man, that's so embarrassing. He opened his eyes with a big yawn, sniffing at a familiar scent in the air getting closer. There you go. Okay. Getting messaged. Oh man. Hale jumped down to the floor and transformed back into his human form. Though he and Toko don't have a strict master-servant relationship, he felt he should at least go and greet her since he was supposed to be watching over the place in her absence. Bale's face scrunched into a perplexed frown as they met in the hallway. He sensed something more to the smell he'd been so used to.
ただいま、レオくん。はい、真面目にお留守番していたお土産。
Toko handed the paper bag she was holding to Bale. Bale was happy to get his hands on the bag stuffed full of hamburgers, but he tilted his head at the odd lingering scent.
どうしたの？浮かない顔して。留守中何かあった？
いや、思わず寝ちゃうぐらい何もなかったけど。と、なんか元気ないし、妙に疲れてるし。何より、ちゃんと僕の好きなお店のハンバーガー買ってきてるし。
え、そう？別に何もなかったけど。
This is all extremely suspicious. One pain point for Bale was Toko's usual complete lack of interest in food. Toko thought that a hamburger was the same no matter where you ate, so she had often just stopped at wherever was closest. Thus, Toko would only stop at a certain Asian burger chain, still rare in Japan, maybe 1% of the time, not to mention.
いいじゃない。ちゃんと好きなお店のバーガーを買ってきたんだから。これは私なりのレオくんへの感謝の気持ち。今までいろいろ連れ回したけど、これからもよろしくね。
She had a sickly sweet smile on her face. Yeah, it's not fitting. If any of the puppets she had let loose in Masaki heard what she was saying right now, they'd probably fall into a logic error loop and self-destruct. Toko was not one to even consider the rights of her familiars.
うさんくさい、芝居くさい、真っ向くさい。優しいトウコさんなんてトウコさんじゃない。
Yeah, I was gonna say.
いっつも周りを恨んでいて、文句ばっかり言って、幸せそうな人たちをめちゃくちゃにしたいんだけど大義名分がないから我慢してる。そんな理性のおかげでかろうじて性格破綻者を免れてるトウコさんはどこ行ったのさ。
Complete moral bankruptcy.
しちゃうな。私だってたまには優しくなる時ぐらいあるんだから。ほら、4年ぶりに故郷に帰ってきたのよ。レオくんだって里に帰ったらちょっとぐらいホッとするでしょ。それと同じ。私だってホームシックになる程度の可愛らしさはあるんです。
すっごい嘘。月が涙を流すくらい嘘。
Yeah, he's frying her. Oh my goodness.
もうレオ君それ返して。罰として夕食抜き。
Toko made a grab for the paper bag, but Bale dodged and jumped out the window. He dexterously kicked off against the wall and scrambled up into the roof of the school building.
ほんとつまんない。言い訳するトウコさんとか僕見たくない。
He pulled out a hamburger from the paper bag and took a big bite out of it. That said, though her attitude had seemed like an act of Bale, it was true that Toko was in an unusually good mood. It was unclear why that was the case, but Toko seemed to be feeling something special, or at least something she hadn't ever shown Bale before.
あの匂い。妙にふわふわしてて、うっとうしくて。
Bale couldn't understand what exactly that feeling was. He only knew basic feelings such as like and dislike, delicious or disgusting. He wasn't able to articulate much further than that yet.
まあいいけど、僕には関係ないし。トウコさんも明日になればいつものトウコさんだろうし。
Bale continued to eat through his burgers, still not completely satisfied with the day's course of events. The truth was, even if Bale didn't care enough to understand it, he was still a little upset that there was something he didn't know. A few days had passed. Unbeknownst to the people of Misaki, progress was being made on the remodeling of the old school building. Meanwhile, Bale was bored out of his mind, knowing he had to be stuck here for at least another month. He could feel both his body and his mind dulling as he spent his days simply lounging around eating meat. On the other hand,
買い出しに出てくるから、あとはよろしくね。元気してた？はい、お土産のローストビーフ。
oh,
行ってきます。屋上の機材片付けておいてね。ただいま。今日もお留守番ご苦労様。よし、行ってくるでござる。お疲れ。お酒臭い？バッカ。酔ってなんかないです。全然酔ってなんかないもん。
this is what Toko had become. The mage was constantly out and always in a good mood, in stark contrast to Bea, who had spent his days doing nothing. Evidently, she was happy with how her workshop was becoming more and more fortified by the day.
違う。もう絶対違う。そんなんでトウコさんの機嫌は良くなんないし。ここに関しちゃぐちぐち不満ばっかりこぼしてるし。何よりござるとかバカっぽいこと言わないし。
ん？どうしたのベオ君？すっごく不細工な顔してるけど、そろそろ暴れたくて仕方がない？
そういう問題じゃありません。まあそりゃ早く本命とエラと戦ってみたいけど、もうちょっと先なんでしょ。なら我慢する。トウコさんの言葉は今のところ外れないからおとなしく従います。けどなんか変。いつも下準備の時はこれぐらい暇だけど緊張感がない。毎日食べて寝て食べて寝てじゃ太る。ブクブクに太るよ。そんなのかっこよくないよ。
何言ってるんだか。レオ君にそんな心配は無用でしょ。排泄もしないくせにまともな生き物ぶってるんじゃありません。
だから主にトウコさんがブクブクに。
レオ君、それ本当？数値は変わってないはずだけど、なんかこうアストラル的に増えちゃったりしてる
？This is what Bea was talking about. Toko knew the accuracy of Bea's eye and trusted his discerning vision over even the numbers on her scale. Normally, Toko would just remove her glasses and say something like,
唐突だが、特攻兵器の有用性を確認したくなった。ああ、いや、意見は聞いていない。さあ、ベオ、この首輪をつけてみろ。思いっきりハイに飛べるぞ。
she hadn't done anything of the sort. It was beyond weird for her.
別に増えてないよ。昨日とちょっとの上下差はあるけど、そんなの人間なら当たり前だし、いちいち本気にするとか見苦しいからやめてほしい。
本当？こう後でボテッとくるような気配とかない？
ないってば。昨日取った栄養分はきれいに分配されてるし、いつも通りの瞳子さんだよ。
The last part was a lie. She was not the same Toko that Bayo had always known. Even though she was physically the same, there was something still odd about her since a few days ago. That strange, floaty, lingering scent was still there. It was a change that only a wild beast like Bayo could discern. It was getting stronger with each passing day. Bayo was annoyed because he just could not figure out what that scent was.
それなら安心安心と。私は出かけてくるからお留守番よろしくね。
Toko failed to notice Bayo's poor mood and left the old school building in her usual carefree mood. This is how it had been for days now. Bayo stared at his own reflection in the window and contemplated for a while. Unfortunately, this wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't change the fact that his employer was still acting strangely. And it wouldn't get rid of the uncertainty he was constantly feeling in his chest. He knew he wouldn't have much other choice.
瞳子さんを尾行しよう。
He decided to let go of his principles for just one day. They say winter's going to be colder than usual this year. Make sure you got sufficient food, clothing, and shelter. You should be fine on clothing, but make sure to shore up on the other two. He listened to the talk around town as he passed through Masaki. It was just past 1 in the afternoon on a weekday. Workers had returned to the office after their lunch breaks, and the kids were all still in school. Meishi was fairly calm and relaxed with mostly housewives out and about. Yet one person stood out in a calm and gentle sea of people. Toko endured the stares of housewives out shopping, salespeople in their shops, and selling mail on the business as she walked through the main street. It wasn't just her sense of style that stood out, but also her genuinely powerful presence that attracted eyes. To put it simply, she walked with the confidence of a model on the runway, a much in the earlier narrator.
人には目立つなっていうくせに本人は腫れたもんな。潜伏期間中、相手に見つかるのは僕だけのせいじゃないと思う。
Leo kept about 10 yards behind Toko, careful not to actually mutter the words he was thinking in his head. In Toko's defense, she was fully aware how much she stood out in the crowd. If she was out at a busier time of day, she always wore an accessory and scrub with a broom that diverted people's attention away from her and made her stand out approximately 40% less. Approximately? Huh. Toko finished up her shopping and headed toward the residential part of town. She walked up to a house that looked completely normal, rang the doorbell, and after saying her name, the door opened quietly. It looked as though the things she had brought were for the resident of the house. The nameplate outside read Asagi. Osaki was in the mountains, but for just a moment, Bayo got a whiff of sea breeze. Assuming he must have mistaken it for some other smell, he put it outside of his mind. Toko came out of the house after about 30 minutes. She stretched her arms above her head and took a deep breath. Whatever had gone on inside seemed to have been rather serious. It was as if the weight had been lifted up
こ
from
れ
her
で根回
shoulders.
しは終了と。あとは最後の念押しね。ああ、めんどくさい。
Toko murmured, exasperated. But looking behind her words, Bayo could still detect that lofty scent emanating from her mouth. Her next step was another plain-looking apartment. It looked as though she had just happened to walk by. Bayo's nose was not so easily deceived. Toko made it look like she was just aimlessly killing time, but she had in fact arranged. Goodness, I can't talk. Toko made it like she was just aimlessly killing time, but she had in fact arranged to arrive at her apartment at exactly 2:30 p.m. In the parking lot of the apartment. in the parking lot of the apartment. Ritsuka Susei stepped out of her room on the first floor.
はーい、お久しぶり。こんなところでばったり出会うなんて奇遇ね、リツカ。嘘、トコちゃん？あなた帰ってきてたの？ええ、ちょっと前にね、こっそり人目を忍ぶように窓から侵入するサンタクロースさながらに。あ、言うまでもなく目的はこの町をぶっ潰すこと。私の過去ともどもきれいさっぱり清算するため、この度準備万端でやってまいりました。なので邪魔になる教会の人間とか教会の人間とか気づかれる前にやっちゃうぞ。あらあら、それはご丁寧にどうも。ええ、トコちゃん、それ私のこと。教会の人間って今私しかいないんですけど。あら不思議、むしろラッキー。懐かしくて散歩していたらまさか標的の一人に出会うなんて。一つ手間が省けた感じ。関係ないの、私教会と関係ないから。だってここ1年真面目に仕事してないし。というか仮にも兄弟子を捕まえて本気で殺すとか言わないでほしいです。
The woman was tearfully flaying her arms at this point. She had nothing to worry about though. Bale could see even from here where he was peering through the fence that Toko had no real intent to kill anyone. She had a terrible habit of messing with people for her own entertainment. This time was no different.
Huh. それを言うなら姉弟子でしょ?
Okay, let's see. Unfortunately, the pleasure she took in it only made the target of her jokes feel doubly worse.
だってトコちゃん妹って感じしないんだもん。間違っても姉弟子なんて胸を張って言えません。そうよね。技量的にもとても先輩なんて言えるものじゃなかったし、リツカの特技なんて今じゃ深夜販売の商品以下だし。そろそろ食害考えたらいいとこ紹介するよ。イタリアで見つけたもう廃業寸前のサーカス一座とかどう？そんな日給バイトはコリゴリです。せめて週休のところを紹介して。いや通販以下ってところは否定しないんだ。なぜ？トコちゃんの指摘は正しいわ。だって私何にもできない役立たずですから。魔術協会一のお荷物、ここに参上。
Maybe she was taken aback by Ritsuka's guileless smile, but Toko couldn't help but grin back at her. If one didn't know better, they would seem like good friends.
私への疑いは解けたと見たわ。それなら寄ってく？これから用事があったんだけど、別に後回しでいいし。久しぶりだもの。お互い積もる話とか楽しそうじゃない？ほんと相変わらずゆるゆるね、リツカは。確かに気が変わったわ。その様子じゃ教会との関係なんてないようなものだし、あなたはあなたの心情を守っているようだし。そう、本気で青子の味方なんだ。もちろんアコちゃんはまだ半人前ですもの。つかず離れず、あくまで他人行儀に。アコちゃんが死ぬような目にあっても遠くから見守るわ。それは結構。青子もほんといい性格をした理解者に恵まれたもんだ。
Toko took a step back away from Ritsuka. She looked a bit regretful as she signaled that the conversation was over.
あれ？寄っていかないの？私コーヒー入れるの上手くなったよ。ありがとう。 けど遠慮しとく。こっちはまだ潜伏中だし、町攻略の準備もあるしね。ここで緊張感をなくすのはうまくないでしょ。
Sorry, give me 1 second, please. There you go. That's what it was.
あらまあ、真面目さん。でもそうよね。トコちゃんはそういう人でした。根を詰めすぎて目的より手段そのものに熱中しちゃうタイプ。ほんと、どんな準備かはわからないけど、トコちゃんに狙われる人たちは大変だ。別に普通でしょ。基本魔術戦やって、こっちが勝ったら刻印をもらうだけ。時代遅れの魔女じゃあるまいし、倒した相手に呪いとかかけないわよ、私。だからそこです。相手の命より収集を優先してるじゃない。その人たち目玉だけになっても生きているなんてことにならなければいいけど、あなたは気を使っているつもりだろうけど、相手にとっては拷問だからね、それ。
Toko nodded to show her agreement. The collection of crests would appear that way on the outside. Toko sought profit in combat. If a mage she defeated could provide her with profitable materials, she would not take their life. She would even save their life if she knew it would be to her advantage to do so. As a result, her workshop in London had a facility specifically built for the comfort of her magical suppliers. It housed mages who had either lost to her in battle or who had willingly agreed to contribute to her cause. Toko held many magecraft patents, which earned her up to £10,000 a month in royalties. However, the majority of this money went to the upkeep of that facility. The demands from the residents of the place for additional facilities and special privileges increased with each passing day. It was reaching a point where Toko needed to decide whether to incorporate or just let everyone go and be done with it.
でも地下ってそういうものじゃないわよ。
Wait. It's gonna be a lot of cuts if I ever cut down the stream or whatever. Or it's actually I don't know because haven't cut down any streams ever. So who knows?
拷問なんて手間暇かかりすぎるし、娯楽を与える方が管理コストは低いんだってば。今はいい脚本揃ってるしね。適当な映画のプロットを拝借してそれを再現するだけで喜んでもらえるし、仮想であれ現実であれ自分が主役になれる物語なんて最高じゃない？
つかぬことをお伺いいたしますけど、上演ジャンルはどのようなバランスで？恋愛3、活劇3、サスペンス3、アニメ1？
は？そりゃ基本ホラーでしょ。エンタメの全てが詰まってるんだし。
私、トコちゃんのそういうところ素で怖いわ。というか、女の子なんだからもっとロマンを求めてほしいの。
今回捕まえる候補に上がっている人間に言われるとさすがに考慮せざるを得ない。囚人を放り込む箱庭のバランスに気を使ってみればいいの？ホラー8ぐらい？
恋愛9でお願いします。それがダメなら推理9でぜひ。
This is clearly a response of someone who knew she'd lose if she had to go up against Toko.
了解。そういう事態になったら前処する。
はーい。そういう事態ってどんな事態？
誰かの味方をするのはいいけど、私の敵に回った時かな。あと今日のことを口外した瞬間、足元からパクッといくから気をつけて。
足元って影のこと？あれ、そもそもなんていうか、トコちゃん、私一歩も動けないんだけど。
ごめんなさい、リツカ。実は1週間かけてあなたの部屋に罠を仕掛けてたの。ドアの境界に影で作った使い魔を仕込ませたみたいな。しばらくはあなたの影に住み着いているから、私に不利な証言したら大変だぞ。
私すでに大変だったのか。悪魔、人でなし、天才悪魔。トコちゃんはもう少し一般常識を学ぶべきです。もう道理で夜な夜な泥棒さんがピッキングしてると思った。
Ritsuka hadn't noticed the shadow familiar, but she had sensed Toko as she was setting her trap late last night. Weird. Toko didn't think Ritsuka could speak about common sense, that she had ignored an apparent burglar trying to break into her home for a week.
その使い魔、年明けには解けるから安心なさい。じゃあね、リツカ。縁があったらまた会いましょう。その時は自慢のコーヒーをご馳走してね。あと深夜販売の商品だってバカにできたもんじゃないわ。あのシンプルさ結構好きよ、私。
Toko winked at her old friend and left the apartment behind her. Hopefully we'll meet again. Toko realized those were empty words. Her plan would not spare her mortal body. Be it a success or be it a failure, Toko Ozaki would be erased from this world. Still, there was no reason at least to say something about meeting again. Perhaps Toko had been more affectionate for Ritsuka than she realized. Had more affection. Even so, she left that friend behind in a state of paralysis. Toko had indeed returned home. That fact alone revealed much to Ritsuka. 2 years older than Toko, Ritsuka had been contracted 10 years prior to monitor Toko's grandfather, the mage who discovered the fifth magic. Oh, she's only 23. Wow. That made her both Toko and Alko senior. And she knew the sisters rather well.
そりゃ口止めの一つもしないとね。トコちゃんを見て真っ先に警戒するのは私と
One other person. Another with more seniority than the Aozaki sisters in the truest sense. There was one other beautiful person who had taught Toko.
そっちはそっちで根回ししてるかな。トコちゃんならそのあたり完璧だろうけど、もうちょっとこう敵には非常になった方がいいわよね。トコちゃんは相手の人権を尊重しすぎっていうか、根本が甘いっていうか、殺すと決めた相手に顔を見せるとかどうかと思うの、私。
Toko was a researcher more than she was a mage. Generally, she wasn't a fighter. She was cruel but not cold. Despite her capability for vicious, ruthless treatment of people, she also displayed a measure of compassion for others. Riska sighed as if the problem were her own, and hoped that inconsistency wouldn't end up hurting Toko. It did. It did. Toko left the neighborhood and began heading toward the largest park in the town. It was 3 in the afternoon on this early winter day on the boulevard. If it were autumn, the street would be lined with people out for a walk to take a look at the colorful trees, but Toko was alone. Though to be accurate, she wasn't quite alone. Bale was walking along the grass more than 10 yards behind his employer when he noticed a change in her scent.
トウコさん、こんな街中でメガネ外してる？
Toko's personality changed significantly depending on whether or not she was wearing her glasses. Bale wasn't sure which side was her true self, but he did know that she was much more serious and cruel without her glasses. It wasn't quite to the level of a split personality, more like a reordering of priorities. She mainly took off the glasses when she was about to fight someone. Doing so made her less human. It pushed all sense of compromise, concern, and sympathy out of her brain.
ってことは、さっきから近づいてくる匂いはトウコさんの敵。
Bale furrowed his brow as he hid behind a tree. He could certainly smell hostility and anticipation emanating from Toko. At the same time, he couldn't help but scrunch his nose up at the strange scent that kept getting stronger.
こんにちは。なんとなしに散歩していただけなのですが、また出会えるとは奇遇ですね、トウコさん。
ああ、たまたま続いた偶然だ。世間話をする仲でもなし、挨拶を交わす程度に済ませよう。
Bale had no idea who was talking to Toko. His name was Eri Fumitsuka. He was a priest of Ida Church and an enemy to Bale and Toko. However, it was impossible for Bale to sense this. He had no personal hostility to the clergy anyway. As far as Bale could tell, he was just a regular person. There was no chance that Toko could be at a disadvantage here. He did not learn. He would later learn a harsh lesson from someone who seemed similarly harmless, but that was a tale for another time. In the main story.
そちらの状況はどうなんだ？神の家は働き者揃いだからな。利権を漁りに来る欲深は現れそうか？
Oh man. Excelsior!
いや、働き者というのは全力で肯定しますけど、欲が深いとかそんな人は少ないですよ、こちらは。彼らがやってくるときは大抵は競技のためですから、欲望より責務で動く人たちって怖くないですか？
無駄話はしないと言っただろう。結論を言え。お前の腰巾着は金を鳴らしそうか？
やれやれ、人のことは言えませんよ。トウコさんだってワーカホリック寸前じゃないですか。もっとこう余裕のあるコミュニケーションを取りませんか？立場上いつ最後の仰せになるかわからないわけですし。
ふざけろ。いつも何もこれが最後だよ、エリ。
Toko currently rejected the smiling priest's request for a chat. She was being blunt as she could.
だいたい次があるとしたら、その時は殺し合いだろう。お互い手の内は知っているしな。顔を合わせた瞬間、どちらかが死んでいる。
それはトウコさんだけの思い込みですけどね。どうしてこう 邪魔者は始末するという方向でしか物事を考えられないんでしょうか、あなたたちは。
Eri shrugged his shoulders in frustration. Toko kept her gaze fixed intently on his overcoat. No matter how many times he said he wanted to resolve this peacefully, she would bet her pride that he didn't mean it.
まったく、そういうところも成長して帰ってくるんですから。育つのは女性としての魅力だけに留めておいてほしいものです。ああ、そう睨まない。本題に入りますから。目下、教会への報告は私が一任されています。司祭への報告は、現在、管理者は異端者と交戦中、中立の条約に基づき、司祭代理権限で監督中。なお、異端者の所属は不明。現在履歴を調査中といったところです。
この町に現れた魔術師は所属不明ということになっているんだな。
ええ、シスターユイカは私とは別所轄の方ですが、彼女は異端者の攻防はおろか、その姿さえつかめていません。彼女が単独で敵の正体を暴くまで教会から横槍が入ることはないんじゃないですかね。今まで通り土地を狙いに来た馬術師同士の小競り合いだと思っているんじゃないですか。
そうか。では取引成立だな。お前が私の帰国の剣を握りつぶしている間は、私も多少回り道をする。青崎の親戚筋にも手は出さない。
よかった。東子さんは無差別な破壊工作はしませんが、とにかく最適な道筋を好みますから。勢い、どこぞの工場とかオフィスビルとか秘密基地にしそうでしょ。私がこちらに赴任している間、流血事件が続くと困るというか、私の評価が落ちるようなことは何とも。
Toko had to resist the urge to object and ask what kind of person he thought she was. She did hate wastefulness, but she wasn't about to entirely abandon society and its norms. Goodness, I gotta learn how to speak normally, bro. But she wasn't about to entirely abandon society and its norms just for the sake of doing things optimally. Besides, criminal activities were always a pain to clean up later, and that's far more efficient.
まあいいさ。
They're far more inefficient.
お互いの利益が一致したんだからな。では、あとはことが済むまで生還を決め込んでおけ。
もうお帰りですか。名残惜しいですね。結局一度も今のあなたの素顔を見られなかった。
私は逆だ。そのカマキリ面もこれで見納めかと思うとせいせいする。
ああ、待ってください。お別れの前に一つ質問を。
Eri spoke just as Toko was about to take a step back, yet effortlessly stopped her from leaving.
所感なのですが、東子さん、今大変息苦しくはありませんか？
まさか。私はかつてないほど充実しているよ。なぜそんなことを聞く、エ
リ？いえ、だって楽しそうではありますが、幸せそうではありませんので、あなた自身気づいてはいないようでしたから、知己として心配になったのです。
幸せの定義か。思い出したよ。お前の口癖だったな、それは。幸せの形は人それぞれだと。まったくその通りだ。私の良しとする幸福が他人であるお前にわかるものか。つまらん心配はするな。
いや、そりゃ細かいところまではわかりませんけどね。特に女の人の幸福感なんて、それこそ危機快快ですから。ですがほら、幸福の形は2つに大別できます。東子さんの場合、 それすら気づいていないようですから、大変見苦しいなと思いまして。
ほう、ご忠告痛み入る。腐っても兄弟子というわけか。いいぞ、聞いてやるから言ってみろ。
If it happened to be something worthless, she would kill him. If it erased all the progress she had made on her plans over the past month, or even the last 2 years, she would kill him. Toko's hostility had clearly turned to murderous rage.
当たり前のことですよ。相対的なものと絶対的なもの、比べる相手がいるかいないかが幸福の違いです。自分が穏やかであれば幸福なのか、それともどんなに満ち足りていても人より劣っていては我慢できない人間なのか。幸福の定義なんて詰まるところはその2つですよ。私が言うまでもありませんが、多くの人間はただ人より少しだけ幸せでありたいのです。
The holy man smiled calmly, wrapped in his shadowy black clothing. Toko remembered clearly now. This is a man who actually didn't believe in the concept of true happiness.
ほら、そんな殺気は収めて、シスターユイカが飛んできます。トウコさんの幸福感は絶対的なもの。あなたは自分が確かであれば満ち足りるタイプの人だったんですけどね。他人が気になるなんて、そんな相対的な幸福感を持っているのは。
He stopped himself before he could say Alka. The priest seemed to have spoken out of genuine concern for Toko, but his words had the opposite effect on her. While he was reluctant to part on such ill terms, Eri knew it was best not to anger Toko any further.
言葉が過ぎました。お許しを、ハイマスター。それでは私はこれで、あなたたちにとっていい結果になることを祈っています。
さっさと消えろ、極つぶし。最後まで陰気臭い真似をしやがって。だいたいその服装どうなんだ。街中でマントなんて羽織って敬遠されないのか。
皆さんもう慣れてくださいましたから。それに、ほら、この格好だと獲物を刺していてもバレないでしょ。まあ、トウコさんには見抜かれてしまいましたが、相手があなたですからね。恥ずかしながら長物を3本ほどこっそり。
Eri turned and walked back in the direction he came from with a smile still on his face.
ふざけやがって。こっちは1本、それも担当ぐらいにしか見抜けなかった。そもそも3本ってなんだ。魔術師でもないくせにどうやったら隠せるんだ。
Toko muttered to herself as she thought back over the man who had stood before her just moments ago. She truly hated the fact that he had the upper hand on her, but she also felt a bit relieved. If she had actually noticed how heavily armed he was during that brief conversation, it would have been enough to instantly set off a fight. Toko wasn't sure which one of them would have come out a victor if that had happened. Eri Fumitsuka had been that kind of man for as long as she had known him. He didn't need a reason, or even an opponent to fight, nor did he need any kind of connection or hatred. He was just a machine that simply needed an ignition. He was murder incarnate, with no qualms about cutting someone down. Toko only seen that side of him once. It was back when she was still a relatively happy disciple of magecraft. Toko had been sitting quietly before her grandfather, crying. The instant her first tears fell, without warning, without hesitation, Eri cut down her master in an instant.
なんでどうしてあなたがあの人を切りつけたの？
いえ、今なら切れると思いましたんで。
Eri could not fathom how much his curt response would affect a young Toko. He had not meant to say, my opponent showed a moment of weakness, and I knew I could win, so I took the opportunity. All he meant was, I felt capable of killing him, so I did. This man had become grandfather's disciple, forged an unrivaled friendship with him, and yet had still mercilessly cut him down when the desire arose. He possessed some sort of superhuman ability that allowed him to destroy the mortal vessel of a mage who had been infinitely close to becoming a magician.
ああ、ほんとうさんくさい、めんどくさい。でも目障りだから絶対殺すし、魔法を奪ってからの仕事がまた一つ増えちゃったじゃない。バカエリ。
Toko put her glasses on him, turned back on, and turned on her heel. She had completed all her major tasks for the day. Although his death was to make some money to buy food for her familiar and head back to the hideout.
ちょ、何あの乙女軸。
Setting aside Bayo's mental shot of dismay for a moment, the scent that had been bothering him for the past few days had suddenly disappeared. His employer was back to being the old Toko Aozaki Hime, and she was headed into the entertainment district. Bayo sniffed at the air. The scent had vanished, and he no longer had reason to continue tailing Toko. But where had it gone? And where had it come from in the first place? Bayo thought about it for a few moments.
さっきの男が怪しいよね。
Bayo regained his composure and decided to follow the trail of the man's scent. He had no idea that where he was going was his employer's worst nightmare. The church was set up to accept visitors at any time of day, any day of the year. The church was the savior of the lost and the poor, and recently had even ventured into the wedding industry for some extra income. It was closely involved with the public welfare of Misaki City. It was doing fairly well for itself in that regard. However, there was one problem.
エイリ神父はまた外出ですか。律香もサボタージュ、奉仕の生徒さんたちも日に日に減っていく一方、結局労働力は私一人だけなのですね。
Even if their financial situation was stable, they seemed to be chronically understaffed.
だいたいこの町の人々は新人が足りなさすぎます。給金がなければ働けないなど、人生を何だと思っているのでしょう。物欲だけで構成された一日を過ごしていては、懐は豊かになっても心が貧しくなるだけでしょうに。
The nun muttered to herself quietly as she picked up the step ladder with one hand. Although it was a proper step ladder used for cleaning the church windows and weighed too much to be carried by even two strong adults, the mass didn't even seem to faze her. How was she
人
that
々の心の
strong?
荒廃も気になりますが、物価の上昇も捨ておけません。消費税なるものの導入もささやかれますし、エイリ神父にはもっと一日で驚異的な成果を上げる結婚式の素晴らしさを知っていただかないと。あの人は誰かれ何かれ気分で世話をして後のこととか考えませんから。裏庭に集まった野良猫たちはどうするんですか。ああ、私ですね。それも私が受け持つのですね。もう何でもかんでも肉体労働は私なのですね。
This nun mumbling to herself at a near constant pace with Sister Yubika Suse. There was a reason for her unusual behavior. Yubika was completely blind and had honed her other senses to keenly perceive her surroundings. She was extremely sensitive to the presence of living creatures, particularly humans, and could detect when someone was within a radius of 30 feet. She could talk to herself so openly now because she did not sense anyone nearby.
今日の余り物はと。ああ、もらい物でジャムの詰め合わせがありましたね。どうなのでしょう、主よ。猫って2日経った岩のように硬いパンでもペーストすればいける口なんでしょうか。
Sister Yubika was busy putting away the cleaning tools while simultaneously trying to prepare dinner for the hungry animals viewing in the back garden, when suddenly,
新しい迷子ですか。
Sister Yubika suddenly sensed the presence of a small dog in the church.
ごめんなさい。今日は猫限定の日なの。君が混ざってしまったら猫どもが驚くわ。餌ならここで恵んであげますから、中に入るのはまた今度にしてくださいね。それ以上入ったら向かいの家の屋根あたりまでご退場願いますよ。
She's so nice to these animals. That's so cute. She put her foot in front of the small brown dog to stop it from coming in any further inside the church's gate. Yubika was somewhat rougher in her treatment of non-human creatures.
何この神気臭い生き物。
Beo, who convinced himself to transform into a small dog instead of a wolf, like he really wanted, only saw Sister Yuika as an obstacle in his way. He could smell the scent of the man in black ahead, further inside. Beo thought little of humans, and in this moment, Sister Yuika was simply an obstacle. So naturally, he ignored her warnings and attempted to push through the gate.
なんでしょうこの色。この子すごい色していますけど、もしかして高級な品種なのでしょうか。だとしたら
He might be some wealthy person's pet. Since the dog came to the church, its rich owner might also attend services. Yuki stopped trying to push the dog away from the gate.
ごめんなさいね。エイリ神父が目当てなんでしょうけど、また出かけてしまったの。今日一番の餌をあげますから、おとなしく帰ってくださいませ。
ああ、もう邪魔。この神気臭い人。よし、周りに誰もいないし、首を噛み寄ろ。
Bao's front leg stopped suddenly before he could launch himself at Sister Yuika. Pop. Sister Yuika opened the lid of a bottle she held and poured out a glimmering liquid into a small dish. She sat it down in front of the dog.
ほら、お食べ。
The mysterious, unknown liquid sat in front of Bao. Smelled like nothing he'd ever smelled before. Bao was known to let his curiosity get the best of him. Even if it was poison, no poison of natural world could harm him. He lapped up a mouthful.
何？
He lapped up a little more. He lapped up even more. He lapped up more and more.
おや、牛乳を飲むような舐めっぷり。犬ながら惚れ惚れします。
これ、もっと欲しい。
The church became filled with the echoes of Bao's boisterous barking. At this point, he completely forgot about the man's scent.
甘いですか？私も感動しました。犬どもにも甘味をたしなむ心があるのですね。
Put this stuff by. Strange. Give me 1 second, please. There you go. Yeah, this one.
甘い。これが甘いってこと？
Bao looked at Sister Yuika as she whispered to him. He had the feeling that sweet was an important word he should remember. His food sent a sensation through him that was like a flash of lightning. Until this point, eating food had been nothing more than a process of refueling. He liked hamburgers, but that was never amounted to more than a preference for a particular mouthfeel. He only ate because he needed the nutrition. But this was different. This food was not necessary to his survival. And yet he knew he wanted more. He didn't really need it, but it made him feel good. It was like food for his soul rather than his mind. Oh goodness.
そもそもこの匂いって。
He stopped wagging his tail. The golden wolf in the form of a small dog sat with the food that was the very origin of his name in front of him. Beowulf was faced with a difficult problem he was unable to solve.
ただいま。
はい。おかえりなさい、ベオくん。遅いお帰りにお姉さん心配しちゃった。こんな時間まで無断外出とか心配したぞ。
Bale had transformed back into the human form and returned to the workshop. Tuko was waiting there for him with a big, strange smile on her face. Bale knew he had messed up. He had failed to get back home before Tuko because of Sister Yuika.
正座は嫌です。そりゃ無断で外に出てたけど、誰にも見つかってないし、別に僕悪いことしてないし。
誰にも見つかっていない？ってことはベオくん、裏山で遊んでたの？
裏山じゃなくて町。気づかなかったでしょ。実はトウコさんを尾行していただけなのです。
Oh no. Toko froze at Bayo's completely unexpected response, but she was used to him by now. She just sighed and rubbed her head, now throbbing from a terrible
いい
headache.
でしょう。見つからなければいたずらじゃないと教えたのは私だしね。主人の尾行禁止とは命令していなかったし。でもどうやって人目を避けたの？その格好だったらさすがに気づくと思うんだけど、私。
そこは企業秘密です。教えたら今日みたいな瞳子さんもう見れなくなっちゃうし。
I keep skipping, oh my gosh. Toko's response was both honest and out of character. Even Bayo was surprised at how taken back she was by his statement.
それは違う。どんな勘違いをしたのか知らないけど、あれはただの交渉よ。教会の神父相手に町を人質に見立てて不干渉を念押ししただけで。
いや、楽しそうに見えたのは女の人の方だけど、あの全身ぐるぐる巻きに自分を縛ってた方。
Roman and Wolf stared at each other for a silent moment. Bayo looked satisfied with himself and his secret information.
つまりあれって瞳子さんのつがい？
Toko nearly choked at the utterly fearless question. The puppet master wordlessly removed her glasses and tamped down her emotions.
なんでそんな言葉だけ知ってるんだお前は。耳戸島にも程があるぞ。
こんなの生き物として普通の言葉じゃない。まあ瞳子さんが普通の生き物だとは思っていなかったから僕としても意外だけど。それでどうなの？あのパッとしないポテトみたいなオス、何？
Bayo was suddenly irritated. He was irritated, but he couldn't figure out why.
何も何も、お前の言う通りしなびたフライドポテトだよ。少なくとも私にとってはね。気にする価値もないし、食べたくなるような魅力もない。
本当？ただの敵？瞳子さんにとって特別なのは僕だけ？
ああ、今のところはね。焼けぼっくいに火がつくかとも思ったが、完全にしけっていた。あれを前にしてどうこう思うのはもう二度とないだろうさ。
そっか、なんでもないならもう忘れることにします。でも焼けぼっくいって何？
思い出を蒸し返して前後不覚に陥ること。まあその可能性だって少しはあったと思うよ。あんなんでも私の初恋の相手のようだし。
Bayo had no first-hand experience with love, but he at least understood the concept of first love.
初恋って瞳子さんに？
つがいはありで初恋はなしとか、どれだけ私を動物的に見ているんだお前は。昔の話だよ。私が10代になったばかりで、あれが祖父の弟子だった頃の話だ。奴は魔術ではなく精神修行の一環として祖父と付き合っていたが。
Toko spoke it differently, and it was clear from the look on her face that there was no longer any attachment there. Yet there was still a tenderness in her words that caused Bayo to furrow his brow.
瞳子さん、まだ好きなわけ？
いや、自分でも呆れるぐらい何もなかった。ただ青春の幻影というのかな。そういう頃の象徴のような知人とは話すだけで懐かしいものなんだよ。人間的には全く魅力を感じなくなったが、奴と話しているだけでこう昔の自分を思い返して笑いたくなる。
Bayo grew only more confused as Toko spoke with such passion. He couldn't wrap his head around the concept that she hated him, yet somehow also still liked him.
そういうの僕わかんないな。
お前には好き嫌いがないからな。ロジックだけじゃ人の関係は解けないよ。
そんなのあります？食べ物だって襟好みするじゃんか僕。
お前の基準は有益か無益かだけだろ。 野生動物にとって味覚は十分な栄養値があるかないかを測るセンサーでしかない。栄養値を度外視して食事をとるのは人間だけだ。自分の体に合っているからその食材を好むではないんだよ。人は楽しいか楽しくないかで食事をとる。
甘いもの、好きなものって甘く見えるの？
ものの例えだが苦くは見えないだろ。まあ人によってはそれもありだが、そのあたりはあれだな、性癖の問題だ。卵が先か鶏が先かの話さ。好きだから甘いのか、甘いから好きなのかとね。
でも僕、瞳子さんは甘く見えないけど。
そりゃそうだろう。そもそもお前はまだ生きていないからな。あるだけのものと生きていることはまた別の話だ。皮肉な話だがね。その違いを知ったとき、お前は無敵ではなくなるよ、ベオ。さあ、夕食だ。今日も大勝ちしたからな。霜降りのいいところを買ってきたぞ。
Toko walked into the classroom, back in her usual mood. Bayo lingered in the hallway, looking dejected. You're not actually alive. Those words pierced right through Bayo's heart, but he didn't quite know why yet. 3 weeks would pass before he got a hint of why that was the case. Lou Beowulf was perfect, yet he would lose at the hands of a particularly imperfect creature. Oh, we're still going. It's interesting seeing how we get to see this this side of Toko and Beowulf, and the church as well, since this is legit just a Toko and church related side story. I wonder how many characters this game has. Actually, let me see. Actually, better yet, let me see how. 3 hours. We're going for 3 hours. Which on Holy Night anime release date. Oh, anime film. Yeah. I gotta watch that. I gotta watch that trailer. Let's see. Character count. Lengthen words. Neat words. That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Guess it's saying like 500,000 characters. I mean, it isn't a long story, but maybe that's just me. Instead of a phone ringing echoed through the empty hallways of the school. It was January, and both the mage who had remodeled the building and the magician who had expelled her from it were long gone. The telephone that Toko had installed on a whim rang and rang without letting up, as if it knew for sure that someone was there to answer it. Oh, he stayed. Something rustled inside. There was definitely no people inside the school building, but there was one non-human creature sleeping there.
はい、こちら伽藍の道第二出張店。天使は尻尾巻いて逃げ出した後ですので、ご用のある方は発信音の後にメッセージを。瞳子さん？うん、はいはい。どうぞ行ってらっしゃい。僕のことはお構いなく。
classroom was occupied by a young boy with blonde hair. Even before the floor rang, he was in human form. It used to be that when he was alone, he would always doze off in his wolf form, but not anymore. There was no real need for him to stay in his human form, but he did anyway. It was not his normal state of being when he was not in combat.
じゃ、必要になったら呼んでよね。契約は切れたけど、僕はまだ瞳子さんの使い魔だし。うん、そう。嫌味なんかじゃないって。狼はね、誇り高いんだよ。瞳子さん以上の雇い主が見つかるまで、首輪はそっちに預けておきます。
Bale couldn't help but wonder where Toko was traveling. She had accepted her loss that ended her contract with her familiar. She said it was because she hadn't fulfilled her promise to let him fight magic. However, that was actually the fault of her familiar and not her responsibility at all. Bale had not fulfilled his duty as her bodyguard yet.
で、瞳子さんは今どこ？
It was the name of a country he wasn't familiar with. After the battle, she had promptly left Japan to develop a way to break the
何
curse.
が敗北を認めただよ。それってまだ諦めてないってことじゃん。
Toko laughed on the other end of the line. Somehow, Bayo sensed a tropical scent coming through the phone. Whether that was a mystical effect of Toko's handcrafted phone or the werewolf's super senses was unclear.
じゃあ、さっさと帰ってきてね。僕はこっちに残ってるから。おいしいお土産よろしく。
Toko asked him why. If he had really decided to stay on as a familiar, there was no reason for him to stay there.
実は僕もよくわかんない。
As he stumbled over his words, Bayo patted his chest a few times to remember the pain he felt.
まあ、なんと言いましょうか。ここにいれば、甘いってどんなものかわかるような気がするのです。
The wolf who had learned to accept being wasteful expressed his future goal, a vague hint of delight in his voice. Thus concluded an exceptionally rare case of first love, sweet as honey. Honey glazed meat. The wonderful world of ploys. Another story. Okay. If this is the final chapter. This is a Toko story. This is a different story. And then this. Oh. What? Okay, yeah, so that weird, strange. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. This is the extra like story that we have to read. And it's a long one. It's a long one. So it's already 4. If I wanted to, I could continue and just... Let me see, what are the trophies again? 5. Man, I don't care about these hidden trophies, bro. You're crazy. Yeah, give me the spoilers, dog. I don't care. Where's the... Yep, these 2 are easy. Anyone can sleep but not laugh. All the characters in the game. Yep, all the characters in the game. Man, it's difficult because I want to continue. Huh? Oh, I gotta look at that in a second. I want to continue, but I'm tired. I'm not your average Joe. When I go to church, I tuck it. You know what? I'm gonna continue. Yeah, I'm gonna continue. Why not make it a 7-hour stream? But give me 1 second, because I gotta use the bathroom. I'm not your average Joe, but I like church on Sunday. Alrighty. Oh man. So yeah, now I'm back. My mom got me some food. Oh shoot. Okay. What? What? Oh man, sorry. I, it's taking a little break to like mentally decompress. Like I forgot about I forgot I'm live streaming. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man, that's so funny. I'm just super excited because one of my friends is he's making his video and he's been working on it for a while. I'm just super excited for it to come out. It hasn't come out yet, but it will hopefully soon. So. There you go. Alrighty, let me put down my phone so I can continue. So I have some food here with me. I super what's it called? Super thankful to my mom because she got me the food. Granted, she asked me to for money to pay it, but you know, still I'm super thankful she got the food for me, so I didn't have to go out. But what's it called? So, who is Simone fighting? What? What in the world? I guess Simone is fighting somebody in death battle. I don't know who, but he's fighting somebody, that's for sure. Alrighty, let's see. Where was I? Subscriptions. Where are the posts? Santa Maru. "11 years ago, Mac Miller dropped one of his best mixes of all time. He was just 22. Dang, wow, he really was only 22. Yeah, Faces is amazing. Gar's is so. But let me see, because I'm trying to catch up a little bit. This is a little bit. Faces, yep, already like that. I'm really like that. Lamin. Mbappe. Hell no. Alrighty, if I go quiet, but the text is still moving, it's because I'm eating, but I'm sorry if the food's loud or anything. Which, crazy that someone else is here watching. Thank you, by the way, I really appreciate that. I don't know if you have it on the background or not, if you can even hear me, but I appreciate it. But yeah, anyone can sleep, but not laugh. Welcome to the Kolonji Estate in Misaki Town in the fall, a year after the Witch on the Holy Night. What follows is an extra chapter that's pretty long. Oh. Dang it. Oh my gosh, even the game tells you. If you just finished Witch on the Holy Night, we recommend you take a break first. It's fine. Thank you, game, for suggesting this, but I'm sorry. I'm going to continue anyways. Thank you, though. Thank you for telling me that. Noon, Central Park. I finished making extra prints at the store. Threw away disposable cameras. I threw away the disposable camera so I didn't have to carry it around. So if you understand, if it's the year after the events, it means that what's it called? They're all about to graduate soon. So it's a crazy time. Which means it did happen. I didn't think it did, but I thought it was just like a spoof story, but no, it did happen. But it's a bunch of onion, bro. What is all this, bro? What? Peppers? Nah, you're crazy. You're bugged out. I don't want no pep. Get that pepper off there. There you go. Alrighty. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the autumn air was crisp. The troubles of the summer were gone. It was a brand new day. I, Kojika Kumari, was about to spend my long weekend at the strangest of events. So we're following Kumari in this event, in this story. So for you all who didn't know, and what the? I know. So for all of you who didn't know, Kamari, the girl that we saw throughout the story, Ako's friend, you know, the actual like normal girl. She's the main character. And we're gonna see the story mode's events. Like I said, they're friends. They're friends. Like genuinely just good friends.
あれクマったら大荷物なんでそんな大きなボストンバッグなんて持ってきたの
An hour had passed already and it was 1 p.m. Ako Ozaki arrived at our meeting place. Ozaki was my classmate, friend, and comrade on the student council. We'd only been friends since high school, but it felt oddly longer, like we'd always known each other, each day. As you can see, she was as bright and as lively as ever. Let me pause real quick. I don't wanna eat and talk at the same time because that's rude. Instead, relax. Game. Let me pause this real quick. So, instead, I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna stay where my phone fell. Great. There you go. Not that. Yeah, because none of these games I would be interested in watching. The Knicks and Celtics would be kind of fire, but I don't think so. Oh. You know what? Sure, why not? Why not? Give some promotion to this dude. Let's watch PvP
It'll be my
Civilization.
last day alive in PvP Civilization. If I don't fight with every ounce of strength I have, I'll die here without knowing if the other Diamond Swords made it out alive. It all comes down to this fight. If the Diamond Swords and I can defeat this player holding the Diamond Axe, we can survive. But this blindness is complicating things.
Am I bugging? Did I miss something? I didn't, right? Because I watched the last one. Yeah, I did. Yeah, what the heck?
This could be
Okay.
it. This could be my last day alive in PvP Civilization. If I don't fight with every ounce of strength I have, I'll die here without knowing if the other Diamond Swords made it out alive. It all comes down to this fight. If the Diamond Swords and I can defeat this player holding the Diamond Axe, we can survive. But this blindness is complicating things, so much that you can't even tell who you're fighting until you're a couple blocks away.
Okay, at least you're still alive. Come on, this fight's not over yet. We need to stick together.
Julie was right. We needed to be sticking together, but it was impossible to do that when we would lose each other in a matter of seconds. In an ideal world, we should have had a plan to prepare for this, but we didn't. So for now, I have to worry about my own survival. I was running around with just 2 hearts, and 1 hit from the Eternal Axe might mean I never spawn in this world again. I don't even know how this happened. We had the Diamond Axe surrounded. He was completely cornered against 5 Diamond Swords. No one should have been able to get out of a situation like that. But before we knew it, he threw down a potion and we were fighting in the dark. So far, I only knew of Julie being alive, but a few seconds later, I found Minitek.
Go hide in your room while we fight this. We can't have you die.
I wanted to help the Diamond Swords fight, but it looks like Minitek had a different idea. He wants me to hide so I don't risk dying permanently and giving up the respawn power. As much as the plan makes sense, what good would me hiding in here do if the Diamond Swords can't win the fight? I just have to trust them, I guess. Wait, Wembu?
Evbo, we need to fight as a team to beat this guy.
I know, I agree. I want to fight, but Minitek told me to hide here. Wait, did he tell you that too?
No, I was just catching my breath. But we have to fight. We can't let the others die.
As much as I trusted Minitek's strategy, I had to follow Wembu on this one. I wasn't weak anymore. I could fight, and me being on the battlefield might just help my family stay alive. I thought I caught up to Wembu when I heard the sound of PvP attacks, but as I got closer, I saw Foray fighting the Diamond Axe all by himself. The Diamond Axe must have been low on health because he took off running after the exchange. But instead of pursuing him, Foray backed off and told me to group up with the other Diamond Swords. I was just about to follow him, but then I stopped. The Diamond Axe was weak, he had to be, and I was at full health. I already knew all 4 Diamond Swords were still alive. So if I end this right here, we all walk away from this. I chased after the Diamond Axe until suddenly the darkness lifted, and I just barely caught a glimpse of the axe climbing the ladder to the Video Journal headquarters. This player was trapped. There was nowhere for him to run. So despite Minitek and Foray telling me to back off, I wasn't gonna waste this chance. When I got to the top of the ladder, I saw the player holding the Eternal Axe, but I didn't hesitate. I knew this player was weak, and he was just trying to use the Eternal Axe to make me lose my focus. I got hit down the ladder, but managed to catch myself with 5.5 hearts left. This wasn't the time to give up now. One more hit could be the difference between life and death for my friends. I don't know why this Diamond Axe spared my life before. And while that question's gonna weigh on me, I can't afford the time to find the answer. I have to end this now. My friends' lives are in danger. What? I don't understand. Who are you?
Evbo, I wanted to apologize for not keeping my word. I told you before that I would help the swords fight extinction, and since then, all I've done is make that goal harder to achieve. So I'm not going to wait here any longer questioning whether the other Diamond Swords will trust me or not. I'm coming down there. But I'm bringing with me a plan to help you and the swords protect your respawn power and stay alive. There's a bow here at the Iron Sword level, and while fighting him, I learned that he paid a shield for information about Evbo's room at the Wooden Sword level. Knowing this helped me come up with a plan to protect Evbo every time he respawns. If the Diamond Swords don't trust me when I get down there, I'll understand. But at least I'll go back to my civilization knowing I did everything I could to help the swords survive. So, allow me to explain my plan.
You'd be surprised to see how easy it is to become friends with your enemy in PvP Civilization. I mean, it's not easy given the fact that people usually fight before they even get the chance to talk, but if you do get the chance to talk to your enemy, you start to realize that we're all just kind of the same. It doesn't matter if you're a sword, shield, bow, axe, or trident, everyone just wants to protect themselves and the people they care about. Oh, I'm not joking, I bought 5 of these. Diamond Sword got down to 61 PvP attacks, but I didn't even care.
1,500 PvP attacks in one trip is impressive. But it doesn't come close to my record of 3,000.
Oh, of course you have the record. Will you buy potions and food and stuff? Try buying stuff that actually has no value. Am I upset that my new friend Clown Pierce is a better spender than I am? Yes, a little. But it's kind of awesome having someone that just gets me, you know? Anyways, quick journal this time because Clown Pierce and I are going to the Axe Civilization. The other Diamond Swords are going to be very confused, but rest assured they will be safe. And that's all that really matters to me. So on that note, signing off.
Why haven't we found Evbo yet?
He's probably still in his room. I told him to hide.
I have a feeling he might not be there.
I didn't expect the Diamond Swords to understand why I was leaving the Sword Civilization with the same person we were just fighting against. I wish I could just tell them what was going on, but apparently the less people that know about this plan, the better. Julie, stop! We don't need to fight.
Evbo, what are you doing?
Clown Pierce and I are going to the Axe Civilization. I promise you guys that this will all make sense soon, but just believe me that you guys are safe.
How do we know that's true? Tell us what's going on.
Julie, you told me once before that you didn't need a good reason to trust Foray, so all I'm asking is just for you to do the same with me. Do you trust me?
Yes, I do.
I'll see you guys soon, okay?
I don't understand. That Diamond Axe could end his life at any given moment. Why would Evbo take that risk?
Because it's not a Diamond Axe. He's a sword.
I hadn't seen a player with a netherite sword before. To be honest, I almost forgot a natural-born sword could become one. But why did this Diamond Axe have one? Where did you get that?
I was born with it. Well, I was born with a wooden one, but I worked my way up.
Had this player been holding a diamond sword, I wouldn't have believed him. After all, this was our enemy. But only a natural-born sword can become a netherite sword. So, he's not lying. He's one of us. You've been a natural-born sword this entire time? Why are you fighting us?
I do apologize for that. I've been playing the role of a natural-born axe for too long. But I needed to draw you away somehow.
Okay, I don't even know what's going on anymore. My brain's gonna explode. You're one of us. You're a natural-born sword, but not just any sword. You're a netherite sword, so you have infinite durability, and you've been pretending to be a diamond axe this entire time and collecting the eternal weapons with Wait, Tabby doesn't know you're a sword.
No, she doesn't. And because of that, we pulled off the impossible of collecting all 5 eternal weapons. I expect she'll figure out who I am sooner than later. Of course, I'm hoping that our plan to save the world will help distract her from the pain.
Hearing the player known as Clownpierce say that reminded me of myself. I thought Tabby was a sword for my entire life, and Tabby spent her life thinking that Clownpierce has been an axe. Hold up, you didn't say your plan to save the world, you said our plan. You drew me away from the other diamond swords for a reason, right? I watched as Clownpierce walked over to the video journal machine. Honestly, this right here might have been the moment where Clownpierce and I became friends. I could tell right away, this guy appreciated a good video journal. So much that he incorporated video journals into his plan to save the world. Before meeting Clownpierce, I thought this machine right here was only used to make copies of all video journals that have been recorded. But apparently, this master video journal machine can be used to share video messages through any machine in the world. So, you placed a video journal machine in every civilization and you're sending a message to all of them?
We're not sending it just yet, but once we're ready, yes, all civilizations will see this.
Don't tell me you're... No way you're gonna live record this right here. Okay, if this is going to all civilizations, I have to be in this.
If you were in this, the plan wouldn't work.
No, you can't do this to me. I can't be in the most important video journal of all time.
You're just gonna have to sit back and watch this time.
After the video journal was over, Clownpierce put away his diamond axe and grabbed the video journal log. Witnessing the message Clownpierce was gonna send to all other civilizations left me speechless. First off, his performance was legendary. I mean, I was starting to doubt my own video journaling capabilities, but it was the complexity of his plan that had me at a loss for words. Clownpierce has been plotting this before I was even born into PvP Civilization, and somehow I ended up being the one he chose to help make this plan come true. So after we go to the Axe Civilization, I'm gonna be the one that comes back here and sends the message to every civilization. After that message is out in the world, well, nothing will ever be the same after that. The thing about Clownpierce's plan is I wasn't just being used as the messenger for his video journal. I was the main part of the plan. With the message he recorded for the other civilizations, I had a lot of questions about my role in saving the world. Apparently though, Clown was gonna answer all my questions, which was a relief because I am tired of not knowing anything. I thought we were going to the Axe Civilization, but Clownpierce took a detour.
Alright. My food's all set, so we go back to Holy Night. We're talking about, it's fine that she's a girl, but like, it feels like it's pandering at this point. Alright. Give me 1 second, I'll be back. Hui. Okay. I forgot I mudded my. Excuse me. There you go. Alright. Back at it. So, we'd only been friends since high school, but it oddly felt longer. Like we'd always known each other. As you can see, she was as bright and as lively as ever. If she was a drink, she'd be a soft drink, a carbonated soda. She was the kind of person who solved a top problem by hitting it until it surrendered.
今日のクオン自邸パーティーはこっちでいろいろ用意してあるから手ぶらでいいって招待状に書いてなかった？何それ聞いてない。まったく間違いだらけね。誕生日を祝うから連休始めに来てほしい。各自料理持参としか書かれていなかったわ。そうなの？ごめん。アリスったらこういうのまだ慣れていないから。朝一でやっぱり迎えに来てって電話してきたのはそういうわけだったのね。
I forget that this is in the 80s, man.
まあそれはそれとして、後ろのなんとも場違いに地味な方ってもしかしてお連れの方？
あれ嫌だな。このスーツ昨日おろしたばっかりなんだけど、おめかしして見えないかい？
コピーペーパーと見間違うほどいつも通りです、山城先生。それで今日は何でしょう？教え子を尾行するとか、あと数年したら立派な犯罪になりますから自重してほしいんですけど。
Kawasaki never pulled her punches, inside or outside of school. She was particularly harsh to Mr. Yamashiro, almost like they were related.
お、ストーキングってやつだね。そういうのは青崎くんの方が得意だと思うんだが、いや、あくまで個人的な感想だから聞き流して。
That's so mean.
ほら、怖い顔しないでこれを見て。今朝僕のところにも招待状が送られていてね。見れば生徒会の役員が参加とある。
Whatever, I don't even want to replay it. The invitation Mr. Yamashiro pulled out was the same as the one I got. Kawasaki looked surprised, to say the least. That was no act.
その字は宗十郎か。あいつが変に律儀なこと気をつけておくべきだった。
素晴らしい気遣いじゃないか。僕はね、青崎くん、しずきくんはいつか多分おそらく機会さえあればやる生徒だと思っていたんだ。それがこんな楽しそうなイベントに青崎が何するか不安なので監督しに来てくださいなんて書かれた招待状を送ってくるなんて成長の度合い著しい。
Oh my gosh. Awazaki let out a defeated sigh. She could have turned away from Mr. Yamashiro, since he'd been formally invited. However cold-hearted she appeared, she did have a sense of etiquette.
仕方ない。こぶつきだけど案内するわ。
I forgot how short Kumari is. Oh my goodness. Like she's probably even shorter than Alice.
二人ともクオン自邸は初めて？
初めてです。地元の住人なら白犬塚にはあまり近寄りませんからね。今年の夏だってほら。
私はそうでもないけど。そもそもこの山、この辺りの子供にしたらちょっとした聖地なんだし。
Maybe sacred ground was an exaggeration, but I couldn't think of a better way to describe it. For years, there have been urban legends circulating about the hills there, like the demon god of the slope, or excuse me, the demon dog of the slope, or the one where if you went into the woods on a foggy day, you'd come out either as someone different or with strange powers. Those stories were probably the reasons kids came here, to test their courage. Test your courage! In elementary school, if you went into the woods and touched the mailbox in the haunted house, you were officially awesome right up until graduation. That's why sacred grounds seem to fit the area.
なるほど。青崎くんは2年半この道を通学路に使っていたんだね。そりゃ足も鍛えられるってもんだ。
Mr. Yamashiro gazed down at the city excitedly. Maybe it's the first time he's seen it from this angle. I like to feel excited too, but I couldn't relax given the situation. Because
青崎くん、受験勉強ははかどってる？ま、君はきっちり自己管理できる子だから心配するまでもないんだけどね。
言われなくてもきっちりやってます。山城先生のお手は煩わせません。
ならいいけど、青崎くん推薦蹴っちゃうんだもんな。そんなに地元の大学は嫌かい？
いや、というわけではありません。選択肢を狭めたくなかっただけです。私は結構ですから、助言ならくまりさんにしてあげてください。
That's so mean.
いや、くまりくんは鉄板でしょう。もう水空の推薦取っているんですから。ご両親もくまりくん自身も水空への進学を決めているわけですし。
あ。
Oh. I silently try to tell Aozaki to ignore the topic. Let me take a moment here to talk about my history and what was happening today. My name is Koshika Kumari. I'm a third-year senior in high school. Look at that. They're growing up, man. They're growing up. That's so cute. You know what students are like? Struggling through exams without any hope or dreams. Well, I'm not a typical student. I want to attend college in a city. I'm planning to attend a Yoko, bro. What the hell am I talking about? A local university. Given my current academic performance, that should be a piece of cake. Why is this music playing? This doesn't feel fitting. But alright. Yoko. My parents insist I get a job. They don't want me attending college at all. It is the 80s, so I can see why college wasn't as actually, no. If I remember correctly. Hold on, give me a second. So I remember in school, where like, or not in school, I think it was either in Oppenheimer or in school. Either way. I remember learning how even back then, like during the 1900s, the 20th century, I mean, people still valued college. It's just that it was way less accessible than it was now. So let alone imagine going to a university in general. But like now that it's more accessible, you know, of course people are going to college more and more often because they have the opportunity to. It's just more that like it was a matter of opportunity, like I said, where some people just didn't have the opportunity, or didn't have the funds, or didn't what's it called, see themselves as being like, oh, am I going to fit in there? Do I really want to pursue school if I could just go into a trade or just work immediately, you know? So it's just a matter of not identity, but circumstance. And it seems like for Kumari, it's more like she wants to go to college, but her parents differ. What the hell, Akuma? Okay, Akuma. Yeah, anyway, so my parents insist I get a job. They don't want me attending college at all. That's my old-fashioned father for you. As big as hard-headed as a bear. Luckily, my older brothers managed to convince him to let me go despite his archaic ways. Why is this music so loud? Yeah, this music's really loud. There you go.
ばっかじゃねえの、ダブル兄貴。かっちょいいのは鉄棒でしょ、やっぱ。縦回転のグレーブ感とか脳内麻薬ドッパドパ。ありゃハマったら社会復帰とか難しいから。
Four older brothers?
うちの妹、美咲で一番可愛いって自慢したい。クソですかね、スケート部の奴らとか間違いなく俺たちに土下座するよね。妹さんをスケート部にくださいって。
Honestly, my brothers are idiots. Those gymnastics events were male only, for goodness sake. Yeah, well, what did the first one say? Okay, well, that is kind of creepy. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, good on you, Dad. Good on you.
たちのような脳筋をこれ以上増やしたくないが、小鹿ならそんな悪夢はおきまい。しゃあねえ、みぞら大なら俺も許す。地元の大学だし、うちの常連さんも増えるだろうしな。
That's some sick work. Some real sick work using your daughter to bring in customers. That was the decision my four brothers and my father came to in their little huddle. Just thinking about my family makes me want to die. But that's how it is, or that's how it's been since elementary school, so I'm used to feeling like that. I did as my father asked and set my sights on Missouri Sports Science year. I put him at ease, but I had other things in mind. Like convince him to let me put down a college in the city as my safety school.
先生への建前上、進路希望には3つまで志望校を書く必要があったの。形の上だけだから、受験代の用意はしなくていい。
My father believed every word of it. Of course, I fully intended to go to my second school of choice in the city. That's why I secretly worked a part-time job. I saved enough over 3 years to cover living costs if I got in. I'd have to get a loan for tuition fees, but it was the only way to make the plan work. My father was stubborn and brash, but he appreciated hard work and diligence. If he saw that I passed my exams while saving up enough money to pay for myself, he'd probably let me go. Not that I wouldn't even if he disapproved. Everything was going according to plan so far. Only thing that could stop me was sudden illness preventing me from taking the entrance exam. Alright, there was one other thing.
そういえば、青崎くんは彼氏とかいないのかい?
Ozaki didn't reply. It's a beautiful day and Mr. Yamashiro had been invited to a party, so he couldn't be thinking straight. He unknowingly spoke a word forbidden in Misaki High. Strangely, then again, maybe it's not so strange. Ozaki was single. She was undoubtedly attractive if she wasn't speaking to you. But she was permanently in a bad mood and didn't bother with small talk.
山城先生、徹夜明けですか?
いや、だってほら、気になるでしょ? もうすぐ生徒会の役割から解放されるわけですしね。青崎くんほどの子が青春を謳歌しないのは教師として僕も心苦しい。
お心遣いありがとうございます、山城先生。でしたら今から付き合いましょうか、私たち。とりあえず恋人同士らしくそこの暗がりに連れ込んでいいですか？ええ、これからすることとかあまり人目につくとまずいので。
Aozaki beat. If looks could kill.
ごめん、確かに正気じゃなかった。だからその明日にも僕から職を奪いそうな企みはやめてくれ。そもそも受験生に恋はご法度だったしね。いや、健全で大いに結構。
Mr. Yamashiro laughed uncomfortably.
全くです。くれぐれも口には気をつけてくださいね、山城先生。これから行くところでそんな浮ついた頭のやつとかいませんからね、クマ。そうね。パーティーといってもあくまで誕生会って話だし。
I was starting to feel a little inadequate. I wasn't as attractive or as cool as Aozaki. I mean, I wasn't even sure my college plan was going to work. I felt more anxious every day. Pathetic, I know. But I didn't already have enough to worry about. There was the equally big problem of a boy at school.
けど、よくクオンジさんが承諾したわね。青崎の話じゃ、彼女の父親でさえめったに入れないんでしょ？うん。それには私も驚いてる。人間、変われば変わるもんだってね。しずきくんのお友達なら上がってもらって構わないけど。
don't think so.
なんてセリフアリスから出ると思わなかったわ。
The gate to Shiro Inuzuka stood tall, as if designed to warn off visitors. Aozaki opened the gate. It wasn't even locked. I felt like we were passing into a different world. Was it just me, or did the trees and mountains look different inside? Sujine. Oh. Get all endings. Oh goodness. Let me see. Okay. Fine. So I'm gonna do something scummy. In the business we call this safe scumming. Because this is why I'm not good with visual novels that have decisions. This is why I like this game, because it didn't have decisions. Because decisions, man, I'm not as decisive or indecisive as I would like to believe I am. But man, it's not even like, oh, I'm afraid of doing the wrong option. I just don't want to go back through. But it's whatever. I know this is the wrong one, so let's do it. I spaced out, and random thoughts filled my mind.
くまりくん、何しているんですか？行きますよ。
あ、はい、すぐ行きます。
The other two had already set off. I picked up my things and followed them. Aozaki was verbally sparring with Mr. Yamashiro as they walked down the tree line. Let's see where this goes. I hurried after them. Looking up at the sky, I saw ominous clouds starting to roll in.
今日の天気予報どうだったっけ?
The heavens looked like they could open up at any moment. Would I have to trek back to home, or would I have to trek back home in the rain? Oh, man, why'd they make the mansion look so creepy? Once we were past the woods, I could see more clearly. In the clearing stood a large building that fell out of time.
おや、これはまた立派な洋館だ。幽霊屋敷なんて誰が言い出したんだろうね。誹謗中傷もいいところだ。
そうでもないですよ。火のないところに煙は立たないって言葉。ここに限っては本当ですから。お化けが出たくらいで騒がないでくださいね、山城先生。
青崎くんがそんな冗談を口にするなんて、僕らとしてはそっちの方が怖いな。
I wonder if he actually believed her. I've known Aozaki for 3 years, and I think she never told a joke with that expression.
青崎、今の話、本当？お化けが出るかは別にして、不思議なことなら起こらないこともないわ。大丈夫。おかしなものを見てもスルーすれば害はないから。
I agree with Mr. Yamashiro. Ignore anything weird. Even ghosts was kind of a scary thing to say. The foyer of the Koonji estate was colder than I expected. I knew the mountains were colder, but this was something else. It felt like winter in here.
中も驚きですね。外見から典型的なチューダー式かと思いましたが、ロビーの作りはロマネスク建築に近い。隣の通路とロビーとでも大きく年代が違いますね。まるでここだけ違う建物から持ってきた。おや？
不思議、山城がいるよ。
I heard a stupid, irritating voice behind me. And sure enough, there was an idiot standing in the foyer.
小鹿も一緒じゃん。そっか、会長ったら朝からいないと思ったら二人を迎えに行ってたんだな。
ちょっと、なんでホウスケがいんのよ。宗十郎が声をかけたんでしょ。あいつ、今日はみんなを喜ばせるとか張り切ってたから。ま、適切なチョイスじゃないけど、最悪ってわけでもないんじゃない？木の実くん、とにかく騒がしいし。
おう、任せとけ。ご期待に沿うよう今日は大量に新ネタ仕込んできたからね。階段もモノマネゲームもそう簡単には品切れにはならねえぜ。
騒がしいだけならガチョウでも代用は効くでしょうに。しずきの考えってほんとわかんない。ホウスケ、バカッとしてないで荷物持ってよ。
そこはボケだよね。ボケって言うんだよね、普通。
I ignored him and put my overnight bag down on the floor.
中身見ないでよね。
頼まれたって見ないっしょ。小鹿の色気のない着替えたらもう No thanks, no future, no tax.
What?
頼まれたってみ。
Oh, I feel so bad because I don't want my parents hearing me like be loud or annoying. But like, oh man, that was funny. That was funny. Oh man, grandma underwear dog is disrespectful. Alright.
にしても重いな。体に似合わず重装備じゃねえか、おい。
Hosuke picked up my bag and carried it. I still like. I'm still trying
頼まれたって見ないっしょ。小鹿の色気のない着替えとかもう No thanks, no future, no tax.
What does. Did he say no sex, no future, no thanks? Dog, I'm sick. I gotta look that up. There's no way like that's a. What? The church league is insane. Leandro Barbosa, bro. No sex, no future, no thanks. I don't know what is Estonia. Oh, it's, man, whatever. It's nothing to do with what we're doing. Of course it was heavy. Couldn't come here without my trusty wok, cleaver, rice, and... What? Wok, cleaver, rice, and char siu. What if I wanted to fry rice like...
あっちが今よ。基本パーティー会場はこっちだから。
This girl is not normal.
それとアリスの気遣いで客室も用意されているから、疲れたらそっちに移動して。着替えとかは客室で済ませちゃってね。
In that case, decision B. Drawing room, guest room. I'll do something random. Let's go to the guest room. I'll check out the guest room first.
ホウスケ、やっぱり荷物返して先に自分の部屋を見てくるから。
You know what?
青崎、その客室ってどこ？
Let me see if I can. Is there no like Steam, this game? Oh wow, trading cards. That's cool. Guides. Okay, I'm sorry, but we're getting the bad omens first. we're getting the Yeah. No, we're getting the bad decisions first. Bookmark. Because I want the true ending. The truest possible ending. Might be an ill omen. I spaced out and random thoughts filled my head.
くまりくん、何している？
あ、はい。青崎、大丈夫。おかしなも。
Trading cards. The TCG. The TCG. Wow, why is there so many bad endings? Good lord. Why is there so many bad endings? 6 bad endings? Wow. How many is that? Nine bad endings. I'm sick, bro. I'm sick to my stomach. Alrighty, well. Kinomi. So that's the drawing room. Yep. Okay. So I know what I'm doing isn't particularly like, what's it called? Oh, you're not playing the game first. Oh, give me 1 second. There you go. Alright, at the very least I should greet the mansion's owner and the guests. I decided to head straight to the drawing room.
こっちこっち。もう大体集まってるから。
The corridor of the east wing's first floor was dimly lit. I could hear the sound of friendly chatter from beyond the door ahead. The moment I entered, I had to stop myself from jumping out of my skin. Guess who's here? The parlor was cozy compared to the lobby, but I didn't have time to appreciate it. I was too distracted by a familiar face I had expected to run into. First was Alice Komaji. I was nervous because I only met her once or twice, but she wasn't the one who surprised me. Next was Bayo. He was a child who often hung around the shopping district, almost like a guardian spirit, or perhaps a greedy little goblin. I've spoken to him before, so he wasn't a shocker either. Last was the student council vice president. What does that say? Bring you luck? Kind of a fire hoodie. I ain't gonna hold you, kind of a fire hoodie. Come to think of it, he was acquainted with Aozaki and Shizuki, so it made sense to be at this party. Ah, man. It did make sense, right?
ちょっと、なんで築地がいるの？あら、飛び丸も来るって言ってなかったっけ？
Oh man.
というか、 いちいち言わないとダメだったかしら。ダメってことは別にないけど。
Oh man, I love this so much, bro. So, if you haven't watched a previous stream, if this is your first stream, first of all, welcome. I'm glad that you could be here. Second of all, I really like Tobimaru, and I also really like Kumari. So it's just like, oh man, it's the cutest thing, bro. I love it so much. But
ならいいじゃない。生徒会じゃ毎日顔合わせているんだし、気にならないでしょ。学校の中と外は別よ。だいたい私これ普段着なんだし。
Aozaki gave me a look that said, and of course there was a problem. Could you blame me for hiding it? To be frank, I had a crush on Tobimaru and Tsukiji. Oh man, I love it, bro. I love it so much. I love it so much. This is so cute. I felt this way for 3 years. 3 whole years, and I still hadn't said anything. I knew it was spineless to me. This might not mean much coming from me, but I wasn't always a coward. During my freshman year, I was only vaguely aware of him as Zaozaki's co-worker. I only really became aware of my feelings during my second year. He spoke to me often, maybe because he trusted me as Zaozaki's friend. Whenever he did, I went home happy. At the time, I didn't know why. The realization hit me when we happened to be cleaning up together after a school festival in my second year. We were just tidying things up when BAM! I realized maybe I liked him all along. They say love's a poison, but yeesh, talk about the late effects. Anyway, nothing really changed after that. An act of rebellion against my simple-minded family, I decided to never inherit the family business. That was why I like to believe I've been hardworking and disciplined since middle school. It's a personal point of pride. And it made all the more excruciating to accept that I've been overtaken by teenage infatuation. You could say that I lacked courage. Eventually, the school year passed by even as I did nothing about my feelings. But I never got over him. We entered the fall of my 3rd year. Graduation was close, but I still had no idea what to do about my crush. Then I learned to my surprise that Tsukiji would be attending a local college. I had this on good authority since I flexed my powers as a student council member to dig into it. It wasn't Mizora, but if he was going to a nearby school, that would be unfortunate. After all, if I also went to college nearby, I wouldn't be able to cut my ties with him. Aozaki told me once.
飛丸、クマのこと気に入ってると思うけど。
Oh, look at her being emotionally in tune with her coworkers, or well, what I forgot the word she used. Hold on, let me see. It's right here. Tobimaru. Co-worker, yeah, no, yeah. Actually, I would say that Aoko and Tobimaru's relationship is like co-workers. Tobimaru, or some would say Orochimaru. See.
だってあいつ好きなやつとしか世間話しないでしょ。
Yeah, like Soujuro. He loves Soujuro. I wanted to believe it was true. I mean, he even broke his arm to save me during the craziness. What? What happened this summer? Yeah, not genuinely, bro. I didn't know if Tsukiji had a girlfriend, but I was sure I had a chance if I asked him out. Let me put my phone down for now. But giving info like throwing away everything I fought for so. What? Everything I'd fought for so far. Okay. Ever since I was a kid, I planned ahead. I used to look down on classmates who were obsessed with childish dreams of romance. And now, here I was actually willing to give up 6 long years of hard work for the dumbest of reasons. That wasn't me. That wasn't the Kojika Kumari I was trying to become.
Kojika? どうしたの? 考え事?
So cute.
Hmm. ちょっと頭冷やしてた。おかげで落ち着いたから問題なし。さて、クオンジさんに挨拶しないとね。
So I said, but I couldn't shake a slight tinge of regret. I should have listened to Aozaki instead of laughing through my nose when she said to wear something nice to the party. That is my monitor. What in the world is that? Well, it's not like I had a nice dress to wear anyway, so there isn't much I could have done to impress him. I clapped my hands on my cheeks to get my head on straight and try to carry myself as I always did. 3 o'clock. After greeting the mistress of the house, I went into the adjacent sunroom. I recognized the other guests here, so there was no need for introductions. The sunroom and the drawing room were connected, and you could see each room from the other. Miss Kuonji sat on the sofa in the drawing room, elegantly sipping a cup of tea. Look at Alice, bro. Literally just all head, nothing else. Chatting nearby were Hosuke and Mr. Yamashiro. Didn't expect to see him here.
ほう、裏庭の方にちらりと見えたのは多くの木なのですか。日本で言えば奈良ですが、僕の記憶には該当しないな。何か特別な品種なんでしょうね。日本のものとイギリスのものは見た目からして違いますし、多くの品種はそれこそ400以上ありますから。
相変わらず自分の言いたいことしか言わないよね、この人。ハリスちゃん、この先生は人の心にずかずか踏み込んでくる蛮族だから無視しちゃっていいぜ。それより俺と冬休みの予定について話し合わない？ハリスちゃん、スキーとか苦手そうだな。そこでこの頼れる木の実宝介が手取り足取り教えたいな。
二人とも退屈とは程遠い人なのね。理解したわ。木の実くんと先生はしつけられたウッドペッカーのよ
う。あの木をつつくか喋ってるだけのアホ踊りと同格っすか、このシャバゾウども。アリスさんから鳥認定されないソウの字に比べてちょっとだけ格上と見たっす。
I forgot Sonoji was his nickname.
まあ死ぬか生きるかだけの自分に比べたらどっちも小物っすけど。
何あのまるっとした鳥。
There was a blue robin flitting to and fro around Miss Kawaji's head, chirping adorably. But whenever it tried to land on her shoulder, she batted it away. Is that how she raised her pets? Aozaki was nowhere to be seen. She was probably in the kitchen or in the bathroom. With nobody to talk to, I took a seat and let my thoughts wander until...
クマリも招待されてたんだな。随分と遅かったが、またアルバイトか？
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man, I can't. Oh man. Whew. Okay. Oh man. Tsukishi kicked off a conversation in his usual casual way. His slender arms were picturesque, even while holding a glass of juice.
アルバイトは休み。今回の3連休、 全部休み入れたからお金も予定額たまったし。
そうか、それよかった。岬脱出ロケットはもう秒読み段階ってことだな。となると早朝のコンビニで顔を合わせるのもいよいよおしまいか。そういえば俺がタバコを吸おうとしたら水ぶっかけてきたのお前さんだったっけか。
That took me back. Back in my freshman year, there was a student cocky enough to smoke in my store's parking lot. He was from a different school, but that didn't matter. I ran up to him, warmed him, then hosed him down with water. Can you believe I did that to a stranger? I got flustered and tried to apologize, but the boy was already reaching for another cigarette before I even finished. He turned out to be Tomimaru Tsukiji.
いやあの後まさか生徒会室で再会するとは思わなかった。俺はあれかね。気に入った女どもにはまず水か喧嘩をふっかけられる運命なのかね。
Oh man, dog, that's so funny. To get sprayed by water with girls I like.
それより築地、いつから来てたの？
I like how she just glossed over that. To get sprayed with water by girls I like. Like, come on, dog. Alco's 100% right. He likes you.
俺たちは午前中からだよ。木の実の野郎が張り切っててな。仕方なくだ。誕生会は夕方6時からだからまだ時間に余裕はある。疲れてるなら部屋で休んできたらどうだ？ちょいと顔色悪いぜ。
If I had described the most unfair aspect of Tsukiji, it was his ability to be sensitive even while coming off as rude. For my part, I was too shy, or I was way too shy. It took a serious effort to talk to a lot of people in a new place, even if I already knew them.
そうね。ちょっと客室で一息入れてくる。
おう、そうしろそうしろ。くまりの部屋は確か。
ねえトビー、宗十郎さんどこ行ったか知らない？
Look at Beowulf now. Crazy.
宗十郎なら買い出しじゃないのか？飲み物が足りないとか言ってたしな。
This is so weird, man. Like, you take the parts of the game, the base game, where excuse me, sorry, where people are acting normal, interacting, whatever, you know. And then you take the side stories, and it's just such a 180 because you look at it from the side character's perspective. That, or more of a perspective where it's not magic focused. It's not like Nasu verse focused. These are just Nasu characters. Nasu and Takuichi, that's both of them. And you take away the magic, and now they're just people. And it's so funny. Like, that is an astral being. That is not a little boy. Like, that's insane, bro.
行くなら僕に声かけてくれればよかったのに。あの人の自分でできることを全部一人でやっちゃうとこどうかと思うな。
Oh man. There you go.
まあそこが動物っぽくていいんだけど。
But as I mentioned earlier, the blonde boy's name was Bayo. I didn't know his full name, nor had he ever formally introduced himself. Tsukiji, Aozaki, and Shizuki all called him Bayo, so I just followed their lead. Seemed to be fond of Shizuki. Whenever he had a chance, you'd hear him go.
宗十郎さん、今度のお休み遊園地に行きたいです。宗十郎さん、お腹減っちゃってません？ぜひご一緒しましょう。宗十郎さん、特に理由はありませんけど、頭撫でてほしいです。
I can't believe that the dude that humbled him, that literally broke his arms and legs and then imploded his organs to get one hit off on Beowulf, is now his older brother, basically. And so on. He clung to him like a cat to a curtain. Was Shizuki even the kind of person that was popular with kids? All the Soujiro every day was starting to grate on me. Anyway, I wonder if I might guess her.
部屋は分かってんのか？はじめに青崎に聞いた。30分ぐらいで戻るから。
Slinging over my shoulder the bag I put down in the drawing room, I headed up to the guest rooms on the second floor. According to Aozaki, I'll be staying in the second room of the east wing. Oh yeah, because you don't go to the west wing, yeah. As I headed into the hallway, I ran into Aozaki. She seemed to be on her way from the bedrooms to the hall.
青崎も休憩？あの突き当たりってあんたの部屋なの？そうだけど別に部屋には寄ってないわよ。私はちょっとした探し物の途中だから気にしないで。あ、客室の鍵は開いてるから、部屋の机の上に鍵があるから、出るときはそれで施錠してね。
Aozaki took the stairs down to the first floor. Oh, that's suspicious. Now that I realize that really is suspicious. For you guys, no reason, but for me, it means something. My room was unoccupied. I checked to make sure I was alone, then put down my luggage and stowed my wallet in a pocket. I considered keeping my favorite bunny-shaped commuter pass and a Lucky Charm with me, but all it contained was a yearly school festival photo anyway. I left it on the table. I was going to be spending the night in an unfamiliar building. It was best to travel light.
鍵は、ああ、これね。
I'm so dumb. I just realized I only placed one. Okay. I'm gonna do something crazy. Check this out. Right there. And then check this out. I fumbled. I fumbled so crazy. I fumbled so crazy. Oh, I fumbled so crazy. Alright, check this out. Check this out. It sounds insane. It sounds insane. But trust the process. Trust the process. Okay, oh wait, no, hold on. Man. Bro. Okay. 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 Yep, there you go. Okay. I got lightheaded. Okay. There you go. There you go. So, choice 1, choice B. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so stupid. I read a lot. Oh, crazy. Souyjuro. So cute that they're friends now. Alright, there you go. So, decision A, decision B, this is where C is gonna go. Okay, we made it back. You may call me a sleazeball, but I call myself, anyways, I'll be back. I gotta use the bathroom. sorry about that. I did not think that food would mess me up that bad. Not at all. But here we are, regardless. I think we're on like what? The 5th hour now, yeah, that's crazy. In reality, it's probably more like closer to 4 hours because I've been gone for multiple periods of time. But you know, we ball regardless. We ball. So, still don't know how people do it though. How people just stream for like 8 hours a day. Like, that's insane. I'm doing it because at first I was going to stop, but then I wanted to continue, and then I got food, and I continued even longer. So I was just like, all right, this is a rare stream. This is a rare stream where I continue longer than I should. But regardless, my room was unoccupied. I checked to make sure I was alone, then put down my luggage and stowed my wallet in my pocket, or in a pocket. I considered keeping my favorite bunny-shaped commuter pass and Lucky Charm with me, but all it contained was a yearly school festival photo anyway. I left it on the table. I was going to be spending the night in an unfamiliar building. It was best to travel light.
鍵はこれね。
It was a brass key with an old-fashioned, elaborate design that perfectly complemented the mansion's European theme.
疲れた。
I plopped my butt down on the bed. I was always self-conscious around Tsukiji, but Miss Koonji made me nervous in a different way. For some reason, I always felt a pang of guilt whenever she looked at me. It was like being gently interrogated, being confronted with all of my life's failures. Look at Alice. Adorable. I thought she meant to make me feel that way. It was just how I reacted to her. Nobody was perfect after all.
青崎もしずきもよくあの子と暮らせるもんだわ。
She's a sweetheart once you get to know her, but also very, very stubborn. I could only respect them for that. Azaki simply had an iron will. I bet she lived her life without any regrets. That is true. That is very true. Suzuki was completely different. It was clear that he was just oblivious to how scary Miss Koonji's gaze could be.
それはともかく。
I fell backward on the bed. Outside my window, the sky was overcast. The weather forecast said the 3-day weekend was supposed to be sunny. Not so in the mountains, I suppose. At this point, I met 6 people staying here. Aozaki, Miss Koonji, Shizuki, Tsukiji, Hosuke, yeah, but like Konomi, there you go. Mr. Yamashiro, and Bayo. Miss Koonji had implied that there were other guests staying here too. This is a Western style house and people didn't take their shoes off at the entrance, so I couldn't guess their number by counting the shoes. For now, I had no idea how many other people were here. I decided to rest my eyes and take a short nap. One trick I picked up from years of part-time work was the ability to sleep in exact 15-minute intervals. As I drifted off, I heard a laugh. Or was it a scream? Why would you say that? Wait, what?
よし。
15-minute map done. I checked myself in the mirror. I took a hairbrush out of my bag, quickly brushed my hair, and left the room. As I locked the door behind me, I heard an unfamiliar voice coming from downstairs. A new guest? I didn't hear a peep until I left the guest room. It must have had great soundproofing.
いやー、降ってきましたね。連休中は晴れるという話でしたが、2日目からこれとは我々もついていない。
どうでしょう。ここに集まった人間に問題があるとも取れますが、まあ営利神父に問題がないかといえば、それはそれで首を縦に触れないのですけど。
そういうことは思うだけで口にしちゃダメよ、ゆいちゃん。あ、お洗濯ちゃんと片付けてきた？お布団とか出しっぱなしじゃないかしら。
それはご心配なく、今日のメンツを聞いた時点でしっかり取り込ませていただきました。不吉な予感しかしませんでしたので。
The guests were from Ida Church. Miss Koonji appeared to have overheard them. She came out from the east wing to greet them.
面目ない。せっかくお招きいただいたのに遅くなりました。おかわりはありませんか、アリスさん。
あなたを呼んだ覚えはないけど、来てしまったのなら仕方がないわね。どうぞあちらに。
Was it Soujuro?
いつかさんの席しか用意していなかったけれど、急いで椅子を用意するわ。
Oh, no, no, no. Okay, that's who they
別
invited.
段お構いなく、リツカはともかく、私とエイリ神父は早々に立ち去りますから。それと、椅子も間に合っています。いざとなればリツカが椅子になると。
ゆいちゃんひどい。何がひどいって、本気で人間椅子にさせられる現実とか、実力行使できるゆいちゃんと私のパワーバランスがひどい。
She. Poor girl. Poor girl.
お姉さんに対して当たりきつすぎると思うわ、私。
Let's just call these guys Team Church. Miss Koonji led Father Erie and Yuika into the drawing room. Father Erie looked like he was enjoying himself. He was always so laid back, with a permanent smile on his face. It was hard to tell how he really felt about being here. He's a monster. He is a monster, good lord. Sister Yuika was completely unhappy, or clearly unhappy. Then again, like Father Erie, her expression rarely changed, so who knows how she really felt. And enters Ritsuka.
あ、小鹿ちゃんだ。じゃお。
Ritsuka, although a man or a beast lurked beneath the cheerful veneer, you wouldn't even know. Probably not even a kitten. Oh, that's cute.
こんにちは、リツカさん。リツカさんたちも誘われたんですか、パーティー。
ええ、ぜひ来てくださいってあっちゃんから。エイリさんとユイちゃんにはアコちゃんから手紙があったみたい。もしかして招待状の差出人ってそれぞれ違うのかしら。
そうみたいですね。私はしずきからだったし。
Ritsuka was Yuika's sister, and not a real member of the clergy. She was just a regular citizen of Asaki. I see her every now and then in the shopping district.
それよりリツカさん、雨降ってきたんですか？
パラパラとね。すぐに止んでくれればいいけど。
Ritsuka glanced outside, concerned. Hi, position. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Where's the game at? So, this is what we call strategy. A D? Huh? Decision D? What are you talking about, cuz? Where in the world is decision C? Is there no decision C? Oh, great, the game skipped it. Of course, yeah. Of course there wouldn't be a decision C. Cool, yeah, no decision C. Alright, lit. Maybe I should just go home.
天気予報はずっとお日様マークだったのに。本降りになったら帰りは大変かも。ほら、山の中ほどまでしか上がってこないでしょ、タクシー。
Ritsuka was right. If you really wanted to go home, you'd have to be ready to be soaked to the bone. Thinking about it, I couldn't believe Aozaki stuck out the commute to and from school for over 2 years. I was impressed.
あれ？どうしたの、小鹿ちゃん。 みんな今にいるんじゃないの？
いえ、部屋に忘れ物があるんです。皆さん先に行っていてください。
I retrieved my overnight bag from the guest room and returned to the foyer. I could hear Ritsuki and the others laughing in the drawing room. Reluctantly, I left the Koenji estate. I'm not exactly sure why I wanted to go home. Maybe I felt overwhelmed by the mansion. Maybe it just wasn't my scene. Or maybe it was because Tsukiji was there. It was probably a combination of all three. The sun was nearly below the horizon. If I could just get home before dark, I could end the day without incident. I was ready to face Tsukiji, with the entrance exams around the corner. Walking down Shiro and Izuka, I told myself this is for the best. But then, I suddenly recalled another urban legend. Ascend the mountain alone in the witching hour, and a cannibal will be waiting for you at the bottom. Long before the Kawaji estate was built, this mountain was home to a monster who attacked and killed anyone foolish enough to stray too far from the group. The words attacked and killed make it sound more humane than ate. It was probably someone who was cast out of their village. Wow, those are some dots. I must have taken a wrong turn. I was back behind the Koenji estate.
ちゃんと下に向かってたわよね。
I thought out loud to try and ease my tension. Wait, what was that? Shadow in the shade of the trees. It looked human.
誰?
My voice rang out. No response. It was getting dark out. There wasn't even a breeze. I remembered why I wanted to go home. Yeah. Had a feeling that something bad would happen if I stayed. Something impossible unfolded before my eyes. I felt a sudden shock in my stomach. Reflexively, I brought my hand to my mouth. Too late. I fell to the ground. Warm blood flowed out of me, along with my strength. My hands helplessly reached out to the sky for help. It looked the last of my strength, but I managed to catch sight of the shadow.
ダメじゃないか。始まる前から終わるなんて。
Something axe-shaped came swinging down. The last words I ever heard came from someone with the face of a monster. Dead end. That's one ending, yeah. Let me see. Search for bookmark. Yep. Alright. That's one ending. Let's see. Where's the next? Bad ending 1, bad ending 2. A, B, D. I'm sorry, Ritsuka, but it looks like the rain's only gonna get worse.
寒っ。ここ外より寒くない？
ですね。今に移動しましょう。
賛成だけど、宗十郎さんには宗十郎さんの仕事があるんでしょうしね。待っててあげようと思ったけど、余計な気遣いかも。
しずき、外にいたんですか？
ええ。山道の方で草を刈っていたわ。すごい勢いで。ヘリポートでも作るかっていうぐらい。
I can never figure out what made that guy tick. It was too tiring to even try. We moved to the drawing room in search of warmth. The rain showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. The sun hadn't set yet, but it was already as dark as night outside. The party had yet to begin. Looking over the drawing room and the sunroom, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I saw everyone engaged in conversation. Look at that, isn't that cute? What is Robin doing here? The card game host Kate brought had caused a stir in the drawing room. It was getting competitive, mainly. Apparently they were playing a fantasy-themed construction game from Germany called Puppet Pass. It was basically the kind of game where players try to sabotage their opponents, so everyone was putting on forced smiles while they schemed against each other. In contrast, the older people in the summer were drinking wine and watching the students intently.
驚きましたね。誕生会が始まるまで館内は自由に歩いていい決まりだとは。アリス。
別に。
驚きましたね。誕生会が始まるまで館内は自由に歩いていい決まりだとは。アリスさん、どんな心境の変化ですか？
別に。入られたら困るところはそもそも壁に変えたから。今日だけの変更だけど、それなら遭難者も出ないでしょう。
壁に変えたって何を？それに遭難者とかアリスちゃんたら大げさなんだから。そりゃでけえ屋敷だけど迷子になんかなりませんよ。
私たちの客室も用意してくれたのね。夜になったら帰る予定だけど、心遣いは助かっちゃうな。ゆいちゃん、せっかくだし服着替えてこない？お姉さんのチャイナドレスとか貸してあげるから。さすがにパーティー会場にシスターはどうかと思うし。
結構です。魔女の家で冷装を脱ぐなど自殺行為。私はあなたのように遊びに来ているわけではありませんので。
いや、遊びに来てるんですけどね。私ですら手ぶらで来てるのにシスターユイカと来たら、どうしてこういつでも臨戦状態、よらば切る出刃包丁みたいな性格になったんだか。
あなたたち二人が不真面目な分、私が引き締めなくてはいけないだけです。
6 o'clock. The clock struck 6. Outside, it was completely dark. With Mr. Yamashiro and the church staff here, it would probably be safe to go home tonight. The rain gave me pause.
そろそろ支度をするべきではないかしら。トッキーはどこに？
Miss Kamonji declared the end of the card games. The end to the card games with an unexpected question.
トッキー？トッキーって誰？
誰って時吉のじいさんだろう。あれ？もしかして小鹿じいさんに挨拶してねえの？
知らない。まだこの家に人がいるの？今さらだけど、全部で何人の予定なの？このパーティー。
私、青子、しずきくん、築地くん、木の実くん、くまりさん、トッキー、その他で合計13人。さっきから一堂には揃わないみたいだけど。
13人か。
1, 2, 3. I counted the people in the room. It was 8. The numbers add up. Numbers are off. I haven't seen Suzuki, come to think of it. Let's see. Bad ending 2. Okay, I guess, yeah, the numbers add up. I'll put one here just in case, but doesn't hurt to be safe. The numbers add up. Just done. I heard a strange sound outside, like something cutting through the wind. It grew into a loud roar that seemed to pound the very walls of the building. But we were all distracted by that. So I've seen her before, but only because of this. I do not know who she is.
大本命かつ大人気この超英国美少女であるリデル様をなんであんたの誕生会に呼ばないのよ
Cause like where else is she from? Cause like well, who is this? Like sure, why not? Let's just look it up over here. Type Moon Riddell. Riddell. Mahoya. How big of a Fate fan am I? Not much. Let's see. What's in a Holy Night 2? When's the second one come out? Whatever. Alright, yeah, she's just mainly a character from this series. Or not series, from this like franchise, I guess. Because she's Alice's rival. That's all it really is. The girl who arrived was several times louder than the storm. Maybe she was the storm.
リデル、お前、今日はよそでイベントだったじゃねえか。どうやってここに来やがった？
She's also not related to Tsukiji. They just grew up together in the mansion.
決まってるじゃない。ヘリを飛ばしてよ。覚えておきなさい、飛び丸。あんたたちみたいな早くと違って、私に不可能なんてないの。ちょっと一声かければ、地球の裏側からだってミサイル飛ばせるんだから。
Yeah, whatever. Oh, hey, look at that. Super Conroy's back.
いや、ミサイル飛ばされてもな。
Without so much as a glance in our direction, the girl walked right up to Miss Koonji. She was dressed in pink from head to toe. It was more accurate to call it a strut than a walk. Her boots made an aggressive clacking sound as they struck the ground.
ほら、忙しくて引く手あまた。史上初の奥越えウィッチ。自他ともに認める業界ナンバーワンのアイドルがわざわざ専用機飛ばしてまで来てやったわよ。悔しいでしょ。夢にも思わなかったぐらいサプライズでしょ。いいわ、遠慮なく喜びなさい。
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day Miss Koonji's stoicism replaced with pure irritation. The girl in pink nodded smugly down at Miss Koonji, before finally noticing the rest of us.
何このトンチキなメンツ。せっかくの誕生会だってのに人選どうなってるの？親の敵まで読んじゃって。あんたそこまで読んじゃった？ほら、そこの神父。とりあえず私たちに土下座した後全裸になってチキン食べながら切腹してくれない？
あなたにだけは言われたくありませんね。アリスさんに謝罪というのなら、まずあなたがするべきではないですか？奪ったものはきちんと本人に返さなければね。
私はいいのよ。ちゃんと後でお金払ったし。アリスだってキャッシュで受け取ったんだし、あれはもう私のもの。外野がいちいち口挟んでんじゃないわよ。
なんとアリスさんが貴重なプロイを売却すると。
はあ、お金で解決できる問題じゃないと何度も言ったのだけど、この子資本主義の犬だから。
また照れかっ、
はあ、お金で解決できる問題じゃないと何度も言ったのだけど、この子資本主義の犬だから、どう言っても返してくれないの。
She's so close to the mic.
また照れ隠ししちゃってこの。あんたも取引上手よね。お金では譲れないとか言って巧みにレートを上げていくんだから。
なあ殿下、あのすげえ女どっかで見覚えあんだけど、アリスちゃんの知り合い？
気のせいだ、忘れとけ。ありゃ関わったら破滅する系の女だ。百害あって一理もね。
そうですよね。俺もあそこまでキラキラしている人はちょっと。
Despite whatever Tsukiji was saying, I knew the truth. Her name was Riddell. She stayed at Tsukiji's house for a time. Apparently their fathers were business acquaintances. Well, I say she stayed with him, but the Tsukiji estate was so large, they were basically in different houses. Or at least I hope that was the case.
一応聞いてあげるけど、リデル、あなた何をしに来たの？
何ってあんたの誕生会でしょ？
Oh yeah, that means she's 18.
飛び丸の家に電話したら、坊ちゃんならクオンジさんの家の誕生会に出かけたとか言っちゃってさ。
Dang, that's crazy.
もうカーッと頭ハイになっちゃって、ライブキャンセルして飛んできたってわけ。
あなた、私の誕生日覚えている？
当たり前じゃない。自分のは忘れてもあんたのだけは忘れな。あれ、まだ秋よねこの国。
よかった、脳はまだ正常ねリデル。ほら、私あなたの頭を叩きすぎたでしょ。それで気の毒な結果を招いてしまったのかと少しだけ心配してしまったわ。
ちょっと飛び丸、何嘘言ってんのよ。今日はアリスの誕生日じゃない
Never
って
mind,
の。
she's not. It's not her birthday.
いや、でも招待状には確かにクオン自邸で誕生会をするからぜひ参加するようにとだな。
そうそう、俺も会長から2000円と引き換えに招待状もらったよ。ところで料金取られたの俺だけじゃないよね。
Poor guy.
知らない方が幸せな話ってどこにでもあるんですね。ああ、私もクオン自邸で誕生会をすると覚えてきましたが。
でもあっちゃんの誕生日じゃないのよね。
なぜそんな勘違いを生んだのかしら。確かに誕生会だけど、私じゃなくてトッキーの誕生会よ。彼、私に祝ってほしいと言うからこの屋敷を会場にしただけなのだけど。
I read the invitation. You are cordially invited to a birthday party at the Koonji estate. Now I see. He didn't say anything about whose party it was.
やっほー、盛り上がっちゃって何の騒ぎ？ってリデルリドル？あんたなんでここにいんのよ。ラヤは？ねえ、今 NK ホールでライブやってんじゃないの？
Wow.
私ビデオ録画してるんですけど。
サボタージュ、ランチのカレーが辛かったから。
そんなバカな理由でコンサートをドタキャンするやつがいるか。音楽の神に謝れ。ファンを何だと思ってんのよあんたは。
やっぱりこいつマジでさ。
だいたい私音楽とかどうでもいいし、ファンなんて私に貢ぐだけの働きありだし、ライブが跳ねた後はいつも虚しくなってディスパする。スポットライトは当たっても本当の私は誰も見てくれないし。
Whoa, that took a dark turn. Chirping sweetly, a blue robin landed on the girl's shoulder.
さすがリデルさん、感情のオンオフ激しいっすね。本当の私を見てとか見るへん全開で恥ずかしくないっすか？恥ずかしくないんすよね。すげえ、やっぱリデルさん魔術師よりアイドル向けっす。
そうよ、悪い。どうせ私は報われない。自分を主役と勘違いしている小じきみたいな最下層な生き物なのよ。道化なのよ。分かってるからほっといてよ、ロビー。後できっちり細切れにして犬に食わせてあげるから。
Our newest guest was talking to a bird. She really was one of those crazy pop stars you hear about in the tabloids.
なるほど。時津さんの誕生会でしたか。私たちもどうして呼ばれたのか半信半疑でしたが、それなら合点がいきます。シスターユイカなんて、これは罠だから完全武装で行くべきですとか言い出す始末ですし。
しかしクオンジさん、肝心の時津百合彦氏はどこに？私たちも挨拶をしていないのですが。
そういえばそうね。青子、トッキーは？
え、いないの？夕食の手配全部あの人が担当なのに。とびきりのシェフ団を手配するから君たちはゆっくりしていなさいって自慢してたじゃない。
そりゃおかしいな。そういう段取りならシェフ団とやらは4時には到着していないと間に合わねえぞ。誰か
お昼まではここにいたけど。
誰か時津のじいさんを見なかったか？
お昼まではここにいたけど、それ以降は見てないよ。
私は一度も見てないわ。何度か席を外したけど、その時も見かけなかったし。
昼過ぎから今まで5時間近く誰もトッキーを見ていないの。
The room was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to say something. Even Hosuke and the pink girl didn't have any banter to offer.
あ、なんすかこの空気。カラオケ？カラオケ始まるっすか？自分テディボーイブルースとか得意っすよ。フリッキーにも歌つけてくれないっすかね。
The only one making noise is the robin on the table. He was bobbing his head in a strange way. Soujuro.
ああ、みんな揃ってた。夕飯の支度は終わった？
The voice cut through the tension. A young man, looking calm and composed, had arrived. But nobody was happy that he was here with that. Come on, bro. Like, not even Bayo, not even like, shoot, I don't know anybody. Like, come on, it's Soujuro. It's the guest of honor, bro. Come, you know what? You know what? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, who won against the Nuggets in the? Yeah, blah 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 blah. Who won this game? Oh, they barely won. Okay, so yeah, the Thunder won this game. Alright, cool. Ooh, what about the what's it called? Okay, where is it? Okay. hello. Hello, 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 hello. There you go. There you go. Give it up for Soujuro. There you go. That's all I wanted. Shut up. Yeah, anyways, so Soujuro. He must have picked up on the mood in the room, right? With a staple, unreadable grin, Suzuki looked around the room at everyone gathered.
ところで、屋根裏で時津さんが死んでいるんだけど、どうしようか。
Okay, never mind. I shouldn't have cheered. Oh, man. Oh man, that's funny. Oh no. Oh dear. We were on the 3rd floor. A hellish scene greeted us in the attic directly above the hall. In the center of the room was Yorihiko Tokitsu. Or so we believed. The face's body had been burned, and most of its limbs mangled. Where the torso remained in a vaguely recognizable shape. What happened? What happened, dog? A burning stench filled the air in the soot-covered walls.
Tokki ったら素敵な人ね。死に様までお祭りのよう。
These guys are kind of nonchalant for somebody being dead, but you know, what do I know?
焼肉が食べたい。
That's crazy.
ねえ、部屋に鍵はかけてあったの？宗十郎のいえ、屋根裏部屋に鍵はついていないわ。常時誰でも入れる状態よ。
Ooh, man, I can't believe even after a year of him living here, they still didn't give him a room.
Shit. これ死因は爆発による損傷とやけどね。爆発元は見当たらないけど、ゆりひこ爆弾で遊ぶ性癖があったとか？みんな冷静になりましょう。これは犯罪。爆発元は見当たらないけど、ゆりひこ爆弾で遊ぶ性癖があったとか？あ、まあ芸術家らしいけど。みんな冷静になりましょう。これは犯罪よ。犯罪の匂いがするわ。
Is she being serious?
どちらかというと小麦粉ではないだろうか。
What's it called? Is she being the like serious for once? Oh. Okay, remained on the 2nd floor, trembling. The rest of us took turns surveying the scene.
みんな、現場には手を触れないようにね。見るときは2人1組で、どちらかが偽装工作をしないか監視しながら調査して。あっちゃん、警察に連絡を入れてもいい？ありがとう。それじゃあロビーの電話借りるわね。
Following the orders of a now quite animated Britska, we moved about in pairs. Since Hosuke ran off, I ended up here with Tsukiji.
しかし、とんでもねえシーンだな。爆発って犯人は何考えてやがる。
I was surprised Tsukiji already saw this as a murder.
これ事故じゃないの？
時津のじいさんが久遠寺邸で爆発物を取り扱う可能性はゼロだからな。ほら、この胴体ちょっと見てみろ。腰のあたりに妙な焼け跡がある。これロープじゃねえかな。時津のじいさんはこの部屋でロープで縛られて軟禁されていたと見るのが妥当だろう。
Tied up and killed with a bomb without anyone noticing.
でも、なんだって。
ああ、 なんだってそんな回りくどいことをしたかって話だ。爆発物を使う利点は、そうだな。起爆までのタイムラグを利用した時間操作と遠隔操作が挙げられる。どちらもアリバイ作りには有利だな。
Wow. That body or not, Tsukiji didn't skip a beat. He stayed calm and composed as he analyzed the situation. At times like this, he seems so perfect. Actually, whenever I see him get serious about anything, he was so danged cool.
だがまあ、狂気は分かった。パンだ。
Ready?
はい。
A voice called out to us from
みん
below.
なちょっと来て、大変よ。電話つながってないわ。
Tsukiji and I looked at each other.
くもり、行くぞ。
I nodded, and we exited the attic together. Father Erie closed and locked the door behind us after we returned to the second floor. Poor Soujiro, his room's all messed up now. The sound of the rain was deafening. We gathered around the telephone.
電話線が切れている。じゃなくて、電話線そのものが抜かれてるわ。これじゃあ警察に通報するのはおろか、外部への連絡も不可能よ。
じゃあ直接呼びに行ってきます。
いえ、それは待ってください。今単独行動をされるのはよろしくありません。ほら、
そうか。Oh, here. The priest pointed to the skyline. No need to point. Raindrops struck the glass hard in a thunderous cadence. At this point, we were in the midst of a full-blown storm. I gotta do that later tonight. Oh no, yeah, I have time. We'd all come on foot, so it'd be risky to go back down on the mountain and go back down the mountain in this weather. However, Father Erie has stopped Shizuki for his own safety. If someone wandered off by themselves, those left behind would be in a precarious position. For instance, it'd be easy to destroy evidence without any witnesses around.
とりあえず、今に集まりましょう。警察に連絡を入れるのは、話を整理してからでも遅くはありません。
Everyone agreed with the priest. Everyone except Hosuke. He seemed to be waiting for someone to reveal that this was all an elaborate prank. Feeling a slight chill, I glanced at the front door. Just faintly, I had a sense that something was off. Outside, the rain became a torrent. With my mind in a haze, Ooh. I'm glad I was paired with Tsukiji. Oh man, Kumari. What is wrong with you? I wonder how many hours I have on this game right now. Decision F. Something horrible is about to happen. I feel like something horrible is about to happen. Is it now like 7?
しかし、とんでもないことになったわね。
I silently agree with Aoko's muttering.
外の天気も荒れる一方だ。こりゃ土砂崩れの一つも起きてもおかしくね。そうなりゃ陸の孤島だな、ここは。
嘘？マジ？ラッキー！そうなればお泊まりじゃん。何？これフラグ？怖がるアリスちゃんを励ます係とか、俺立候補しちゃっていいの？
どうぞご自由に。ま、一人死んでるんだから、もう一人増えてもいいんじゃない？
Can't believe he had to pay. I still can't get over that. Aozaki, Tsukiji, Hosuke, and I had grouped up. For now, the four of us were team school.
エイリ神父、先ほどの死体です
が。分かっています。明らかに殺人事件です。ですが、場所が場所ですからね。おいそれと警察を呼ぶわけにはいきません。
Oh, he picked up the dog.
my gosh, I'm starting to love dogs. This game is doing this to me. Maybe someday I'll tell my stories about like why I'm not like the biggest dog person. Oh man, look at him. He's just so cute. He's the same variety of dog that we saw back in Orchard Village. Let's talk to you.
I love dogs, man. Well, some dogs, not all dogs. But I had a dog myself when I was young. I'm sorry to distract from the story. I just saw Chugga Conroy playing with a dog on Twilight Princess, and I'm just gonna take the stream, but whatever. It just reminded me of my dog Garros or so. Man, dogs are so great. Dogs are so great. I'm not in a war between dogs and cats because like I like both. I never had a cat. I would be interested in the future, but I love dogs so much.
来たわ。新規臭い趣味だってアコちゃんに罵られて早6年。夢にまで見た殺人事件の現場が来た。
Team Church is made of those three. I expected them to be the most cohesive group. That didn't seem to be the case.
ちょっと宗十郎、お茶もスコーンも出ないの？せっかくスターが訪問してあげたのに、ろくな歓迎もなし、いきなり殺人事件とか。あなたたち礼儀ってもんがなってないんじゃない？
いや、しかし待ってほしい。人が一人死んでいるのにお茶とお菓子を要求するのは礼儀以前の問題ではないだろうか。
ああ？何？番犬のくせにご主人様に意見しようっての？どうしてここぞという時に常識人ぶんのよあんたは。
Oh my goodness! The girl in pink grabs Suzuki by the collar and shook him viciously.
青崎が2人。
Suzuki's eyes began to glaze over because her fingers were digging into the carotid artery.
そこのピンク、まずそうな人間だけど、それ以上宗十郎さんに触れたら頭から丸かじるぞ。
Oh, let's go! Finally, somebody's here to bat for my man Soujiro.
やれるもんならやってみれば？あんたの弱点なんて分かってんだから。また返り討ちにされてネズミ大の大きさにしてほしいわけ？
へ、あれがこっちの本気だと思っていたなんて目利きが悪いにも程がある。所詮は産業革命の陰でポッと発生したススの魔女の末裔ってこと？ほんと格落ち品らしいスカスカの脳みそだよね。
よし死んで。犬同士仲良く2匹これ以上ないってぐらい愉快に死んで。もう1人死んでるんだし、あと6人ぐらい追加されても構わないわよね。
Six? What do you mean 6? Meanwhile, the disagreeable team mansion was centered around Miss Kuonji, who was sitting on the sofa. The pink girl, Bayo, and Suzuki, who were bickering bitterly about something or other. I'm just saying, Alice and Soujiro aren't the problem here. Miss Kuonji, the mistress of the house, remained silent, her expression pensive. The blue robin had gone off somewhere again.
はいはい、みんなそこまで。この素敵な展開。異常な事態を前にして喧嘩している場合じゃありません。
Oh, that's funny.
状況は火を見るより明らかです。時津百合彦氏が死亡していたことと屋敷の電話線が消失していたこと、この2つの事件は偶然ではありません。これは連続したある人物によって引き起こされた事件と見る方が論理的です。
殺人事件。時津氏を殺害した何者かは警察に連絡させないために電話を使用不能にしたということですか？
そう、その通りよ、小鹿ちゃん。これはもう立派な殺人事件です。そして犯人はこの中にいるといいな。
これそういうイベントだったの？
そうよ木の実くん、これはそういうイベントなの。油断していると後ろからバッサリなんだから。さあ誰から持論を披露しましょうか。
I never seen Ritsuka so excited. Maybe this is how she reacts to fear.
リツカ
Oh my goodness.
申し訳ありません。うちの者が不穏な発言をいたしました。
Oh no, what is going on?
しかし、全くの狂言でないことも理解してください。時津氏を殺害した犯人がこの中にいるというのは先走りすぎですが、状況の整理は必要でしょう。
I feel so bad for people like Kumari, Tobimaru, and Kenobi who are like, are nowhere near accustomed to this stuff because, of course, Riddell, Bayo, Suzuki, or not Suzuki, Soujuro, Alko, Alice, Eri, Yuika, and Ritsuka are all like, what's it called? What's the word? They're all magic, what's it called? Aware. They're aware of the magic existing, be it in different factions, of course, but still. So it's just like, man, these three really do not know. That sounded reasonable enough. Father Erie kicked off the proceedings.
まず屋根裏の状況から。あの部屋は鍵がなくて誰でも入れる状況だった。この中で時津のじいさんが屋根裏に向かうところを見た人、あるいは相談された人はいる？
No takers. Either Mr. Tokitsu entered the attic by himself without telling people, or he was taken there by the killer.
時津氏を最後に見たのは誰でしょう？
Not me.
私たち3人は夕方から入館しましたが、その時点で時津氏の姿を見てはいません。
俺たちは午前中からいたけど朝は一緒だったぜ。アリスちゃんの隣を奪い合ったからこれは間違いない。でもそうだ、あのじいさん時計を見て時間だとかつぶやいて今から出て行ったんだ。
Time for what? Despite appearances, Hosuke had a pretty good memory. Yeah, don't sleep on my mans. Even though he's a pervert. Well, not even though he is a pervert. But still. When it came to anything besides studying, that is. In the end, Hosuke's statement was the last eyewitness account we had of Mr. Tokitsu.
となると、時津氏が消えたのは正午過ぎからですか。参りましたね。これでは全員に等しくアリバイがない。
Right, the time his disappearance and discovery had been too long. Time between, I mean. Even though I arrived in the afternoon, I've been to the bathroom a few times. Same way for Awazaki and Mr. Yamashiro. Everyone had been alone for at least 5 to 10 minutes at some point. The only exception, who had stayed here with someone the entire time, was Miss Koonji.
アリス、エイリたちを迎えに行く時しか動いてないものね。鉄壁のアリバイだわ。
細かく証言をすり合わせていけば、より確かな不在時間が出てくるでしょうが、あまり効果はないでしょうね。誰もが犯人に該当しすぎる。
Yeah, sure, why not? You showed up, so let's do it.
ここはアリバイより動機、あるいは凶器について話し合いますか。
動機の線でいけば、俺たちは全員白ですよ。むしろ外部による犯行とした方が通りがいい。時津のじいさんはあれで大企業のトップですからね。親族による利権絡みで殺されたってのが普通なんで動機をあれこれ想像。むしろ外部による犯行とした方が通りがいい。時津のじいさんはあれで大企業のトップですからね。親族による利権絡みで殺されたってのが普通の考えでしょう。むしろ
No, we already heard you, don't worry.
なんで動機をあれこれ想像するのも無駄骨かと。
そのセリフ、私が言いたかったのに。ゆいちゃんのボディーブロー、痛すぎ。
なるほど。ではあなたは凶器について、殺害方法について考察するべきだというのですね。
そういうことになりますかね。凶器を特定させれば誰なら殺害可能かって問題に移れるでしょう。幸い凶器ははっきりしていますから。エイリ神父は気づいていますか？
ええ、それなりには。今と屋根裏間でなぜ聞こえなかったのかという不思議は残りますが、皆さんはわかりますか？
It was rather a mean-spirited question. Father Erie observed everyone's face as he waited for a response. So how was Yurihiko Tokitsu killed? Station G. Some kind of bread. Explosive. A dog or something chewed him up. Okay, let's place the bookmark. So, before I look at the answer sheet, if this is Kumari and I was role-playing, I would go with the bread since he said that. But I thought, like, ooh, actually, this one could be kind of... No, it feels like a joke. It feels like a joke. I feel like it'd be between this one probably. But then again, like, I don't know how it went off, but... if I had to lock at an answer, it would be acting as Kamari, so it would be bread. Let's see what the guide says. Yeah, no, I was right. It would be some kind of bread. Broadly speaking, I think the weapon use was bread.
え？何って一目瞭然でしょ？あんなの。手と足と顔にダイナマイトつけたんじゃないの？
ええ、当然の論理的帰結ね。だって手と足と顔がないんだもの。
Hazaki was a thorough realist, but she could arrive at some pretty wild conclusions sometimes.
その可能性もなくはないが、今回は別だ。時津のじいさんがどういう経緯であの部屋にいたかは不明だが、あの部屋で何が起きたかはわかる。
はあ？粉塵爆発って大気中に可燃性の石炭が舞っていて、花火とかで引火したら爆発するっていうあれ？
大雑把に言うとそうですね。石炭に限らず、そこが密室で一定量の可燃性の粉塵であれば爆発は起きるんですよ。家庭用品で言うと小麦粉ですね。
Oh, I gotta look this up. That doesn't sound like how would that even work? How long have we been going, by the way? 6 hours. Okay. My longest stream to date, no doubt. Longest stream to date. Dust explosion. What is okay.
他には鍋のサビとアルミホイルでテルミットも作れますが、まあ状況からして粉塵の方でしょ
う。でもならどうして胴体だけ残ってたの？そもそも粉塵爆発ってそんなに強いの？
それはこれから探るところだが、じいさんのコート、あれ防弾ジャケットなのかもな。それと死因は粉塵爆発とは限らない。殺した後に爆発を起こしたって線もある。爆発自体は小さいもので、手足と顔はあらかじめ焼いてあったのかもだ。
そうですね。それなら爆発の音が今まで聞こえなかった説明にもなる。あの粉塵爆発の後は何らかのカモフラージュという説も捨てきれません。
カモフラージュって何を隠すって言うんですか？
ですから不自然さをです。例えばあの遺体が時津氏ではなく全く関係のない人間の死体だったらどうです？その場合顔があってはあの死体が時津氏でないことは明白です。犯人は何としても顔を隠したい。しかしだからといって顔を焼いてはその行為そのものが証拠になります。
So real quick, I just want to say, I'm so glad that this game has voice acting. Because when I was younger, at first I was like, I think I prefer my visual novels without voice acting. Nah, I was wrong. I was wrong. Having voice acting, especially from professionals, good lord, it makes actually playing these so much better. Not because it's like, oh, it takes away from the experience. Like if I was live streaming or if I was recording, hearing people like genuine professionals do it is so much better. It's so cool.
なので焼かれていても不自然ではない状態を演出するためにあえて不自然な粉塵爆発を使って大元の不自然さを隠したとか、大きな嘘の前には小さな嘘が消えてしまうというやつですよ。
それも言いたかったのに。
Everyone seemed impressed by Tsukishi and the priest. Heck, I sure was. Even if I pinned down the possibility there was a dust explosion in the room, I wouldn't have figured out why.
なるほど。粉塵爆発にそんな意味が。
Quote unquote, one train.
でごめん、それってどういうことなの？
とりあえず凶器の所在を明らかにできるってことだ。宗十郎、台所に小麦粉はあるか？
今調べてる。ないな。買い置きがあったのに袋ごとなくなってる。
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
誰かが台所から小麦粉を持ち出したってことでしょ。それが示すところは
That the culprit knew the way around the kitchen, right? Or was this another possible misdirection? Just then, the blue robin, which had been gone all this time, came flapping back into the drawing room. It perched on Miss Koonji's shoulder and let out a shrill chirp. Miss Koonji stood up from the sofa and looked at all of us.
真剣に討論をしているところ申し訳ないのだけど、皆さんに大変なお知らせがあります。その前に、しずきくん、少しいい？
She gestured Shizuki over to her and spoke to him in a hushed voice.
ちょっと、そこ近いんじゃないの？隠し事とか感じ悪いんだけど。
ごめんなさいリデル。でもその前にしずきくんからあなたにとっておきの小話があるそうよ。きっと素敵な話だろうから聞いてみてあげて。
ああ、こんなことでいいならぜひ聞いてほしい。リデルの心を打つこと受け合いだってアリスが。君には何度か助けられたし、喜んでもらえるなら俺も嬉しい。
いいじゃない。聞いてあげるから言いなさいよ。
ジュティム、ジュテーム、モナム
は？
What? Yo, what are we doing? What are we doing?
いいじゃない。
Oh my gosh, what are we doing, bro?
ジュティム、ジュテーム、モナム。
は？
man. It's your time. It's your time. Oh, excuse me. It's your time. No, wait, hold on. I love you. Okay. So that's what it means, but how do you pronounce it? Yeah, pronunciation. Mon amour.
Bonjour, this is Julian, the Frenchman who makes French pronunciation videos here on YouTube, and we are looking at how to say I love you in French in the most beautiful Je t'aime.
Oh, je t'aime. Okay. Well, probably butchered because it's what's it called? It's I'm not French, but still. Je t'aime, mon amour. French is so cool. I ain't gonna hold you. French is so cool. Je t'aime. Je t'aime, mon amour. Oh, speaking of manga. Oh. Oh. I rushed over to the girl in pink. No pulse. She wasn't breathing either. Pupils are responsive. No sign of life at all. Oh wow, yeah, no, she's... Wow. Je t'aime, mon amour. The atmosphere in the room turned frenzied. Some looked shocked, while others looked cautious. And a few of us were utterly dumbfounded.
やっぱり困ったことになったわね。
Did Sojo kill them? What happened? Why am I am not in the group, dog.
どういうことアリス？リデルのやつ、なんで死んだの？
説明するのは簡単よ。トッキーの殺害現場で気になることがあったから、さっきロビンに保管庫の様子を見に行かせたの。そうしたら1体分、プロイキッシャーが空席だって。
プロイが？じゃあ、じいさんとリデルをやったのはそのプロイだっていうの？
正確にはプロイのルールに引っかかったというべきね。隠していても仕方のないことだから、はっきりと言うわ。これから朝まで笑うのは絶対に禁止よ。
Je t'aime, mon amour.
なんで？
Je t'aime, mon amour.
だってこの洋館、笑ったら死ぬ世界になったから。
そんな笑ったら死ぬとかマジ怖いじゃん。アリスちゃんったら冗談うまいんだから。
Dog, he blew up. This is so... He turned into... Yo, they showed this. They showed this earlier. That's cool. I like callbacks like that. But he blew up. He blew up and turned into money. What are we talking about? What are we talking about,
自分から
bro?
笑う分にはノーカウントで、愛想笑いも除外。でも人の言動や仕掛けで心の底から笑ってしまったらアウトと判断されるのね。
I had no idea what was going on. Laughing you die? Really? I knew Miss Koonji wasn't exactly normal, but I didn't know she was insane. Then again, 2 people died in front of me after bursting out laughing. So was it true after all?
プロイキッシャーが稼働しているというのですか。しかしそんな魔力の流れがあるのならシスターユイカに気づかれないはずがありません。
これは完全先行型のプロイ。それにユイカさん、
はい。 久遠寺邸の中で魔力の高を測るのは馬鹿げています。エイリ神父、私たちは一つの巨大な神秘の中にいるのです。魔力の流れなんてこの山に入った時点で測りようがありません。
はいはい。10に入るんだよ。Give me 1 second, please. I'm trying to look for something. There you go.
そうでしたね。お恥ずかしい。私も混乱しているようです。
Being calm in the situation would be weirder. Father Aries seemed cold at first glance. I mean, he's actually a more feeling person than I realized. No, he's not. What on earth was a ploy? The conversation was starting to leave me in the dust.
一ついいか。笑わされたら死ぬってのはいいよ。あんたのことだ。それぐらいあるかもしれない。だが、死に方が一致しないのはどういうことだ。じいさんもリデルも木の実もそれぞれ違う死に方だ。ルールと言ったが、そこはランダムなのか。
I can't stand the smell of chicken, bro. It's so nasty. It tastes good, but man, I can't stand the smell of it.
死に方はその人の人間性によるわ。
人間性？トラウマとか本質とかそういうのを表すの？
ええ。隠された性癖も暴露されかねないわ。
ああ、そういうことだったのね。ようやく合点がいった。いくらなんでもおかしいと思ったのよ。あの死に様はそういうからくりだったのか。
木の実くん、札束まき散らして死ぬとか、どれだけゴージャスな人生を期待していたのかしら。
その札束もこれじゃあ救えないがな。
リデルは普通なんだな。彼女のことだから俺はてっきり飛行機とかクルーザーに変形するかと思ったのに。
そうっすね。さすがリデルさん、見かけ倒し度が半端ないっす。吐血して突然死とか本気で地味すぎるっていうか、木の実の旦那以下とか、これだから三下は出落ちすぎて救えねえっせ。誰か三下だっつーの。生き返った。
なめんじゃ
心臓止まってくれ。死んで
うわ、心停止を気合で耐えた人類初めて見ました。あの程度の笑いじゃリデルさんは殺せそうにありませんね。
すごいな。今度その秘訣を教えてほしい。
ええ、完成されたゾンビのよう。私は信じていたわ、リデル。
あんたたち褒める前に謝るのが先じゃない。だいたい試すならそこのウェアウルフの方が適任でしょ。殺してもほっとけば生き返るんだから、なんで私を狙い撃ちなのよ。
だって私たちライバルなんでしょ。なら殺し合いをするのは当然だと思うけど。
そうよ。ライバルってそういうものよ。やるじゃない。隙あらば仕掛けてくるなんて見直したわ。
やっぱりあの女殺しても死なない系だったか。たまんねえな。
Though clearly shocked by the girl in pink's horror, Tsukiji was taking this way too well.
ちょっと築地、あんた今のおかしいと思わないの？人が死んだのよ。ホウスケとか紙吹雪になって死体もないのよ。笑ったら死ぬとかなんだっていうのよこれ。もしかして私とっくに夢見ちゃってる？
落ち着け。信じたくねえが現実だよ。クオンジュの言う通り、この洋館はそういうルールの世界になって、リデルはそれに引っかかったが自力でルールに抵抗したってわけだ。頭の痛いことだが、クオンジュとリデルはその手のオカルトがありな奴らなんだよ。俺も具体的には知らねえけどな。というか踏み込んだら巻き込まれる。ギリギリ外から眺めた結果、あの二人が本物だと判断した。
納得できない。だってホウスケ死んじゃったのよ。
クマリさん、木の実くんの死を悲しむのはまだ早いわ。彼やトッキーはアウト扱いで退場しただけ。現実ではまだ行方不明状態よ。誰かがこのゲームをクリアすれば、ゲーム内容は全て無効扱いになって、彼らも元通りになるわ。
死んでない？ゲームをクリアすれば元通りになる。
I just told Miss Koji, saying, "But for better or for worse, I was a realist like Kawasaki. Sci-fi and fantasy nonsense was too hard for me to swallow."
クマ、落ち着いて。気持ちも心情もわかるけど、今は話を聞きましょう。
I knew it. I knew it. 100%. I had a gut feeling that Komari was 100% the shortest out of all of them. And look, oh, I almost pointed at the screen. Good lord. But literally, look, Komari standing next to Alice, one of the shortest people in this game. Besides like Bayo, but he's a kid. He's legit a kid. These guys are all high school seniors. She's shorter than Alice, Aoko, and Tsukiji. Excuse me, and Toby Maru. It's like, dog, what are we talking about? She's so small.
アリス、もっと詳しく話して。プロイの仕業なのは分かったけど、具体的にどういうルールになったの？クリアって何？
このプロイは確率変動型のプロイなの。使用者が定めた条件が満たされたら発動して、あとは丸一日稼働し続ける。これ、ゲーム中は現実使用者が定めた条件が満たされたら発動して、あとは丸一日稼働し続ける。これがゲーム。ゲーム中は 現実世界に新しいルールが一つ追加される。今回は笑わされたら死ぬでしょうね。またゲーム中は区域からの脱出は困難になる。この区域から脱出する方法は2つだけ。一つは誰がプロイの使用者なのか暴くこと。でも軽率に犯人を指名するのは避けるべきね。もし間違えていたり証拠が欠けていた場合、犯人を指名した人物もアウトになるから。もう一つはゲームが終わるまでプロ以外の参加者が一人でもいいから生き延びること。このどちらでもクリアになるわ。クリアさえしてしまえば何人犠牲者が出ようと帳消し。
どうなることかと思いましたが、
このどちらでもクリアになるわ。クリアさえしてしまえば何人犠牲者が出ようと帳消し。みんな生き返ってゲーム中の記憶は失う。
どうなることかと思いましたが、それなら問題はありませんね。このまま夜が明けるのを待てばいいのですから。
The sister seemed relieved, but I wasn't. Not by a long shot. Maybe it was because I was having a hard time wrapping my head around the situation. But I felt so on edge. So, if I remember correctly, if I remember, it's that one. It's Tokitsu's death. Where was it? Yeah, Tokitsu's death. I think about it. I conclude that Yorihiko's death was what we had to focus on.
どうかしら。そうはいかないと思うわよ、ゆいちゃん。
Oh, that's what she said.
リツカ、それはどういう？
木の実くんやリデルさんはともかく、時津さんは無理やり誰かに笑わされた可能性があるんだから。それにあっちゃんはこう言ったわ。使用者が定めた条件だって。このプロイは事故で起動したんじゃなくて、誰かが意図的に起動させたってことでしょ。
では
犯人がいるってこと。そいつが誰かはわからないけど、こんなルールを作った以上、何としても私たちを笑わせようとするんじゃない？いえ、そうでなくても犠牲者は出るかもしれない。こんなこと言いたくないけど、疑心暗鬼から来客たちが自滅し合うのはミステリーの定番でしょ、リツカ。
その通りなのです。さすがアコちゃん、分かってる。このルールの底意地が悪いところは、殺害方法が犯人だけの特権ではないことよ。極論として犯人を突き止めなくても生き残れる方法はある。要は他人に笑わせられなければいいんだから。
やられる前にやれ。自分以外の人間を先に消してしまえば安全だ。まとめるとこういうことですか。1、今洋館は笑うと死ぬ世界になっている。2、その状況を望んだ人物 A がいる。3、俺たちはその人物 A が誰なのかを見抜くまで安心できない。なぜならその人物 A はすでに時津老人を殺害しており、他の人間を殺さない保証はないからである。4、必然俺たちは自分以外の人間を疑い、正体を暴くか朝まで身を守るか笑わせて消していくしかないと。
生き残れるのはただ一組。
何かっこよくまとめてんのよあんたは。アリス、これ何番のプロイ
？15番。まじないと確率変動、二神同体、願掛けによる魔力強化のプロイキッシャーよ。
あっちゃやっぱりスイーツハーツだったか。最悪。あんなの使うやつがいるなんてどんだけ優柔不断なのよ日本人って。スイーツハーツ？それがこのプロイの名前なの？アリス。イエス。一定のルールを作ってその中で生き延びたパーティーの魔力を向上させる戦闘前の運試しみたいなプロイよ。大抵はみんな全滅してスイーツハーツの一人勝ち、生存者はいないってデスゲームだけど。じゃ私はアリスと組むから。何をその組むって。これはパーティーサバイバルなの。ゲームは二神同体、二人一組で挑んだ方が勝率は上がるわ。だって最終的には面倒な犯人当てより力ずくの笑わせ合いになるのは明白でしょ。誰だって最後に生き残るのは自分でありたいんだし。その点私とアリスなら絶対よ。アリスは笑わないし、私はパーティージョークを担当できるしね。そうでしょアリス。
そうね。しずきくん、お願いできる？
そうだね。聞いた限りアリスなら安全だ。
優しさとかないのあんたたちには。
なるほど。自分が犯人ではないと思う信じられる知人をパートナーにして協力し合うのですか。
Kumari and Tobimaru
シスターユイカ、よろしいですか。
そうですね。恐ろしいことですが、この中で最も信用できるのはエイリ神父のようですから。
私はのけ者か。
sister,
タコ
that's
ちゃん、
crazy.
私と組む？リデル、組みましょう。今夜だけは過去のことは水に流して。
流しましょう。私のことも水に流しましょう。
いいわよ、好きにして。いざとなれば二人で洋館ごとコッパみじんよ。
自然な流れだな。じゃあまあ常識人らしく俺たちは俺たちで組むか。つまり
I knew it. Let's go. Oh no, hold on. Yo, she's so cute. I can't. Oh, I can't. I didn't see that coming. All the weirdness and murder mysteries are bad enough, but now this?
宗十郎さんと組めないんなら僕は一人でいいや。どうせ遊びだしさ。
残念。それじゃあ私は山城先
Oh
生と。
yeah, he
What?
is missing. Wow, I completely forgot about him. We all looked at each other. I've been wondering when someone would notice. Mr. Yamashiro had been missing the whole time, or for a while. Eight o'clock. We began a manhunt for Mr. Yamashiro. Once we separated into groups to scour the mansion, Ritsuka, in charge of the second floor guest rooms, called us together.
ここ山城先生の客室ね。鍵はかかっているの？
かかっていなかったわ。留守だと思って中を覗いてみたんだけど。
Ritsuka trailed off. Was it my imagination, or is she stifling a
とに
laugh?
かく中を見て。話はその後にしましょう。
Following Ritsuka's directions, we stepped into the room. Inside, there was a field of flowers. In its center lay the body of Mr. Yamashiro.
ファラオ眠りって。
Aozaki desperately tried not to laugh. It took a serious effort from me too. Inappropriately, I couldn't help but see the image of Mr. Yamashiro lying serenely on a bed of flowers, more as Kohaku New Year's singing contestant than as a coffin viewer. Where is my super suit? There you go. Alrighty.
いやはや、至って健全な方だと思っていたのですが、山城先生は普段どんな人生を送りたいと思っていたのでしょうね。
何これ、ただの教師が私より派手な死に方とかふざけてるの？
皆さん、詮索はそこまでです。個人の人間性をどうこう言うのはデリカシーが欠けています。今後新たな犠牲者が出た時、その死を笑うようなことはないように。いいですね。
あ、はい、すみません。確かに不謹慎でした。やはりこういう時は頼りになりますね、ゆいかくんは。
大人として当然の注意です。学生を監督する立場なのですから、営利神父も軽はずみな行為は控えてください。
The room felt colder after Sister Yuika's scolding. After we finished examining the room, Miss Kawonju locked it behind us, and we returned to the drawing room. Oh, it's 9 now. Wow. A somber mood settled over the parlor. The gloom wasn't from any sense of grief, but rather a certain feeling that pervaded the group after we split into pairs. Suspicion between the teams.
客室に乱れた様子はなかった。山城を客室に誘い込んだのか、山城が客室にいる時にやってきたのか。どちらにせよ、親しい中での不意打ちだったんだろう。山城はルールを知らなかったから、あっさり笑わされたんだろうが。
Tsukishi spoke to everyone in the room. Usually, Father Erie was the one leading the discussion, but now that he was silent, maybe Tsukishi felt he had to step up.
何、飛び丸。あんたにしちゃ歯切れが悪いじゃない。今の憶測に間違いはないと思うけど。
いや、教会組や久遠寺はともかく、俺や青崎、くまりは山城先生をよく知ってるだろ。あのヒルアンドンが他人の冗談に心から笑うっていうのはかなりレアな出来事じゃないか。
He was right. Mr. Yamashiro smiled a lot and was easygoing, but he was neutral to a fault. He never responded strongly to people's opinions, almost to the point of utter indifference. For him to laugh hard, he must have been taken by surprise, like victims on a prank TV show.
どうやって笑わせたかは後回しだ。どうも敵さん、本気で攻めてきてるみたいだからな。仲良し時間は終わりにして本題に入ろうぜ。
そうですね。この中の誰が A なのか、犯人探しを始めましょう。
I don't think anybody wanted to hear that, but we all knew it needed to happen. There was no way around it anymore. Someone here intentionally made both Mr. Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro laugh. In Tokitsu's case, they even used explosives. Wait.
ごめん、今更だけど、時津さんの死因ってもしかして。
うん、ファンに殺されたんだろうね。
トッキーらしいわ。この世に小麦粉がなければ僕は前衛美術で世界を救っていたとかよく。トッキーらしいわ。この世に小麦粉がなければ僕は前衛美術で世界を救っていたとかよくこぼしていたもの。
Tsukishi scratched his head apologetically. He looked frustrated with himself for thinking so much about the time of death and the identity of the killer. I guess he did have a more sensitive side.
犯人探しなんてするまでもないと思いますが、これがプロイキッシャーによる犯行なら、第一容疑者はクオンジ・アリス、第二容疑者は青崎青子、第三容疑者はメイリデル・アーシェロット。以上、彼女たちをここで笑わせてしまう。これがプロイキッシャーによる犯行なら、第一容疑者はクオンジ・アリス、第二容疑者は青崎青子、第三容疑者はメイリデル・アーシェロット。以上の3名に絞られます。
There you go.
彼女たちをここで笑わせてしまえば解決です。脇腹をえぐるなり、足の裏をそぐなりすれば、人間は笑います。物理的に。
There you go.
ゆいちゃん、ちょっと落ち着いて。冷静になりましょうみんな。喧嘩は良くないわ。犯人の思うツボよ、きっと。もっとミステリ的に考えましょう。まずはアリバイ検証とか、ほら、物理的に穏やかな方向で。
律香に賛成です。ゆいかくんもそれは最後の手段として取っておいてくださいね。築地くんやくまりさんが同席しているんですから。
アリバイ検証はちょっと待ってもらえますか。その前にスイーツハーツだっけか、そいつの特徴を詳しく聞きたいんですけど。クオンジ、知ってることを話してくれ。ルールがどうたら以前に、そいつがどういう形なのか俺たちは知らねえんだ。
そうね、肝心なことを説明していなかったわ。スイーツハーツは卵型のプディングよ。王冠を逆さにしてゆで卵を乗せたような形。
斬新ね。プリンに殺されるミステリーとか今まで聞いたこともなかったわ。
バカなの？バカしかいないの？それは発動する前の形よ。スイーツハーツは自分を食べた相手にそっくりそのまま擬態するの。というか、スイーツハーツを食べちゃった時点で食べた人間、これが使用者ね。使用者は卵の中に閉じ込められて、外にはスイーツハーツが擬態した使用者が現れる。活動を始めたスイーツハーツは人間の形をしているってこと。
理屈も道理もあえて聞かないが、要は本物と偽物が入れ替わるんだな。
前言は撤回してあげる。飛び丸だけは去る以上ね。そう、スイーツハーツは使用者に化けるプロイなの。それも完全によ。何しろ起動してしまったら、スイーツハーツすら自分が犯人だとは思っていないんだもの。完全に化けるってそういうことでしょ。犯人と思わしきやつをどんなに詰問しても拷問しても、それがスイーツハーツだっていう客観的かつ絶対的な証拠がないと正体は暴けない。使用者は証拠を突きつけられて、ようやく自分がスイーツハーツだって気がつくのよ。
何そのロジックパズル、たまんないです。正直もうたまんないです。
一流のスパイは まず自分はスパイではないと自己暗示をかけると言いますが、
いえ、それはおかしい。犯人は明確に笑わせに来ているのでしょ。それで自覚がないというのはどう思う？
スイーツハーツとスイーツハーツが代行している人間はオンオフで切り替わるの。普段は代行している人間そのものだけど、ルール実行可能な条件になると、その時だけスイーツハーツの人格に切り替わる。もちろん代行している人間の時の人格にはスイーツハーツを起動した時の記憶は消失しているわ。
What kind of setup was this? So we were dealing with a formless butcher, a murder with no ill intent? That meant the murderer could be anyone, even me. Any of us could be sweethearts.
みんな落ち着いて、冷静になりましょう。楽しいからって騒いだり喧嘩したり、もう我慢できない私は家に帰るぞとか叫んで飛び出していったりしちゃダメよ。絶対死ぬから。
私としてはまずあなたに冷静になってほしいのですが。
ダメ、冷静になんてなれない。お願い、夢でも覚めないで。盛り上げるためにみんなあと半分ぐらい殺されて、そして当然最後に生き残るのは
そこまでのとんでもプロいとは思わなかったわ。これは真面目にアリバイ検証するしかなさそうね。
そうだな。誰がスイーツハーツかは判明しないが、誰なら2人を殺せたかは見えてくるかもしれねえ。それぞれこの一日の行動を証言しよう。もし自分の記憶と違ったところがあったら容赦なく指摘してくれ。それじゃあまずは俺からだな。
No one objected to Sakiji's initiative. If he didn't want to go first, he looked suspicious.
俺は午前10時にベオと木の実、時津のじいさんと久遠寺邸に到着した。俺たちは久遠寺に挨拶した後、それぞれ与えられた客室で休憩。11時には今に再集合し昼食をとった。そうだな、確かその辺りで時津のじいさんはいなくなってたな。午後になって青崎、山城、くまりが到着。夕方になってリデルが呼ばれもしないのに乱入。何度かトイレで席を立ったが、基本的には居間とサンルームで過ごしていた。俺が居間にいた間、常に姿があったのは久遠寺だけだ。
私は午前中は街で買い物をして、そのまま昼過ぎにくまりと合流。なぜか山城先生もいたわ。3人で洋館に到着したのが2時過ぎ。居間で飛び丸たちに挨拶して、あとは居間とサンルームを行ったり来たりだったかな。 ご不条で何度か席を立ったけど、一度もトッキーとは顔を合わせていないわ。
僕もするの？いいけどみんなと変わらないよ。3連休だったので昨日はトビーの家で寝泊まりしてあげてたよ。コウスケも一緒だったんでうるさいことこの上なかったです。で、朝になってから3人で一緒に公園まで行ってじいさんと合流してロールスロイスでここの門に到着。10時にはアリスに挨拶して、あとはずっとゴロゴロしてました。
Oh. Let me read that again. Well, yeah, it'd be Beowulf and Toby Maher. Because why in the world would they didn't go to the park if that's the case? Because how would it? They went at 10. Then how would they have time to go to the park and meet up with everybody? That's my answer, but you know, we'll just have to see. Okay, is this one?
ほとんど屋敷にいたんだけど、パーティーの準備が忙しくてあまりみんなと話していないな。誰かさんと誰かさんが手伝ってくれないから。
I love this song so much.
それはともかくとして、基本的には今にいたよ。買い出しとか庭の手入れもしたけど、あれは午後だったかな。夕方になって部屋に戻ったら時津さんが大変なことに。
私はそうね、人手がなかったからトッキーが来る前に自分で西館の施錠を済ませて今に移動したわ。プロイの保管庫を含めて西館には立ち入り禁止の部屋が多いから。それからはずっと居間でゲストの様子を見ていたけど、誰がいつどのくらい席を立っていたかまでは把握していないわ。
私も青崎と同じだけど、一応証言はしとく。午後1に青崎、山城先生と合流して午後2時過ぎに久遠寺邸に到着。客室で一度休憩を取ったのが3時半から4時。4時にロビーに神父さんたちがやってきたのを覚えています。あとそうだ、仮眠中誰かの笑い声が聞こえた気がするけど、気のせいかもしれないし、これは推理の材料にしないで混乱させるだけだわ。
Decision J.
私は午後の業務を済ませ、青子からの招待状通り平和的ないでたちで洋館を目指しました。
Yeah, okay, let me go back here because I'd be crazy to not be safe. There you go. And now we do the same thing here. I don't think what I said adds up. That's
私
funny.
は午後の業務を済ませ、青子からの招待状通り平和的ないでたちで洋館を目指しました。午後4時に洋館に到着し、サンルームでお茶をいただいているとリレル君が乱入し、その後時津氏が殺害されていることが判明しました。こちらに来てからは時津氏と出会っていません。また山城先生の姿が消えたのは時津氏の事件が発覚する前だったと思います。
私もエイリ神父と同じです。この屋敷に到着してから事件が起きるまで
私はあっちゃ何度か席を立っちゃったな。おトイレとちょっと洋館探索に。だってあっちゃんが家にあげてくれるなんて珍しいじゃない。レア物も見たいなーと歩き回ってたけど、案の定どこもロックは完璧でした。あ、でも2階には行ってないわよ。これは本当。
Decision K. Place bookmark. Page 3. Look at this. Look at all these save slots. But there's only 6. Insane. Which I mean is fine. I don't need 6, but like it's crazy. K. Okay, there you go. The mood was a little tense, but there was no obvious contradictions between the alibis. The room grew silent. There wasn't enough evidence to pinpoint the time of Sakitsu's death. Is that the moon? I stare at the moon. And it is darkness has begun. Nobody heard an explosion, and apparently, thanks to this ploy Kickshaw's nonsense, even rigor mortis wasn't a reliable indicator. Since there was no way to deduce the exact time of death by examining the body, we could only estimate it based on the last time Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro were seen. Mr. Tokitsu likely died between 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Mr. Yamashiro between 4 and 8. However, everyone was together at 7, so it had to have been sometime between 4 and 7. Only 3 people had solid alibis: Miss Kuonji, Father Eri, and Sister Yuika. Tsukiji and I have alibis when it comes to Mr. Yamashiro because we were both in the drawing room at the time. Aozaki, Suzuki, and Bayo were unknowns.
でも怪しいのはプロイのことを知っている青子とアリス、あとリツカだよね。だって僕らスイーツハーツなんて知らなかったんだし。
そうだな。前もって知る機会があったかは別にして、まずはそこから検討しないとな。今日ここで知ったのか、初めから知っていたのか、この違いは大きいぜ。
Wouldn't it be Riddell? He was right. We need to know when the play was activated. If it was me or Mr. Yamashiro if it was me or Mr. Yamashiro once we arrived at the mansion, we'd have needed to find Sweethearts and activate it without knowing what it was. Not impossible, but not realistic. That would classify this game as a type of murder mystery involving sudden crimes. The kind of scenario where unexpected tragedies occurred one after another. On the other hand, if someone knew about the ploy and had access to it any time they wanted, that would make this a premeditated crime. There was no need to figure out when the ploy was found. Person A would have already switched places with the ploy and executed their plan at their leisure once everyone was gathered. Currently, the most likely scenario.
初めからプロイを知っているという前提で絞るなら、怪しいのは青崎だな。青崎なら両名を殺せる時間があった。律香さんの場合、時津じいさんの殺害は難しい。クオンジはずっと今にいた唯一の人間だ。犯行には及べない。
そうね、それは否定しないわ。その二人に関してなら私はいくらでもやれるチャンスはあったでしょう。ではやはりって何をやはりって。あくまで可能性の話でしょ。それを言うなら洋館にやってきてすぐにプロイを発見して勢い食べちゃって、それでスイーツハーツになっちゃったって偶然もあるわけだし。怪しさで言えばみんな同じよ。水かけ論だわ。
私とエイリ神父は潔白だと証明されましたが、
あんたらがどんな経緯で洋館に来たかは不明よね。ロビーで話し声が聞こえたからアリスが出迎えたんでしょ。それ以前あんたらがどこにいたかなんて誰も証明できないじゃない。
そうね、可能性で言うならエイリさんとユイちゃんと私が共謀してるというのもありだし。
姉さん、あなたはどちらの味方ですか？
私は論理の味方よ。マニアの矜持に誓ってどちらにも肩入れはしないから。まあそれはそれとして、プロイを知っているって条件ならもう一人とびきり不自然な子もいるんだけど。
Hazaki and his sister glared at each other so intensely I thought I saw sparks flying. They probably didn't get along, even at the best of times. Given the situation, it was no wonder they were at each other's throats.
青子、あまりユイカさんを挑発しない方がいいと思うけど、今回のルールでは彼女は最強の切り札なんだから。
は？最悪の敵の間違いじゃない。
切り札よ。だってあの人この中で一番安全だもの。そうでしょ、ユイカさん。
ええ、私には笑いがわかりませんから。冗談で笑うなんてことはまずありえません。ですから先に退場するのは青子さんの方でしょうね。
Komanji appeared to have only meant it as a warning, but I could tell that the room was getting more tense. Just then, the Blue Robin appeared in front of Miss Komanji. It landed on the black table and started chirping.
自分犯人分かったんすけど言っていいっすか？
You tweeted. Bark. Miss Kuonji mercilessly squashed it with a karate
とも
chop.
かくいつまでも笑い話と思っていると
そうだね。ゆいかさんはともかく笑い上手な人はどこかに隠れていた方がいいんじゃない？
That made sense to me. Decision L. Yep. Yep. Back at it. Alright. Bad end number 3, if I remember. No, bad end number 2. Wow. Yeah, no, it was a long time before we. Wow. 6, 7, 8. Because like the guide doesn't help because it's like it helps, of course. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't useful. But it's also just like alright, it's hard to explain. Well, let me just make my decision and keep it pushing. I felt that it was best for everyone to stay in different guest rooms until morning.
話はここまでです。疑心暗鬼をこれ以上深める必要はないでしょう。犯人は分からずとも解決する手段は明白なのですから。
Just like this, Sister Yuika took the reins. Not really wrong. Nobody judged her display of authority. Well, almost nobody. Ritsuka was sulking.
皆さんはそれぞれ客室で夜を過ごしてください。きちんと鍵をかけて朝まで誰も入れないように。私とエイリ神父、リツカの3人はここで寝ずの番をしますので、何か異常があるようでしたら駆けつけます。
まあ妥当なところね。教会組も犯人候補だけど、ユイカさんだけはプロイである可能性はないんだし。
それはなぜ？
魔女嫌いのユイカさんはプロイキッシャーの口車には乗らないでしょ。そうと分かったら解散。各自必要なものを手にしたら客室に戻って朝まで籠城すること。あとトイレは物理的に我慢して。
The plan to hole up in our rooms was accepted before I could say anything. It did seem like the safest and simplest option, or plan.
俺の部屋は使えないな。飛び丸、そっちの客室に入れていいか？
ああ、木の実がいなくなったからな。ちょうどいい。
Hey, that's lit. Let's go. Fellas. All my fellas. Tsukiji took some cookies and a pitcher of water from Suzuki before heading begrudgingly for the foyer. Let's
ちょっと
go.
待って。築地はそれでいいの？
Yeah, but my dog.
多数決なら仕方がね。問題を解決せずに封殺しちまうのは民主主義の欠点だな。
Gotta love democracy.
しかしま
That's
あ
funny.
これも鉄板の選択だ。何かあったら大声で助けを呼んでくれや。
Yo, shut up.
俺も2階だから
Oh,
すぐに
man.
駆けつけられる。
Shut up, Toby Maru. You can tell how much he cares.
こんなことならライブキャンセルするんじゃなかったわ。アリス、早く部屋に案内しなさいよ。もちろんゲストルームじゃなくてあんたの部屋よ。ここじゃロイヤルクラスなんて望むべくもないでしょ。だから特別に家主の部屋で妥協してあげるわ。
Oh, my fellas. No, no, no. No choice.
私は自分の部屋にいるから朝まで誰も近づいちゃダメよ。
僕はここで寝てるよ。何かあったら起こしてね。
Everyone went to their separate ways. Doubt still nagged at me, but I went to my assigned guest room for the time being. I locked the door and lay on the bed, just in case I decided not to change into my pajamas.
笑っ たら死ぬとかわ
I,
けがわ
if
か
I
ら
was
な
in
い
this game, I would have been so fried. Genuinely so fried. I would have died either before Tokitsu or after him. But I would not have survived. Not at all. I would make myself laugh all the time. I'm such an idiot. So like literally you hear the stream and I'd be laughing to myself all the time. Someone or something was trying to kill, or clearly trying to kill us all. I turned on my side, thoughts racing, and then there was someone there. To me, Tsukiji and Father Iri were too rational. They overlooked something. I wasn't fixated on the culprit's face or identity. I was more concerned with the why done it. All my fails. What did the culprit have to gain by killing us all? I was roused by the sound of wind. The lights were out. I remember turning them off before I went to sleep. I got up and tried the light switch, but nothing happened. I wanted to check the time, but that wasn't happening in this darkness. I tried my best to go back to sleep and pretend everything was okay, but I was too on edge. I could barely even stay still.
青崎の部屋が一番近いよね。
I moved as quietly as possible to the door, unlocked it and peeked into the hallway. It seemed empty. Only sound came from the wind and rain. As if led by something, I ventured into the hallway, down towards Aozaki's room. I placed my hand on the doorknob. It was unlocked. Inside her room, I found a dead body, the corpse of a woman I've never seen before. Did I scream? Did I manage to hold it in? I couldn't tell. The rain tonight was too intense. That wasn't the rain. It was the sound of the hinges. I realized the door was swinging and looked in its direction. It was coming from the room next to Aozaki's. Suzuki told me before that it was her study. Something was on the door. A liquid, thick and red like paint. Inside the study, I found the gruesome sight of Hako Aozaki. I ran down the hallway. I didn't care about making noise anymore. The storm was too loud to hear anything. I threw open the door to each guest room. In the third room, I find the lifeless body of the boy who had been on my mind for 3 years. Panting, I nearly rolled down the stairs. Too fast, I fell. My body bounced up the steps and rolled into the foyer. Nobody was around. The front door was wide open, as if we had a visitor. My instincts told me that the church runners were already. I heard faint footsteps. The sound of the storm faded. All sounds around me washed away. In front of me, I felt nothing. No fear, no anger. My heart was as calm as a lake, as if I laid eyes on the stormy night killer. 2 eyes flashed in the darkness. Light glinted off in the weapon in their hands. It was Soujuro. Their face was unworldly, twisted, demonic. It was the last thing I ever saw. It was Soujuro. Why does he have that on? What? Okay. Alright, let's see. That was ending number 2. Search for bookmark. Decision L. So now we know we should check Riddell's alibi. Yep, now we're on. Oh, so I can show you guys. Capture specific window, capture any full screen. So check this out, right? This is the guide that I'm using. It's on Steam. Shout out to this person, by the way. Matt Cool for making this. Not enough star ratings. Give it a thumbs up. Why not? But yeah. So past bad ending 1, past bad ending 2. So this is what I mean, right? Like you start off here, simple decisions, whatever. You start off here, and then you see the decisions get longer and longer and longer. And then it's to the point where it's just like you can't even scroll all the way without like, what's it called? Without finishing. So it's just like, it's a lot. Granted, again, like this is a well-made guide, so I can't even complain. But it's just more like that's what I meant when it was like oh, it gets a little confusing at times. But it's whatever. Like, as long as I have it, it's fine. Anyways, I felt that we need to dig more into the Pink Girl's alibi.
私にもやれって言うの？私は関係ないじゃない。だって私が来た時、もうじいさんも先生とやらもいなくなってたんでしょ？常識的に考えて完全に白。だいたい私には私は関係ないじゃない。だって私が来た時、もうじいさんも先生とやらもいなくなってたんでしょ？常識的に考えて完全に白よ。
There you go. Kudai with chain.
だいたい私にはスイーツハーツなんて使う理由がないし、何不自由のないアイドルだし、願い事なんて大抵はお金で解決できるし、どうせ嵐を呼ぶなら自分の手で起こして周りを犠牲にしてもすっぱり成就させまくるし。
Man, shut your lame.
バカ言ってんじゃねえ。てめえだって怪しいだろ。プロイとやらを知っていて、青崎とクオンジに恨みがあって、おまけに慢性的なヒスときた。そもそもなんで呼ばれもしていないのにやってきた。わざわざヘリ飛ばしてまでよ。つうかあれだ、てめえヘリでやってきた時全く雨に濡れていなかったよな。
Oh, I did not notice that.
あれどういうことだ。それまで屋敷に隠れていてヘリを呼びつけたタイミングで登場すれば、さもたった今着きましたって状況になるよな。
何よそれ。私ちゃんとヘリで来たってば。雨に濡れないのはゴブリンで弾いたからだし、なんで私があんたらを皆殺しにしようなんて思うのよ。
いや、思ってたじゃないか実際。
ええ、したわね実際。
あれはあれ、これはこれでしょ。もうマジ頭きた。私帰る。帰って第二次ブリティッシュ作戦の準備する。もちろん標的はここだからね。
できるの？脱出は困難だってアリスが。
ええ、スイーツハーツの確率変動で道は土砂崩れになっている可能性が高いわ。電話線もなくなってるから外部と連絡も取れないし。
ふん、地上がダメなら空があるわ。いいわよ、ヘリでしょ。お望み通り呼んでやるわよ。私のゴブリンネストを舐めるんじゃないっての。
The girl in pink stormed out into the hallway.
ハロー、パパ？私だけど、今すぐ三崎町の白犬塚までヘリ飛ばして。そう、あの三崎町。はあ？まだ諦めてないのかですって？ブーカ、頭の中かぼちゃになってんじゃないの？勝つまでやるのが私だし。第一、まだ全然負けてないし、あんなの引き分けに過ぎないわよ。ほら、座標はわかるでしょ。さっさと飛ばして。10分以内よ、10分以内。は？死者にあるヘリじゃ無理？嵐がひどくて近づけない？それでもこの私が今すぐミサイルみたいにかっ飛ばせって言って。飛ばしたくても機体がない？このハイトンチキ、あんたそれでも商人？頭使いなさいよね。近くに軍用基地あるでしょ。そこに試作の最新鋭機があるって話よ。教習用の。それ一機チャーターして。もう無理無理うるさいわね。それしか言えないの？は？会社の立て直しでキャッシュがない？機体プラススタッフごと買い取らなきゃならん？上等じゃない。その程度私がいくらでも稼いであげるっての。
アラブの坊ちゃん宅だろうが
Yo.
チャイナの金満家のところだろうがプライベートライブに3発ぶちかましてあげるわよ。それでお釣りが来るでしょ。
Shout out her dad for having every excuse in the book. Oh my gosh.
喜ぶとか本気でやめて。お金のためよ、お金のため。音楽業なんてどうでもいいんだから。分かったら10分以内。最新鋭機のスーパーかっこいいの。クソアパッチなんかよこしたら親子の縁切るから覚悟しておくことね。
The pink girl's vicious berating could be heard through the house. She was speaking English so quickly with so much slang mixed in that I couldn't quite catch it all. Dang, she was speaking English. That would have been fire to hear. That would have been so fire to hear. Man, unfortunate. There you go. Those thing wasn't a particular shank to my head anyway.
あのバカは本気で軍用ヘリ呼びつけやがった。
お待たせ。あと10分もしたら救いの天使が来るわ。スイーツハーツのルールはこの山限定だから、外に出てしまえば何もかもチャラ。私は一足先に家に帰って豪華なディナーとしゃれ込ませてもらうから。ああ、けど安心なさい。私だって鬼じゃないし、どうしてもって言うなら乗っけていってあげてもいいわよ。こんな犯人当てゲームにコリゴリな人は今すぐ私側に来ることね。
待てそこ。どうしてすぐ強い方につこうとするの？
I know, hey. Yo, Soujuro, that's hilarious.
待てそこ。どうしてすぐ強い方につこうとするのか。
いやしかし自ら救いの天使だと。
やめとけ宗十郎。そいつが救いの天使だってんなら青崎なんざ癒しの女神クラスになっちまう。根本的に例えを間違えてるぞあれ。
クマリはどうする？飛び丸たちはこう言っているけど。
私も辞退。帰るなら一人で帰ってもらえばいい。
To be honest, if rescue was coming, I really did want to leave, but I wasn't about to owe this pink princess any favors.
この状況でも仲良しごっことはドリーマー極まったわね。いいわよ、好きにすれば。明日の朝刊の見出しが山の上の洋館、宿泊客全員行方不明かなんてもんにならないようせいぜい気をつけなさい。
逃げ出す女がよく言ったものね。そもそもこの天候で助けなんて来るはずないし、外の天気嵐というより地獄でしょ。夢見がちなのはそっちの頭の方だと思う。
And then, before even 10 minutes had gone by, there was a bizarre noise from outside that was separate from the howling storm.
予定よりすっごく早い。さすがパパ。なんだかんだ言ってコネクションも行動力もあるんだから。
Gotta give him credit. Dad really pulled through. In the midst of the tempest, a demonic bird came down bearing arms. Bright spots that I thought were eyes turned out to be a powerful searchlight, its beam stretching out for miles. The steel helicopter struggled against winds in excess of 50 miles per hour. And then... I didn't even get to finish my sentence, bro. Oh my gosh.
あ、落ちた。
Come on, you're evil. Oh, it crashed.
いや、この天候でフライトとか常識的に考えて無茶でしょう。
ええ、必ず落ちると思ったわ。リデルの作戦がうまくいったことなんて 今まで一度もないのだし。
あらよ、あんたさえ関わらなければいつだって私はパーフェクトだっつうの。それに今のはただのテストよ。本命は後からやっ。ちょっと待って、タイム。
The pink girl went back out into the hallway. Maybe she had a pager in her pocket.
責任問題になった。今特殊部隊が本社ビルの屋上から侵入してきてるですって。
Her yelling resonated throughout the hallway.
落ち着いて、下手な抵抗はしちゃダメよ。すぐ無線で相手のトップと交渉して。え、損害賠償？プロジェクトごと買い取らないと殺すって？つかもう拘束されてる？ああ、もうカイは何やってんのよ。で、いくら？何その金額、桁2つ違くない？払えない、そんなのすぐに払えない。ちょっと待って、なんとかなるかも。今年のツアー延長と私の持ち株とタヒチの島を売却すればなんとかなりそう。いいわ、契約成立。買い取っちゃって。軍事産業とか畑違いだけど、とりあえずパパの安全が最優
先。Let's go. At least she cares about her dad, even though she's really spoiled. I was a little curious now. I think I'll leave it alone. Place bookmark. Daddy, I did not mean to open. Yeah, nah, I did not mean to open you. I think I'll just leave it alone. Okay, that's fair. Cause like the ones that don't have like branching paths, I feel like just don't matter. I think they're just dialogue text or like flavor text. There you go. After about a minute.
まあヘリのことはきっぱり忘れるとして、もっと前向きな話をしましょう。
She returned, acting as if nothing had happened. We were enemies, but I had to respect their sense of pride.
飛び丸。前向きな話をしましょう。
わかった。とりあえずお前さんが潔白だってのだけは分かった。というかこれでスイーツハーツがお前だったらひどすぎて目も当てられね
え。そんなの当たり前でしょ。さっきから私は関係ないって言ってるじゃない。だいたいね、この私希代の天才マイスター、新世代魔女であるリデル様がこんなバカっぽくて古臭いプロイに引っかかるわけないじゃない。
いや、引っかかっただろ、あのヘリ。
ヘリはヘリ、私は私よ。さっきだって笑ったけど耐え切ったでしょ。言っとくけど私は絶対笑わないからね。ここでゆっくりあんたらが古臭いプロイなんかにやられて消えていくのを眺めてやるから。
She sounded aggressive. I think the pig girl was more concerned as she led on. With one last huff through her nose, she plopped down on the sofa. She seemed to have made up her mind to work with us for the night.
ごめんなさい。少し席を外すわ。すぐに戻ってくるから話を続けていて。
Miss Koonji was the bathroom.
しかし図らずも脱出は不可能であることが証明されてしまいましたね。誰がスイーツハーツなのか特定するか、朝まで全滅しないように注意を払うか、私は後者を選びたいところですが。
賛成。藪をつついて蛇を出したらそれこそ全滅の可能性も出てくるし。くまりは？
私はどっちでもいいけど、築地はどうなの？
俺か？俺は犯人特定に1票だな。こんな状況を作り出した間抜けには きっちり文句言わねえとな。
私はどちらでも。リデルさんではありませんが、どちらに転んでも安全ですので。
私は築地君に賛成。推理しましょうみんな。
俺はそうですね、外の天気も荒れる一方だし、みんな部屋に立てこもった方がいいとは思う。
つまんないです。宗十郎さん、ここはもうちょっと様子見ようよ。青子の死に方とかすごく興味ない？
レオ、そういうのは冗談でも。ん
Suddenly, the room was pitch dark.
落ち着いて。電気が切れたようです。皆さん、むやみに動いてはいけませんよ。闇だけ。
That was a close one. Art sorry, people almost failed to suppress a
何
laugh.
考えてんのよエリー。全滅するかと思ったじゃない。
He would have killed you, baby. But I decided to keep that to myself.
いや、今なら切れる。
Yo, this dude's a monster. Oh my gosh. I'll knock their
タイミ
lights
ング
out.
はバッチリだった。つまんないダジャレも切り出し方次第で人を殺せるんだな。
I can swallow it. Bottle it. Alcohol it. Be like Godzilla.
顔が見えないのがまた効くよ
まったくよ、この私ですらちょっとブルッときたわ。もしかしてあいつが犯人なんじゃないの？
Conversation continued in the dark. It reminded me of telling ghost stories on a school trip. It's just fun to talk in the dark sometimes. For whatever reason, I could tell we were all tempted to make each other laugh.
ろうそく見つけた。誰かライター持ってない？もしくはマッチ。
ちょっとマッチ。
今のも神父さん？
ひどい、ひどすぎる。
脳が退化しているとしか思えません。
いや、この原子の状態じゃエスプリ聞かせてもインパクトねえぞ。シンプルイズベストだ。
みんな静かに。電気つきそうだぞ。
What do you need to be quiet for if it's cut? Yo, that was dumb as hell, soldier. What are you talking about? Did the Koonji stay have its own power generator? It wasn't clear who restored the power, but the drawing room was flooded with artificial light.
あら、古臭い屋敷のくせに設備はしっかりしてるのね。このまま暗闇で朝まで過ごすのかと心配しちゃったわ。
Riddell had moved next to me at some point. She looked up. I followed her gaze. Oh wow. She had multiple heart attacks. Oh my goodness. Yo.
リデル、ちょっと何があったの？
Alice is insane for that. Aozaki rushed over to her side. I narrowly avoided the same fate. If she hadn't started laughing first, I'd have busted a gut for sure.
リデル、しっかりしなさいリデル。死ぬ前に教えて。何を見たの？犯人ね。
そんなつまんないやつよりもっとおぞましくてプニプニした悪魔がだったり。Blarg. Aozaki burst into tears, clutching May's lifeless body in her arms. They're probably more alike than they care to admit. Amidst the commotion, Miss Koenji returned, not appearing to have noticed the death.
何かあったのかしら。
Alice is insane for that, bro. I'm so sick.
わからん。わけもなく爆笑して自滅した。今度はさすがに復活は無理っぽい。
Perhaps out of pity, Tsukishi covered her with a tablecloth and lay her to rest at the side of the room. I quietly shuffled over to Miss Kuonji and whispered in her ear.
クオンジさん、今の何？着替える服を間違えたの。みんなには黙っていてね、くまりさん。
Yeah, that's awesome. That's terrible, but that's
クオンジさん、
awesome.
今の何？
Oh, that's so funny.
着替える服を間違えたの。みんなには黙っていてね、くまりさん。
いいけど、犯人じゃないのよね、あなた。
ええ、今のはただの趣味だから安心して。昔からあの子を見ているとなぜかいじめたくなってしまって。
It's really too bad, she sighed. Again, I felt a little sorry for her, though. Ooh, wow. 11 o'clock. That made 4 victims. Everyone seemed resigned to locking ourselves in our rooms for the night. Sujunan. Oh, Kenomi. That's what it was, yeah. Alrighty, let's see. What's the choice here? Let's see, what was I agree. Okay. I agree.
ここで腹の探り合いをしていても虚しいだけね。自分の部屋に閉じこもって朝を待つに賛成な人。
I raised my hand. In favor were Aozaki, Sister Yuika, Shizuki, and Bayo, who were all along with Shizuki. Those against were Ritsuka, Father Eri, Tsukishi, and Miss Kuonji. With Bayo as the tiebreaker, our side won.
決まりね。それじゃあ各自部屋にこもってしっかり鍵かけて、必要なものがあったら台所から持って行って。あとトイレは精神的に耐え切って。
Yep. Everyone had to be exhausted from the one night of deduction. We barely spoke as we headed off to our respective rooms. I locked the door and yep. Yep. Oh, the day was almost over. Once midnight passed, the first day of our 3-day break would come to a close. Never imagined spending a vacation like this in a million years.
まずすごく眠い私。
My eyelids grew heavy the instant I lay down. I noticed I had things to consider. A warm slumber embraced me in moments.
Aozakiの
Yep, same ending. Okay. If it's gonna be like that, then I'll just start skipping that ones that end the same way. There you go. Now we move on to ending 4. Ending 4, yeah. There's a lot of these, man. Sounds dangerous. Okay, yeah, alright. How many hours are we at now? Let's see. 7.5. 7.5. We're making it out of the hood with this one. There you go. I think it's too dangerous to hole up in our rooms. The reason being... Oh. Okay. Okay. I thought it was best to tackle the problem now.
それじゃあ各自自分の部屋に。ちょっと待って。その前に確かめたいことがある。みんな、今日のゲストは何人か。
何人かって、クオンジ入れて13人だろ。それがどうかしたか？
それはリデルを入れての話。
何？
Oh, that's a good point. Yo, look at Kumari with the big brain tech. Oh my gosh. Does that include Riddell? That's a bar. Yo. Tsukichi's eyes went wide. He was acquainted with Riddell, so her being here hadn't felt out of place to him. But to someone like me who didn't know her, she stuck out like a sore thumb. She had crashed the party without a formal invitation. Wow, that's so smart.
最終的な人数は12人になる。
どういうことか説明してくれる？クオンジさん。
そうね。私もうっかりしていたわ。招待状は私と青子、しずきくんで分けて出したの。最終的に9枚消費したとしか私は聞いていなかったから。私とトッキーはホストで、青子としずきくんは知っていたから、合わせて13人だって。ちなみに私はリツカさんとベオに招待状を送ったわ。
私はエイリとユイカさん、木の実と飛び丸。
自分はクマリと最後に余ったのを先生と、とても名前を口にできない人に1枚。
なるほど。数に合っている。
Oh man. Oh man. So if you remember that sprite, you should know who it is.
ところで宗十郎、叱られる前に白状した方がいいのよ。もうなんとなく分かったけど、一体誰に招待状を送りやがったの？
仲間外れは良くないじゃないか。
トウコね、トウコ呼びつけたのはあんただったのね。
Oh man. Okay, so that was another thing I knew about this story beforehand, was that Toko was here as well. Oh, that's cute. That's so cute. I like how he does that. When he gets shaken by Riddell, he sees 2 Aozakis, but when he gets shaken by Aozaki, he sees 2 Riddells. That's so cute. Oh man, that's so funny, bro.
呪いならトウコさんとっくにクリアしたって言ってたよ。発想の転換だとか言って。
Oh shoot.
どんな理屈よそれ。相変わらずネジ飛んでるわね、姉貴。
ともかくトウコさんに招待状が送られてしまった以
So
上、
there's 14 people here.
彼女がここに来ている可能性があるのね。
そう。そこで思い出してほしいのが、電話線がなくなってた時の玄関。あの時、玄関の床には水滴がついていた。私たちは雨が降り出してから一度も外に出ていない。だから事件の直前にやってきたリデルの足跡かと思ってたけど、彼女全く雨に濡れていなかった。つまり
あの雨の後はリデルさん以外の何者かが洋館に入ってきたという証拠 あの時玄関には時津さんと山城先生以外のみんながいたから。
姿のない参加者、13人目のゲストがいるということですね。
Oh, excuse me. This changed everything. I never heard that Awazaki had an older sister, but now wasn't the time to ask about that. Tension in the air was enough to tell me that there was bad blood between her and the people here.
青崎瞳子ですか。彼女なら確かにプロイに精通し、クオンジの屋敷の見取りも把握しています。何より私たち、特に青子さんに強力な殺意がある。今まで見えてこなかった動機の面でも最有力候補ですね。
ですね。瞳子さんが犯人だとしたら、部屋に閉じこもるのは得策ではありません。何をやっても力ずくで侵入してくるでしょう。
うん、トコちゃんならやるわ。だってホラー大好きだもの。ここに来て展開がホラーになるのは残念だけど、まずは安全を確保しないとね。
皆さん、手分けして洋館内を調査しましょう。瞳子さんがいるのかいないのか、そこをはっきりさせなくては。
ああ、うん、そうよね。じゃあ私は自分の部屋周辺を調べるわ。
私は西館と念のため地下室に。くまりさんたちは危険だからここで待っていて。
With that, they left the drawing room on a mission, leaving me, Tsukiji, Shizuki, and Risuka behind. Time passed by slowly. My eyelids began to feel heavy from anxiety and exhaustion. The clock struck midnight.
紅茶でも入れてくるか。宗次郎、お茶はどこで？
それならサンルームのテーブルにまだ温かいポットがあるよ。
よし、取ってくる。
He probably wanted to get his mind off things. Tsukiji strode off to the sunroom. Out of the blackout. There was a dazzling flash of light. Through the window in the sunroom, I could see the lightning.
築地君、下がって早く。
なんだ今の、誰かいたぞ。
3人ともこっち、ホールに移動しましょう。
Risuka grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the pitch black drawing room. I definitely saw the outline of a person against the lightning. Someone was outside in a raging storm. They could only be the 13th guest. No. From what I could tell, that was Bayo. That was Bayo. We fled to the hall. The wall lamps have appeared to be on a separate wiring, so at least it wasn't completely dark.
どうしたのよ、血相変えちゃって。
外に誰かいた。
ちょっと見てくる。宗十郎、飛び丸、小鹿をお願い。
Jogging, Awazaki disappeared into a dark corridor connecting the parlor. Farther, Eri and Sister Yuika came down the stairs, and Miss Kawanji returned from the west wing. They must have heard the commotion.
屋敷の電源がまた落ちたようですが、何かあったのですか？
それがサンルームの外に人影っぽいものが見えて、つい逃げてきちゃった。今はアコちゃんが様子を見に行ってるわ。
Awazaki returned as we explained the situation.
とりあえず異常なし。サンルームの窓も割れてないし、誰かが中に入ってきた様子はないわ。
こちらも異常はありませんでした。館内に瞳子さんはいないようです。そうなると
先ほどの外に人影を見たという件ですね。館内に異常がないのなら、あとは屋敷の周りだけです。
わかりました。外を調べに行きましょう。まずはサンルームのあたりですね。危険ですから調べに行くのは私とシスターユイカ、それと青子、頼めますか？
エイリ神父、この風では私はあまりお役に立てないかと。
そうでしたね。しかし私はともかく青子を一人にするのは。
気にしないで。 私は一人で身を守れるから。エイリの方こそ大丈夫？今日武装してないんでしょ？
それでしたら宗十郎君お願いできますか？
Shizuki nodded solemnly. Let's see, what's the answer here? Stain? Okay. I can't imagine picking every wrong option. Not even like every wrong option for your first one. Because it's only 3 choices. I can see how that happens. But every wrong option for the entire game. Like, that's gotta be so crazy. I think it's too dangerous to leave Aozaki alone.
待って、青崎。私も行く。何言ってんのよ、クマ。外は危ないんだってば。いいからクマは飛び丸とロビーで待機していてよ。
Yeah, she's bold. She is bold.
危ないのはあんたも同じでしょ。友人として一人で出歩かせることはできないわ。
Yeah, and so is Tobimaru. Aozaki couldn't refuse when I put it like that. I wanted to watch her back, of course. I had another reason too. Wallahi, Aozaki was currently the... She has a point. She has a point. Currently the most suspicious survivor. It was a good idea to let her go alone for multiple reasons. If she was to kill her, or sweethearts or whatever, then our lives were in danger. If I didn't go with her, then it would cast more doubt on her later. Anyone could see how dangerous it was outside. Of course I would have liked to stay with Tsukishi, but Betty feelings like that were more important to my friendship with Aozaki. That's cute.
Okay, 了解。でも絶対に私のそばから離れないでね。それでいいでしょ、エイリー。
ええ、実のところ私も青子に一人つけたかったのです。Really? I
guess. I don't know. I don't think she should, but you know, whatever. Father Aries seemed to be thinking along the same lines. He had a cool demeanor, but maybe he had genuine concern for Aozaki.
飛び丸、ユイカさんとアリスをよろしくね。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻ってくるから。
Man, I'm dead.
外に出たら右手側からぐるっと一周してきて。私は左手側から見ていくから。
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎。
宗十郎。
宗十郎。
心配はこっちじゃなくクマリに。クマリ、枝が飛んでくるかもしれないから頭を低くしておくんだぞ。青崎はこういう時に限って
Weirdly
不思議な効果を発揮するから。
Yeah, that's insane work.
どういう意味よそれ。
Nothing. I nodded to Shizuki and made my way outside with Aozaki. The storm was worse than I expected. I could barely keep my eyes open in this wind. Aozaki extended her left hand toward me. I grabbed hold tightly. Her hand was so cold it sent a shiver down my spine. As we rounded one side of the mansion, Aozaki stopped. I couldn't even open my eyes. Aozaki paused before speaking. My words failed to reach her. Aozaki ran away from the mansion into the darkness of the woods. Oh, Kumari. Oh no. I love stories like these, mainly with Tobimaru and Kumari, because genuinely they're 2 of my favorite characters in this game. They're so cute. Aozaki voice came from the tree line. Haozaki's words hung in the air as her body suddenly flew to one side. It was as if she was hit by a high-powered rifle. She lay lifelessly on the ground. I know she looked in my direction before she burst out laughing. Behind me. Footsteps. I could barely make them out in the rain. I don't have time to look back or think. I ran as fast as I could. I need to get away from whatever was behind me. I sprinted into a deep, dark forest, away from the mansion. My chest burned with the exertion. I never pushed myself this hard, even during PE class. Wow, I was a pretty good runner. It's amazing what humans can do when they think we're about to die. My mind began to wander, trying to escape the reality of the situation. Suddenly, it felt like I was floating. My feet kicked wildly at the air. I seemed to be falling backward. Every breath sent a painful spasm through my back. I reached for my back, felt like something was wrong, and touched something wet. I timidly looked at my hand. As much as I hated to admit it, my hand was strawberry red. I licked it. Yep, 'tis la arm. I lost over a liter of blood, and it only kept flowing. Horrifying reality stopped me from finishing my sentence. Something was coming this way. At this point, I didn't really care. Would I sleep forever, or be captured by the killer? Either way, apparently this is how my night would end. Would that end? Yep. Okay, different ending. I respect it. Okay, yep, go here. And then it's best wait for all to do return. Yep. Ending 5. Okay. Over halfway. By the way things are looking, I think I'll be done by like 11. But we just have to wait and see. I should wait inside the mansion for all 3 of them to return.
それじゃあ行ってくる。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻りましょう。
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎君。
Suzuki usually kept his distance from Father Airy, but there was nothing usual about tonight. He kept his pace at the priest's side, his head on the swivel. Hey, keep your head on the swivel. 1 a.m. Golly. I waited for what felt like an eternity. The power still wasn't
もう
back
今
on.
夜中の復旧はないみたい。客室の配線は別系統だからまだ電源が生きていればいいけど。
Those rooms must have been added at a later date. All the older areas of the mansion, like the drawing room, hallways, and west wing, were pitch dark.
待て、ベオはどこに行った？
There you go.
そういえばどこにもいないけど。私が探してくる。みんなはここにいて。いい？決してユイカちゃんから離れちゃダメよ。姉さん。大丈夫よ、信頼して。これでも闇夜には慣れてるわ。
Rizka disappeared up the stairs to the second floor of the mansion. Let me see. Well, first of all, there you go. It's another. And then I'm about and did it again and did it again and did it again. Yep. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I didn't even read that. If this is a horror movie, this is the part where this gets one of us killed. I think, right? No, I feel like if this is a horror movie, this would be the part that gets us killed. That's what it was. After a long 20 minutes, Aozaki returned. She took off her raincoat and dried herself off with a towel.
いや、ひどい嵐だわこりゃ。 もう風っていうより壁？周りの木が飛んでいってないのが不思議なくらい。
Oh, okay. Awazaki explained that she patrolled a loop of the entire mansion, starting from the left side. She didn't find anything in front of the sunroom.
それよりエイリと宗十郎は？
途中ですれ違わなかったのですか？
全然。外に出るとき森の方が気になるとか言ってたけど、まさかあの二人この嵐の中で森に入ったんじゃ。
Awazaki and Sister Yuika exchanged concerned glances. Then Shizuki came back inside, looking sullen and dripping wet. Father Iri was on with
すまない。目を離した隙にエイリ神父がすごく面白いことに。
Shizuki was clearly downtrodden, but he made a bizarre choice of words.
しずきさん、まさか。
そのまさかみたいね。あのエイリまでやられるなんて何者なのよ一体。
The foyer fell silent. Shizuki was biting his lip, clearly ashamed of losing track of the priest or falling for the killer's trap. I think he's trying not to laugh.
宗十郎、その手に持ってるのなんだ？
Looking closer, I could see something long and fluffy in his hand, about 8 inches in
いや、
length.
館の東側、サンルームの前に落ちてたんだけど。
He held up what looked like a golden dog plushie. There was a strange pattern on its forehead.
5人目の犠牲者ね。
Yep.
それベオ？じゃああいつがサンルームの前にいた人影？
うん。言われてみれば確かにベオだったな。
Yep, see? There you go. So, Toki, Yamashiro, Riddell, Kinomi, Bayo, and Iri. Okay, that's 6.
あれ？もしかしてあいつ俺たちに助けを求めていたのか？
If he was, what did that mean? Bayo saw the kid. Oh, okay, cool. Bayo saw the killer outside the sunroom. He was waiting to laugh somehow. Remember, we were inside and tried to get our attention? Priestkill was the one who warned us to stay away from Bayo. She said she was used to dark nights. She know what that the silhouette was Bayo trying not to laugh.
ベオは何か見つけたのかもね。密かに一番頼りにしてたのに痛手だわ。それで宗十郎、エイリはどのあたりでやられたの？
西側の森だ。何か動くものがあるって森に入っていって、すぐに笑い声が聞こえてきた。その後、落雷のような悲鳴と滝のような血が降ってきて。
Everyone held their breath in anticipation. We all braced for the gruesome description of the priest's demise.
見上げたら？
木と木の間にクモの巣みたいにロープが張り巡らされていて、その中心でくねくねしたポーズで死んでた。なんか裸になって
What?
バラ加えて。
What? Instinctively, I turned to face the laughter behind me. I'm glad I read the honey story, because now that makes more sense. It makes more sense why Yuiko would laugh at this. It all happened so quickly. Sister Yuika had turned to stone as soon as she heard Suzuki's report. Man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them remain. 2 of them are missing. Oh, 1 of them is missing.
生地、耳で世界を捉える人だから。
俺は普段この人と神父がどんだけ険悪なのか気になって仕方がないが、ともかくこれで7人だ。一気に減ったな。
Unfortunately for us, all the people who posted greatest death to the killer were gone. The clock approached 1 a.m. Yep. Oh, no, never mind. 1:30. Unable to go to the drawing room, those of us up behind were standing in the foyer. It was surprisingly dark in here. The guest rooms are probably better lit. I considered going there. Might look weird going by myself though. Was Aozaki's older sister, the 13th Geth, really here? Couldn't go back to my room yet until the mystery was solved at least.
とりあえず、ユイカさんの彫像は部屋の隅に移動させよう。あれ、重いな。すごく重いぞ、ユイカさん。飛び丸、手伝ってくれ。
はいよ、俺後ろな。見た目通りいい曲線してやがんな、ユイカさん。シスター目当てで教会に通い詰める野郎が多いわけだ。
Even in this situation, Suzuki and Tsukiji were friendly. Couldn't believe how calm they both were. Felt like I was nearing a breaking point. Something jumped out at me. I'd die of shock before I died from laughter.
お茶でも入れてこようか。顔色真っ青よ。
There you go. Now we see that expression again. Look
あ
at
りが
that.
とう。けどいらない。
The last thing I wanted was to use the toilet, and I was scared of venturing far into the mansion to find them.
余裕じゃない。その調子なら朝まで持ちそうね。エイリとユイカさんは残念なことになったけど、ある意味ちょっと安心した。このメンツなら気心知れてるし、疑い合うこともないしね。あとはトークを見つければ。
いえ、それには及ばないわ。今までよくやってくれたものね、アコちゃん。
リツカさん。
The voice came from the stairs. Ritsuka had returned from her search for Bayo.
何よ、今のどういう意味、リツカ。
だから芝居はもういいってことです。チェックメイトよ、アコちゃん。どうしてこんな強行に及んだのかは全然わからないけど、物的証拠が真実を示しているの。まだ断定はしないけど、十中八九あなたがスイーツハーツ最有力候補よ。
何言い出すのよ、バカリツカ。私がスイーツハーツだなんてそんなわけないじゃない。ないわよね。ないはずだと思う。
しらばくれるのもそこまで。ベオ君を探している時にあなたの部屋を見させてもらったわ。
あんたどうやって私の部屋に入ったのよ。鍵かけてあったでしょ。
私の数少ない特技、本格推理ピッキングです。
How do you know that?
ないから。本格でピッキングはご法度だから。そんなんで人が必死に隠してた死体を見つけるとか反則じゃない。
Huh? Aka was losing it. We all stared at her silently.
いや、その
宗次郎、青崎の部屋は？
東館の2階の突き当たりだ。
Wow, she folded under no pressure. Insane. We followed Ritsuka to Aosaki's room. Our suspect tagged along, pouting and sulking.
ドアを開けるわ。
Ritsuka opened the door. We moved from the dark corridor to the equally dim bedroom. When I entered, I was greeted by the sight of a woman beautiful enough to make me question my sexual. Wow. Okay. Clutching a microphone in one hand, cradling a huge bottle of liquor in the other, taking a satisfied eternal slumber, and the walls. Were plastered with bizarre posters. What in the world am I looking at?
急性アルコール中毒。
これが動かぬ証拠よ、アコちゃん。いくらトコちゃんが邪魔だからってこんな恥ずかしい姿のまま放置しておくなんて。トコちゃん、私はプログレ派だなんて言ってたけど、本当は演歌好きだったのね。しかもマイマイクまで持っちゃって。
ああ、身内の恥すぎる。だから見せたくなかったのに。
Ozaki was squirming up a storm. However, this doesn't change the fact that she can steal the victim.
そっか。思い返してみれば、青崎は自分の部屋に誰も寄りつかないよう動いていたんだ。この人の死体が見つかったら、いろいろと不便だから。
違うってば、私も被害者なんだって。昼過ぎに部屋に戻ってみたら姉貴がいきなり死んでるんだもん。そりゃ隠すでしょ普通。
残念だが青崎、お前さんの弁明はもう遅い。それならどうして13人目がいるかいないかを話し合っている時、姉貴のことを話さなかったんだ。
だってあの時に切り出してもどうして黙っていたんだって追及されるじゃない。エイリとユイカさんからしてみれば私を弾劾する絶好の機会だし、それなら黙っていて私の手で犯人を捕まえようって。
そうかしら。13人目がいるって状態にしておけばアコちゃんが自由に暗躍できるからじゃないの。事実トコちゃんを探そうとしてベオ君もエイリさんもユイちゃんもリタイアしちゃったんだし。
だからそれはエイリたちが自滅しただけで。
悪いな青崎。クオンジの説明からするとスイーツハーツとやらは自分でもわからない犯人だ。こいつの正体を暴くには動機より状況証拠を優先しないといけない。現状最も今までの犠牲者たちを殺害できる可能性があったのは
ええ、悲しいけどこれ推理なのよね。
Tsukiji and Ritsuka grabbed her arms. Shizuki casually helped.
どうするつもり？まさか疑わしきは殺すってわけ？落ち着いて隔離するだけよアコちゃん。犯人と思わしき者は警察が来るまで閉じ込めて強行をストップさせる。外から鍵をかけられる監獄っぽい部屋はあるかしら、あっちゃん。
それなら地下室があるわ。雪山のペンションにありそうな細い階段から直通の狭い部屋が。青子にはそこで一晩明かしてもらいましょう。
スキーアト！そのペンションの名前スキーアトとか言わないアリス。
That's a nice reference to the thing.
青崎、お前さんがスイーツハーツでないにしろそこに閉じこもっていれば安全だろ。これは最後の保険でもあるんだ。観念して生贄になってくれ。
確かにそういう理屈になるわね。民主主義的に閉じ込められる隙を見せた私の負けってことか。
Yeah, we should have locked her up from the start. If Azaki really was sweethearts, then what else would die from any sudden bouts of comedy? And if she wasn't, then she'd survive until the game was over. Who wouldn't protest them if they were labeled a prime suspect? It felt awful to be the one handing down a verdict. One of us had to be unlucky enough to take the fall.
でもこれだけは言っておくわ。相手はとんでもない切れ者よ。もしかしたら本当に姿のない13人目はいるかもしれない。
Those were Aozaki's lap. She's not dead, hold on. They're shutting her away in the cellar and locking it from the outside with a padlock. We finally breathed a sigh of relief. I already know this one. Put that one there. Wait, didn't I? Okay, no, yeah, those are different. Okay. Yep, I can rest easy now. Okay, it is different, that's fine. Alright. I returned to my room alone. Even when I was locked in confinement, we still had to stay on guard. I locked the door to my room and lay down on my bed. All that was left to do was wait for morning. Whoa. I don't care about decision P. I'm not pushing P. I'm not pushing P. I'm not pushing P. There you go. So much had happened, but at least I could finally sleep without worrying. God, if you're listening, make everything go back to how it was by the time I wake up. Sorry, Kumari, but you are going to be dead. 6 a.m. We ball. 5 hours of sleep is rough. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside. The clock read 5:30. Oh, well, okay, not 6 o'clock yet. The sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. My ability to rise early was one of my few strong points, so I must have been really exhausted. I foggily examined my wrinkled clothes in the mirror. It was so quiet outside, like last night's storm never happened. Thank goodness. When I'm done streaming, I gotta stretch because I am tired. Silent morning, with no sounds of movement or talking in the house. I stepped out into the hallway, feeling a vague premonition coming on. It was quiet. Too quiet. There we go. The air was crisp. Tsukiji's room was clean and tidy. Father Erie's room was clean and tidy. Risuka's room was clean and tidy. I yelled into the void of the West Wing, but no one responded. My hunch was spot on. Something was wrong. This mansion was not the cleanest, quietest place in Alamasaki. It was over. I went down to the basement where Aozaki was confined, down to the narrow staircase to the door. The padlock had been broken clean off from the outside. Inside the tiny cellar, I saw a single dead body lying prone. The beautiful long hair was all I needed to know who it was. Aozaki. She wasn't breathing. She hadn't been the killer. It was unclear what time she was murdered, but whoever the killer was broke the lock, made Aozaki laugh nonchalantly. Nonchalantly went upstairs and cut off my means of escape. They were going to show up soon. They must have been hiding somewhere waiting for me to come down into the basement. The stairs were the only way out. The killer followed me down here. I was trapped. I was at the dead end. Game over. Victory to the real killer. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. The footsteps of death. Not even a reveal as to who it could be. Insane. Search bookmark. Shooting Hyundai. Sejadar. I'm not sure. Alright, let's see. Ending 6. Ending 6. Yep. Stand up third. Almost there. Almost there, guys. We're almost there. Almost there. Alright. I wasn't sure about that. No. Risuka disappeared up the West Wing stairs.
私も休ませてもらうわ。しずきくんはエイリ神父にあてがっていた部屋を使って。夜が明けるまでしずきくんの部屋は使えないから。
あ、そうだった。ありがとう、アリス。
Miss Koonji and Shizuki retired to their respective rooms. It was just us left. I mustered up the courage to look at Tsukuji.
くまり、話ちょっとだけいいか。
Oh.
築地、少しだけ話さない？
Oh, they said it at the same time. Okay, I thought he laughed for a second. He was like, oh, that's so funny. we smiled at each other. Come on, man, give me a second to read it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There you go. We smiled at each other. We both had the same idea, apparently. Things that got it really out of hand tonight. It was an ungodly hour. The storms raging outside seemed to portend the end of the world. If we laugh, we die, and yet here I am with the guy I've had a crush on for 3 years.
お茶を入れられるな、ここ。
コーヒーすごく苦いの。砂糖入れないで。
She's crazy.
そりゃ豪気だ。甘みは必要ねってか。
That sounded a little sarcastic, but I know he didn't mean it that way.
話って人物 A のこと？
お、まだ解決とは言えないからな。くまりだって青崎が 100% 星だと思ってねえだろ。
He passed me a coffee, and I slowly brought it to my mouth before taking a sip. He was right. I didn't. We were both on the same page.
青崎が該当するのは確かだけど、それを言うなら律香さんもしずきもだしね。信頼できるのはクオンジさんと事件が起きてからずっと一緒にいた私たちぐらいじゃない？
ああ、クオンジは信用できねえだろ。あいつ基本的にプロイとやらの味方じゃねえか。
そうなの？確かにずっと中立っぽい態度だったけど、根拠は？
犯人探しをする気がないっていうのと、そうだな。勘で申し訳ないんだが、人物 A とやらに肩入れしている気がする。
そりゃそうでしょう。プロイってクオンジさんの持ち物なんだし、もう人物 A はプロイが化けてるんだし、だから中立だったんじゃない？
いや、そっちじゃない。今動いているプロイにじゃなくて使ったやつに対してだよ。だってあいつ怒ってなかっただろ。自分の持ち物が勝手に使われたっていうのに。
おう。
He was right. Does that mean Miss Kuonji knew who the killer was?
知らないとは思うぜ。だが、あえて口にしていないことはあるだろうな。例えば、スイーツハーツとやらの詳しい特徴だ。リデルの口ぶりからすると、使う人間にはある種の特徴がありそうだった。スイーツハーツは誰にでも使えるもんじゃねえと思う。ほら、妖刀とか名刀とかで持ち物が持ち主を選ぶって言うじゃねえか。あんな感じでな。
Could a thing really choose who uses it? If so, did that mean Miss Kuonji was supporting, no, empathetic to it?
しかし、今更だけどな。くまり、俺とコンビでよかったのか？
Well, I came out of nowhere. I tried my best to stay calm as I answered.
それはいい。私、築地のこと信頼してるし。
いや、この場合まずいだろ、それ。今夜に限っちゃ、信頼しているやつほど危ねえじゃねえか。
そうね。疑ってかかるぐらいがちょうどいい。
But she can't help it.
そういうこと。この事件で一番信用しちゃならねえのは自分だ。だから常に客観的に監視している相棒がいないと無実が証明できない。リデルのやつが二人一組で行動しようって言い出したのはそのあたりも含めてだろうよ。一心同体。スイーツハーツとはよく言ったもんだ。
That is clever. We put Riddell behind us.
じゃあ築地は誰が一番怪しいと思ってる？
全員平等だぜ。怪しいってんなら俺はまだ時津のじいさんの死体が本物かどうかさえ保留してるしな。青崎が自分の部屋を隠していたこともありゃ真犯人にうまくはめられたんじゃないかって思ってる。
青崎がはめられた？
ああ、事実上あの行動力の塊みたいな女が自分の部屋を隠すことで手一杯だっただろ。それに妙なこと言ってたじゃねえか。青崎の姉貴がいつああなったか。くまりはどう思う
Decision S. here. Yeah, around here. It's not my answer, it's just what the game says. So, S. How long does it go? W. Wow. All the way up to W. It's insane. Facebook Mark. Yep. 2 and 4 p.m. I think Toku Aozaki was the first victim.
ああ、そう考えないと青崎の行動はおかしい。青崎は午前中は町で買い物をしていた。青崎姉はあいつが部屋を留守にしている間、くまりたちを連れて一息ついて部屋に戻るまでの間に殺されたと見るべきだろう。
15時半頃、私2階廊下で青崎とすれ違ったけど、あの時東館の奥、青崎の部屋は煙火地獄になってたわけね。
まあ断定できない以上、憶測は憶測でしかねえけどな。それよりだ、くまり。ネックはいつ殺したかじゃなく、どうやって殺したかだと思わねえか。山城にしろ営利神父にしろ、あの鉄仮面たちを笑わせられるのはよっぽどのセンスだ。殺害可能時間は平等にあっても、そのセンスだけは限られる。この点で言えば、まあ宗十郎やらベオやら木の実やらは除外される。
Ow. Golly. Tsukiji had latched onto something big. Why hadn't anyone else thought of that? Those case jokes only made people cringe. Bale didn't even understand the concept of humor. As to Suzuki, I met planks of wood that got jokes quicker. Our discussion carried on until 3 a.m. Golly. I yawned, by no means relaxed, just exhausted. Everything that's happened, I'd be surprised if anyone had any real energy left.
夜更かししすぎたな。そろそろ眠り時だがどうする？念には念だ。俺もそこのソファーで眠るってのもありだが。
He was clearly on guard for Suiharu's disguise as Aozaki or someone else. I yawned again. Yep, there you go. This is another one. There's no helping it. If that's how it has to be, then there's no helping it.
そうよね。万が一の時便利だし。私はほら兄貴が売るほどいるから、男子と一緒の部屋とか多分慣れてるし。
そりゃ頼もしい。じゃソファーを借りるぜ。
Oh, that's what he meant. I thought he meant the sofa downstairs.
いい加減。俺も気を張り続けて疲れた。くまりがいるならちっと安心して眠れる。
Tsukishi quickly fell asleep after raising his hand to wave goodnight. I looked at him all wrapped up in a blanket.
何それ。
Seeing him fall asleep so quickly helped me feel relaxed too. I definitely didn't want to get too excited in a situation like this. Plus, I was beat. I didn't have any pajamas, and didn't feel like changing anyway. For comfort, I did remove my wallet and card case from my pockets and placed them on a table before sliding them under a blanket fully clothed. Before sliding into a blanket fully clothed. Couldn't fall asleep as fast as Tsukiji, but I could feel myself drifting off already into a deep, deep sleep. Did I just hear laughter next to me? Now it's, no, not yet. It's 5:30.
そうだ、築地。
I went to sleep in the same room as him. Finally realized that he wasn't where I'd last seen him. There was no body on the sofa, just his clothes. They were laid out neatly like they were on display. It was like he'd shrunk so small he disappeared or melted away somewhere. Maybe he wanted to die by completely vanishing.
築地?
I tried touching his clothes. I touched his blanket and the sofa. His warmth had long since faded. My card case has fallen around where his hand might have been. I could have guessed what happened. He never really fell asleep. He pretended to so I'd relax. They stayed up to watch over me all night. This was a locked room murder. It was clear what the murder weapon was. And I was finally close to figure out who the killer was too. I picked up my card case and left the room feeling empty inside. I'm so sorry, Tsukiji. Is Aozaki's friend? Of course you laugh at that photo. It was quiet. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yep. Yep, back at it. And then there's your bookmark. Okay, 3 more. Let's see, where's terrible idea, yeah. Okay. I think it's 2 more endings. No, 3 more endings. Yeah, because there's 9. You should be safe as long as the door is locked, but we still had other things to worry about.
いい。ここまで来たらあと少しだし。だいたい全員を疑えって言ったの築地じゃん。
そうだったな。俺も容疑者の一人だった。さすがクマリ、余計な心配だったぜ。
Tsukishi turned to the door, ready to leave. I tried to say something.
関係ないけど、ひどい一日だったのに、築地はなんか満足そうね。
What the hell was I saying? I was just embarrassing myself.
何人も死んで自分も殺されかけた一日か。
Luckily, he took my question seriously.
けどまあ、なんだかんだと楽しかったからな。クマリもそうじゃなかったのか？
His considerate reply was reassuring. I almost forgot my anxiety.
意外。築地はこういうの鼻で笑うかと思った。
そりゃ見込み違いだったな。こういうバカ騒ぎ好きなんだよ、俺。ふざけた人生を送りたいんでな。
何それ、幻滅。
I was being serious. It reminded me of the time I first realized that I'd fallen for him. Tsukiji was an amazing person, but he was squandering his potential. He didn't want Gloria to move up in the world. Felt like such a waste of human capital. Could never do that. How long had I been watching him, wanting to kick his butt into gear?
こっちも今更だけど、築地割と人付き合い悪いじゃない？なのにどうして私とは普通に話すの？
そりゃお前さん、親にも教師にも頼らず6年間一人で戦ってきたやつには敬意を表すだろう。じゃあな、朝になったらロビーで会おうぜ。
And with that, the room went quiet again. For some reason, I felt a tight squeezing sensation in
な
my
んだ
chest.
かんだと。くまりもそうじゃなかったのか？
Tsukiji's words replayed themselves over and over in my head. Yeah, he was right. Maybe it had been fun. Oh, we made it to morning. I woke up to the sound of Yup. I was too tired to even make tea, so I grabbed my wallet, card, and case off the table. The case contained my commuter pass and some pictures I took each year. Huh? I had a rare shot of Awazaki making a fool of herself at this year's school festival. She either drank champagne thinking it was a soft drink, or someone slipped alcohol in the juice cocktail. Next thing I knew, she was all hyper, yelling about wearing someone else's clothes. I got a great shot of her with my disposable camera. I loved that photo so much I carried it with me in my card case everywhere I go. Whenever I felt down, it always cheered me up to look at it and remember how adorable Awazaki could be. It was a side of herself that nobody who knew her would ever expect. Especially her comedic side. Wait a second. Did I just think something I really shouldn't have? That would be incredibly bad to bring up now. I rifled through my overnight bag to see if anything might be of use. Turns out, the stuff I brought to cook with was worth bringing. I hovered over the wok or the cleaver, ultimately deciding to take the wok with me. Yeah. I went out into the hallway. Air was slightly cooler than inside the guest room. Silence had fallen over the mansion once again. There's no sound, no sign of life. It's like the storm never happened. Tsukiji's room was empty. Shizuki wasn't in Father Aries' room. Nobody was in Ritsuka's room either. I called out into the void of the west wing, but got no response. I was alone. I headed down to the basement where Awazaki was confined, down a narrow staircase to a door. The padlock had been broken clean off from the outside. I braced myself for whatever was to come and opened the door. Yep. Oh. Hold on. Okay, that's different. Let's see. She scrawled something with her left hand in the last moments. It was a dying message. Come on, man, why'd you have to do that? There you go. I could feel the disdain in the words. Just like her. Ozaki wasn't the killer. It wasn't clear when she was murdered. But whoever the killer was broke the lock, made her laugh nonchalantly, went upstairs, and... I tried to control my breathing in my racing mind. Everyone was dead. Probably only the killer and I were left. The sun was already up. Wait, no, not completely. If the rules set it in the morning, the game wasn't over yet. I had to get out of here now and figure out who the killer was. There's no winning this unless I did something. Everyone was dead. No turning back. Yep. So, this is another decision. This one I do remember, actually. I should keep running. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. I think it would be best to run away until the morning. Something fell off for a second there. It was as if my decision was completely different from the words that came. What? 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 The game would end if I could just keep from getting caught until sunrise. As long as I survived, Sweethearts wouldn't win. The storm was over. If I could just make it out to the city, everything would go back to normal. I've been heading downhill all this time, so how did I end up behind the mansion? Ah, the ground distorted. My senses went haywire. The world crumbled. I must have done something wrong. Suddenly, a voice whispered in my ear. It was a voice of terror that I had never heard before. Yet it sounded so familiar. Oh. Oh, shoot. That was different from the other ones. Was that legit just an ending? Because, like, that one didn't say dead end. Because the other ones are like, oh yeah, no, you couldn't get far because you didn't get far enough. That's so weird. There you go. Try to guess who the killer is. I thought I should try to deduce who the killer is. I controlled my breathing and began to organize the facts in my head. I didn't have a decisive answer to the killer's motive, method, or identity. There was like one thing I knew for sure. Tsukiji has said it many times. It's not about who committed the murders, but rather, who could have committed the murders. Dion Sanders? The first murder, Tokitsu's capture and death by explosion. We could exclude the following suspects: me, Miss Kawonji, Tsukiji, Hosuke, Father Eri, and Sister Yuika. Really? Ritsuka? So, Aoko, Soujiro, Ritsuka, Riddell, Bayo. It's already 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 11. Toko. That's 12. Who else was there? Aoko, Soujiro, Toko, Ritsuka, Bayo, Mr. What's his name? Mr. Something. But the teacher. There you go. That was the person. The second murder, Mr. Yamashiro. There you go. Mr. Yamashiro's fabulous funeral. Impossible to root any of the suspects out. At a stretch, we can maybe exclude Miss Kawonji. We don't know when Mr. Yamashiro was killed, but we were all looking around after Tokitsu's murder. It's unlikely the murder was committed within a 10-minute gap, but we could rule it out completely. We couldn't rule it out completely. The third murder, Hosuke and Riddell. Who cares? Yeah. The fourth murder. Well, damn, that is kind of crazy, the Hosuke and Riddell. We already know Alice was the one that did it. And for the third one, it was also Alice. Well, not Alice, it was the situation. Fourth murder, Bayo. It can't have been me, but I didn't search for Aosaki's sister. Because I didn't search for Aosaki's sister, Neither could it have been Tsukiji, Shizuki, or Ritsuka. The fifth murder, Father Aries' web. We were in the foyer, so it couldn't have been me, Tsukiji, Ritsuka, or Miss Kuonji. The sixth murder, Yurika's statue. This one didn't matter either. This one didn't matter either. The elder Aozaki death by alcohol poisoning. This might actually have been the first murder in the timeline. We could exclude maybe only Miss Kuonji, barely. That's everything I knew. Now it came down to simple process of elimination. Who was the invisible killer who made everyone laugh? I think the killer must be... That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Look at this. Look at this, man. For being a gag story, this is so cool. This is such a genuinely cool way of choosing. But okay, yeah. So my guess is Souyjuro, but I know it's wrong. Yeah.
これで指摘したら私がアウトだ。
I didn't know who the killer was, but we were the only ones left in the mansion. If I made a random guess and ended up being eliminated, I was finished. In that case, maybe I should just make a run for it and win the game that way.
あなた
A shadowy figure crept up behind me. It raised its hand as if to say hello.
我々は宇宙人だ。
What? The primitive directness of his greeting caught me off guard.
しずき、あんたが犯人だったの？
そうだ。我々はやったぜやったぜ。
いや、その演技はいいから。
I struggled to inch and calm into my voice, and to keep my arms and legs from shaking. That voice is really something. So much that I was more concerned with making it stop than whodunits or howdunnits.
我々は火星人だ。
そういう話でもなくて、いいから真面目に話せバカ。私笑っちゃったからもうすぐ死ぬのよ。せめて最後にどうしてこうなったのかをぶちまけて。
すまないが、それは説明できない。俺が話せるのは俺の事情だけだからだ。
What was that supposed to mean? Shizuki can only talk about himself. Does that mean there was someone else?
君にわかるだろうか。1年間ひたすら冗談のセンスがないと言われ続けた男の気持ちが、パーティーを盛り上げようと勇気を振り絞るたびにお呼びじゃないと突き返される男の気持ちが。
よし、わかった、ぶん殴る。
I didn't even want to think about this anymore, but did he seriously do all this to prove he has a sense of humor? I say he failed the moment he put on that ridiculous disguise, but was that any reason to help him murder?
でも、それで笑うのは青崎とクオンジさんくらいよ。そんな一発芸で笑う文明人が他にいるはずがない。
いや、でもクマリは。
That is true.
本当にぶん殴るわよ。
ごめんなさい。なんでもないです。
Yo, I love Kumari so much. Oh my gosh.
あれでしょ？築地たちを笑わせたのは青崎の写真でしょ？
そうだ。あれこそ切り札だ。同時にそれは俺への報酬でもある。
Any of the guys who knew Aozaki would laugh at that picture of her, particularly Mr. Yamashiro, Tsukiji, and Father Aries.
つまり犯人は
I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. I played right into Sweetheart's hands. The killer, Shizuki, was the last person standing, while I failed to guess correctly and just stood here, mind blank. I was just one step away. I had almost figured it out, if I just focused more in the evening and thought it through a bit more. Bad end. Oh, I mean, I was right, but there wasn't enough evidence. Search for bookmark, and then choice 2, decision A. Okay. Might be an ill omen. Yep, might be an ill omen. Decision B. I'll do something random. Yeah, because the first one I already know what happened, so it's fine. I decided to do something completely meaningless. Honestly, I didn't mean anything by it. It wasn't even a sudden idea, just a whim, a flight of fancy.
ちょっと落とし物したかも。外を探してくるから先に今に行っていて。
Wait, actually. Okay, yeah. No, I already got that ending. I think oh, never mind, she read that.
外に戻るの？それなら私も行くわ。
何言ってんだよ会長。落とし物したのは小鹿の同志だろ。会長関係ないじゃん。それより今に来てくれよ。会長がいないとアリスちゃんに何話していいかわかんないよ。
でもクマ一人には。
青崎くん、とりあえず今まで案内してくれません？このロビーちょっと冷えますので。
いや、でもゲストを一人っきりにするわけには。いいって気にしないで、すぐに戻るから。ホウスケ、荷物返して。やっぱり自分で持つ。
I left the others behind and headed outside. Aimlessly, I wandered the woods near the mansion, talking like a tourist. No one was around, and the sky was getting increasingly cloudy. No one was around and the sky was getting increasingly cloudy. That was strange. Felt like someone was watching me. Decision C. No wonder. This is where it was. This is where it was. Oh, this is where it was. Wow, decision C. It's not that they missed it. It was just I was an idiot. I didn't get the true ending. Time to find out what it was. And when against my better judgment, I decided to track down whoever had been watching me. I headed around to the rear of the mansion, where there was a small thicket. It looked only slightly better kept than the woods surrounding the estate. There, I saw a woman. She looked terribly out of place.
おや、君も今日のゲスト?
There she is. Instinctively, I backed away. That was how overwhelming her presence was. The leaves crinkled and crunched as my heels trampled them. During my hasty retreat, the woman watched me with amusement, as if observing a small animal.
いや、ゲストには何の期待もしていなかったんだが、いるじゃないか。いいね。青子も気が利くようになったもんだ。これなら退屈はしなさそうだよ。
The way she looked at me was a little, no, incredibly off-putting. Where are the police when you need them?
そう警戒するな。私も君と同じゲストだ。仲良くしよう。しかし、何事か始まる前に周囲の地形を確認に来る人間が私の他にいるとはね。うん、気に入った。気に入ったし可愛いので大サービスしてあげよう。私は普段よく見えない。私は青崎の部屋にいる。そして私は犯人ではない。
え？
切り札になるからあまり口外しないようにね。
With those strange words, the woman walked off in the direction of the mansion. So I always thought that was weird, because at first I was like, oh, how does she have the foresight to know all this? It's not because she has the foresight. It's because since I was gonna say I imagine she was the one that released the ploy, so she can confidently say she isn't the culprit, because there's going to be a culprit because of the ploy's nature. But I don't know. We just have to see. I didn't feel like following her, so I ran to the house from the front door. Once in the foyer, I could hear laughter coming from the east wing drawing room to my right. I kept Awazaki waiting long enough. Picking up my luggage, I made my way over. Awazaki was waiting in the east wing.
待たせた？別に。私も今のところやることないし。とりあえず中に入って。顔見知りばっかりだけど、一応挨拶はしておかないとね。
That's Awazaki for you. Always likes to do things properly. With a characteristic sincerity on full display, she turned the doorknob. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to the next one. Slinging over my shoulder the bag I put down in the drawing room, I headed up to the guest room on the second floor. According to Awazaki, I'll be staying in the second room of the east wing. As I headed into the hallway, I ran to Awazaki. It seemed to be on her way from the...
Awazaki も休憩？え？
Yep.
そうだけど、別に部屋には寄って。はあ、疲れた。
There you go, decision D. Same choice as before. The rain's getting worse, yep. Hey, what am I doing? Just go here. Decision E. Just then. I'm glad I was paired with Tsukiji. Same old, right? Some kind of bread. Yep.
え？何って、 手と足と顔にダイナマイトつけたんじゃないの？
どうかしら。そうはいかないと思うわよ、ゆいちゃん。
Zaki's story doesn't add up.
ほとんど屋敷にいたんだけど、パーティーの準備が忙しくてあまりみんなと話していないな。
私は午後の業務を済ませ、青子からの招待状通り平和的ないでたちで洋館を目指しました。
Yeah, no, I already read this. I think I'll take a peek in the hallway. There, I saw.
失った。失った。すべて失ったわ。
Her face was haunted, as if she looked upon the end of the world. I quickly shut the door and pretended I didn't see anything. She deserved a warrior's dignity at the very least. Yep. Sad. I go hold you. I was a little sad. That voice acting was great. Oh. Oh wow, okay. Did I already mess up? If that's the case. Yep, this. Okay, okay. Yeah, all this is the same, yeah. Okay. I thought it was the best to tackle the problem now.
それじゃあ各自自分ちょっと待って。みんな今日のゲストは何人か分かってる？
But Yeah, I clicked.
何人かってクオンジ入れて13人だろ。
それはリデルを入れての話？
何？そうか。
どういうことか説明。
そうね。ちなみに私は
エイリとユイカさん。木の
自分はクマリととても名前を。
なるほど。ところでそう。
いや。
どこね。
2人。瞳子さんに招待状を送った。しかし、彼女は今、三崎町には立ち入れないはずですよ。
Yeah, no, this is. I clicked this, yeah.
それじゃあちょっとみんな今日の
Yeah,
ゲス
no,
トは何人か。
That's weird. Come and think of it, or thinking about it, they were away for a while, so like I was like you said, they could have murdered Mr. Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro.
まあ断定できない以上
落ち着け。もう条件はそろ。
It's Soujuro. It's Soujuro. It was Suzuki. If the facts are pointing to anyone, it was him. He knew this mansion inside out. He'd been helping out with the birthday party, so he couldn't move about freely without raising suspicion. But the biggest piece of evidence was the glaring discrepancy between his and Miss Kawonji's alibis. Suzuki said he was in the mansion in the morning. However, that's not what his landlady said. She said that no one was around to help, so she locked the place up herself. If she did that on a regular basis, she wouldn't have bothered to mention that. Miss Kawonji wanted either Suzuki or Aozaki to lock the doors. Aozaki said she was in town that morning. Aozaki why her sister was able to enter her room. Suzuki lied about being at the mansion at the time.
決め手がそれだけっていうのがなんとも弱いけど。
I felt that there was more I could pin on him. I wasn't sure right now. I had to find Suzuki before morning. Before someone was behind me.
あんたが犯人ね、しずき
Eat this. Or eat this. I took out my trusty walk and swung it as hard as I could before he could lay a hand on me. It connected hard. Harder than it should have. Suzuki. I only saw him briefly, but I knew it was him. He collapsed to the ground and a strange item tumbled onto the floor. It was the kind of cheap fake glasses and nose you'd find in any bag of party flavors.
そんなんで笑わせるとかあり？
The only ones who were Miss Kawonji, who didn't get out much, and Aozaki, who thought so much of Suzuki. Whatever, I started running. As long as I guessed the killer correctly, I've beaten the game. Maybe Suzuki would recover and come after me. I decided to escape to the foyer. If I can make it to the forest outside, I'd win. Had to be morning by now. It was still dark outside. What? How? How is it still dark out?
よくもやってく。
A resentful female voice croaked from the foyer. Wait, female? But who was it? I thought Suzuki was the killer. Run. Just run. Run! I was confused, but I could still run. I tripped and fell. As I stood up, I tried to take a second to think. I was mistaken. The game was still on. But if that was true, then Sweethearts had won. Suzuki was the killer. I was sure of it. I said it out loud that I was still alive, wasn't I? Remember the rules. If you accuse someone and you're wrong, you die. As long as I'm still alive, Suzuki had to be the killer. Was I wrong? Was I missing something?
さっきの犯人当て。あれがヒントなのは間違いない。考えるんだ。順序立てて。そもそも何が原因なのか。
I heard footsteps getting louder. Morning was almost here. This is my last and only chance. Decision W. Alright, I have to save again. I need to come to the party. The two types of murders. Ritsuke's lot because names define us. There you go. Go back. Oh, okay. Okay. Wow, there were a lot of choices. This wasn't working. I couldn't think straight. At this rate, I'd never figure out who the killer was. If I couldn't use my head, I'd have to rely on my legs and get out of here. The game would end if I just keep from getting caught until sunrise. As long as I survived, Sweethearts wouldn't win. The storm was over. If I could just make it to the city, everything would go back to normal. And as she shows up to the side, yep.
嘘
I've been heading downhill all this time. Yep.
Mina 殺しおめでとう。
Anyone can sleep but not laugh. All bad ending scene. Yep. So what's next? Well, not yet. I gotta finish these first. Suzuki. That's so funny, bro. Really hit him with a walk. I mean, literally, she's insane. And there are two types of murders. There had to be two. Yeah, two. It was impossible to explain some things if there was only one method. But what if there was two? First, to consider the nature of the murders. They could be divided into the times the killer made the victim laugh, and times when the victim saw a dead body and laughed. Osuke, Riddell, Sister Yuika fell under the latter self-destructor category, but it might have applied to another victim too. Bale. Bale died outside the sunroom after he laughed. There was nothing in the sunroom that could have made him laugh. It was unlikely anything had been set up in the forest, not when the weather was so bad. So the trap must have been laid inside, but not in the sunroom. What about above the sunroom on the second floor? Aozaki's bedroom was directly above the sunroom. Maybe someone had asked Bale to look into Aozaki's room from the outside, and then Bale had seen something. Toko out of her mind, dead drunk. Bale knew Toko well. There was definitely a chance he'd laugh if he saw her like that. It was ingenious, as traps went. Either way, even if he didn't laugh, the person who asked him simply told him to check, so they wouldn't seem suspicious. It would only make people suspect Aozaki sooner.
殺害方法は2種類あったんだ。犯人による直接的な方法と、その後の犠牲者を利用した二次災害。それと同じように。
There were two killers. Riddell's suggestions, Tsukichi's suspicions. Teams of two. Intimate betrayal. Two minds, one body. Sweethearts, the prayer ploy kickshot. In retrospect, it was such a revealing name. If sweet referred to its pudding body, then what about the heart?
人間だ。敵は複数形だった。
That meant that there were two sweethearts. In this game, the killer and the prime suspect had to be two separate people. the prime suspect used deploy, while their accomplice carried out the killings. Suzuki merely played the role of the suspect. I had guessed correctly, but I hadn't seen the full picture. That must be why I wasn't out of the woods yet, so to speak.
待ってそれならもう答えは明白。あとはほらあの問題を検証すればいいだけだ。
Aye. Decision X. Who could activate deploy? Only one of them could have caused all this to happen. I considered who could have activated deploys. Right. Our prime suspect was Decision Y. It's Kumari. It's her. Was there a simpler explanation? Yeah, I think it's this one because she's the last survivor. Let me see. Oh no, never mind, that's not it.
私だ。
It could only be. The fact that everything had gone just the way I thought was proof above all that I was sweethearts. It's sweethearts. I couldn't remember anything that worked against me. Had to look at this objectively. Who activated the deploy kickshot on the day of the party? The answer was no one. Miss Kawanji personally locked the room where she stored her ploys. No one else could break inside. As long as there weren't any special tricks, we could eliminate that possibility entirely. It was only logical. Therefore, if someone took the ploy, they had to have done it before today. They would have broken in before she locked the vault. Only someone who had accidentally come on the first day of the long weekend would have had the opportunity. So why did they come on the first day by mistake? Simple. The invitation itself was wrong. A birthday will be held at the start of a long weekend. The blockhead who wrote that on the invitations sent them out to 3 people total. Alko. Excuse me, Toko. I did not mean to say Alko. Of those people, Toko Aozaki probably had it all figured out, but she laughed at something she wasn't expecting, so that took care of her. Then there was Mr. Yamashiro. He said that he got his invitation that morning. Everyone else had received theirs before that. It's highly likely that it was delivered directly to his mailbox instead of being mailed. If Suzuki was working with the prime suspect, then they likely edited the invitation. Suzuki became an accomplice on the first day, and then invited Mr. Yamashiro on the morning of the second day. This was to hide the fact that the prime suspect was accidentally invited on the first day. Mr. Yamashiro wasn't invited just to be killed, but to act as an alibi for the culprit. And then there was me. I was sure the party would be on the first day of the long weekend. Based on all this information, the only people who could have activated the ploy were me and Suzuki. I can only imagine the kind of hospitality he must have offered Kojika Kumari for suddenly showing up on the wrong day. Oh. But it wasn't unreasonable that he put out tea and snacks for a fellow schoolmate. The problem is, where did Suzuki obtain the snacks from?
気づいちゃったか。もう少しで私の勝ちだったのに、あの子も予想以上にうまくやっていたんだけどな。
Just then, from the mansion, another me appeared from the mansion. The one who had been who Suzuki... What? The one who what?
あんたがスイーツハーツ
The one who had been Suzuki. What? The one who had been chasing me, yeah. I got up off my knees to face my other self. She nodded yes, admitting defeat.
そういうあなたもスイーツハーツだけどね。私は彼に化けていた方で、あなたは彼女に化けていた方。でもあなたはクマリ小鹿と完全に同じだから、スイーツハーツとしての記憶を持ってるのは私だけだけど。あっそう。じゃあ消えて。これでゲームクリアでしょ。 もうじき完全に日が昇るわ。いいの？クリアしちゃって。このままならあなたの勝ちなのに、勝者の報酬は惜しくないの？何それ、聞いてない。どういうこと？くまり小鹿が私を食べるとき、何を願って何を迷っていたかって話。終わりたくない。もっと今がこの半熟卵みたいな曖昧な生活が続けばいいと思ったでしょ。なんで高校生活は3年だけなのか。どうして自分はあんな無駄な時間を過ごしたのか。なんで素直になれなかったのか。そういうの全部ひっくるめて叶えてあげるのが私、願掛け卵思春期限定女の子限定のプロイキッシャースイーツハーツなの。どう？納得いった？納得なんていくわけないでしょ。脳書きはいいし、何があったかなんて知りたくもないから。もうおしゃべりはたくさん。ノータイムでリセットよ。あんたはここで。だって私の使用条件は片思。
At the end of the day.
消えて。犯人はしずき、使用者は私、くまり小鹿よ。そんな女の子にあるまじき。
There wasn't anything left to wish for. Now that Tsukiji was dead. That's why I call him Tobimaru, dog. I woke up to find myself on a wooden floor.
あれ、私なんでこんなところに？
I slowly picked myself up. This is the hall of the Kuonji estate. The grandfather clock told me it was almost 7 in the morning. At the edge of the foyer was a woman dressed like a nun, collapsed on the floor like me. Well, she was just asleep. The mansion was quiet, but I could hear several noises if I strained my ears. There was the clinking of kitchenware, footsteps down the corridors, old doors creaking, and...
おい、どうなってんだこりゃ。なんで俺らクオンジの家で寝てんだ。起きろ、木の実。話聞かせろ。
A familiar voice echoed from the second floor. Somehow, the tightness of my chest lightened, and I stood up. To be honest, I was relieved. I glanced down and saw something like an eggshell and a note. There was just a few words on a note scribbled in pink crayon. Oh, stupid sweets brains. Even after you're dead, you're still a pain in the butt. Besides, I was too passive to do that. It's how I fell for your trap to begin with. Sweetheart's tone was lively, yet strangely encouraging. Cracks began forming in the eggshell, and then it crumbled. Or it just faded, taking everything, even my memories with it.
あれ、なんかあった気がするんだけど。
Wow, yeah. Picked up the note in front of me and frowned at it. Irritated by the presumptuous, obnoxious scribbling, I crumpled it up, and after a moment's hesitation, stowed it in my pocket.
クマリも来てるじゃねえか。どうなってんだこりゃ。パーティーの開始、午前中に変更したのか。
There was a commotion coming from the stairs. Plus the face of a guy I hadn't heard was coming. I quickly turned away and checked myself in the nearby mirror. Good, nothing too out of place.
どうなってるか聞きたいのはこっちの方よ。クオンジさんの誕生会って本当に今日なの？招待状の日付間違えてたんじゃってあれ？
Where was this deja vu coming from? Must have been my imagination. It was awfully rare to have a birthday party out at the Kuonji estate. Our high school days were numbered. The season would be over before we knew it. I had to make sure I finished with no regrets.
お、小鹿じゃん。 お前も呼ばれたわけ？アリスちゃんと面識あったのかよ。
そりゃあるわよ。青崎と友達やってれば。てか少しは落ち着けホウスケ。あんたガキの頃から成長ないんだから。
おうおう、さすが幼なじみ。仲がいいことで。その調子で木の実をしつけてやれよ、くまり。周りと何より本人のためになるぜ。
いや、奥積まれたってお断り。労働と報酬が釣り合わないし、私無駄骨折ってる時間ないし。こいつ叩いても叩いても元通りになる形状記憶合金だし。
ちげえね。じゃあな、こいつはほっといてクオンジに挨拶に行くか。青崎とクオンジは今かね。
その前にあそこシスターが倒れてるぜ。殿下、俺が抱き起こしちゃっていいかな。
いいんじゃねえの。最悪てめえが乗されるだけだし。
Tsukiji sounded like he was enjoying himself. His voice carried through the hall. Dust particles flitted in the air, appearing and disappearing in the rays coming through the skylight.
まあそういうオチもいいっちゃいいか。
An oddly cheerful voice summed up her honest thoughts. The mad rhapsody drew to a close. She smiled in her own way, each to their own. Everyone had a choice, to lament the little time one had left, or to gamble on it. Perhaps we find things beautiful because they don't last. Someday this would all end, but not just yet. This jolly tale was simply another book to add to the shelf. Youth is both fleeting and never-ending. Stories of young boys and girls are full of hardships yet unseen. Which means, my friends, we should no doubt meet again. The Koonji Estate, anyone can sleep but not laugh, has its own credits. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, there's a lot going on with these credits. I'm trying so hard. There was a lot of references in the credits. Oh man, there you go. Okay, now the staff are here. Oh man, all right. So now I can definitively say the game is done. No, wait, no. There's still more wonderful world to play. So until those are done, we're not done. But shoot, I think I have been streaming for like 9 hours. Yeah, 9.5 hours at that. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna hold you. This is 100% like probably the longest stream I will ever do. Unless if there's incentive, like, oh, 24-hour sleep stream or whatever, I don't know. But, oh man, this is a really long stream. Good lord. I really did not think I'd be doing all this today, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine, because I enjoyed myself, so that's what matters. But, what's it called? Let's do it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm making a video on this game, 100%. So don't worry about like what's it called? Don't worry about this game just like, oh, only live streams or whatever. No, like I'm going to make a video on it. So yeah, be excited for that. But yeah, what's it called? After that, I still gotta do the Wonderful World of Ploys, but yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done. They are 100% not lying. This is crazy to do after reading the what's it called? After reading the main story. Granted, it was only like an hour long, so, and even then, let me see if I can calculate it right. So you take away an hour from 9.5 hours, 8.5. You take away, let's say, another hour because of all the times I've been called away. Yeah. And then you have 7.5 hours. It's fair. It's a fair, what's it called? Anyone can sleep but not laugh. Yep. See right here? The Wonderful World of Ploys. 5 and 6. Let me see before I do anything. I want to see games, view games library, which on the Holy Night, almost 60 hours. Three trophies, and one of them is all of them, so I already got that one. Going for deploys. Yep. Yeah, okay, I'm almost done. Valhalla, halfway done. Yeah, I'd have to do all that, but wonderful what deploys. Yippee! Okay, let's keep her going. Wonderful what deploys. Roar, the Great 3. So cute, I love that so much. Roar, the Great 3.
はい。この蒼天に浮かれてついタイトルコールを叫んでしまったっす。しかし指定場所に来たもののアリスさんの姿はなし。時間と場所は合ってるはずなんすけど、もう一回タイトルコールしてみるっすか。
いいえ、その必要はないわ。私は昨日からビバーク中なのだから。
アリスさんなんすかその完全装備。ファッションから入るなんちゃって登山
アマチュアバード。
ピッケル。
山を甘く見ないことよ。渡り鳥が山越えをするとき、何割かは越えられずに脱落死する話を知らないのかしら。油断すれば即デッド。隙あらばこれキリング。それが神々の住まう頂への礼儀と知りなさい。
つまりいつもと何も変わらないってことっすね。
繰り返すわ。山と私を甘く見ない。今日はいつもの2倍はやる気に満ちている。
やっべえ、なんかスイッチ入ってるっ
す。さあ、なぜなにプロイの時間よ、ロビン。今日は気分がいいからとっておきの話をするとしましょう。
ああ、ついに来たっすね。三大プロイグレート3について。アリスさんの母上のそのまた母上のそのまた母上の、とにかく初代っすね。初代の頃から伝わってきた3つの奇跡。それが三大プロイ。初めの魔女が作ったとされる偉大な賛否。橋の巨人テムズトロル。月の油フラットスナーク。3つ目はあれ何だったっす？
最後の一体はまだ秘密よ。今回はテムズの話をしましょう。元になったマザーグースはロンドン橋。ロンドン橋落ちた落ちた。ロンドン橋落ちた。マイフェアレディ。
Okay. Bridge, or excuse me, name, Bridge Giant. Components, varies of variation. Original form, figurine of a lady. Manifestation size, suppression, varies with summoning site. Weakness, can only be summoned near a river. Never matter the golem size. It will cease to function if its original form is broken.
日本語訳されて音楽の教材にもなっているから。 知っている人も多いでしょうね。
別名って落ちたらるっす。こいつザコ相手にしか活躍してないっすよね。
相手が悪かったの。それに私との相性も悪いし、実は私テムズをうまく使えないの。私が権限させられるのは2段階目まで。3番目と4番目の歌詞は未知の領域よ。
3番目と4番目ってなんすか？
ロンドン橋の歌詞よ。火と土は流される。レンガとモルタルは崩れてしまう。鉄と鋼は折れ曲がる。銀と金は盗まれる。テムズはロンドン橋のプロイだけど、時代に沿ってそのあり方を変えてきた。だから今はマザーグース通り4種類の姿があるの。
ウッド、ストーンの他にまだ先があるんすね。でもいいっすか？こんな簡単に奥の手を晒しちゃって。
ええ、ロンドン橋の歌詞なんて今時調べれば誰だってわかるのだし。そもそも私どうあってもストーンまでしか使えないわ。ネタをばらしても支障はないでしょ。
どうして使えないんすか？
私人間の文明社会に興味がないもの。私の心象世界にある橋は火と石までということね。
なんと無敵のアリスさんにも弱点があったんすね。あ、いや、振り返ってみればそんなに無敵じゃなかったっすね。アリスさん負け星の方が多いっす。自分と恐ろっす。でも風の噂によるとテムズトロルは世界屈指のゴーレムと聞いたっすよ。最高級のテムズトロルはどれくらい強いんすか？
そうね。テムズを最後まで建築できる魔女がもし現代にいるのなら、そのテムズは奥の手を出し切った青子でも倒しきれない踏破不可能の橋になるでしょうね。産業革命時のスモッグ都市ロンドン、その異名を上回る都市の巨人として権限するのだから。
へへへ、また大きく出たっすね。都市っすか。口だけなら何とでも言えるってやつっす。ハリスさん、その見えっ張りで負けず嫌いなところ直した方がいいっすよ。親愛なるプロイからの涙の忠告っす。
ありがとう。それじゃあ早速性格改善に付き合ってもらおうかしら。まずは口だけならというところから。出番よテムズ、あなたの力を見せてあげなさい。
出落ち出たーというか、すでに出落ちの体の上だったっす。初めから自分に逃げ場はなかったっす。
そうよ。だから言ったでしょ。山をなめるなと。
いや、そういう意味じゃなかった気がするっす。
And then last one, number 6. Magic Castle in the Mist, Flat Snark.
この映画字幕が出てないっすね。自分ちゃんとセリフあるんすけど。
Oh, right. Forgot.
知ってるわ。でも耳障りだったから、私権限で編集さんにあなたのセリフだけカットしてもらったの。
グレイト。もう何もかもアリスさん中心なんすね。自分だけサイレント映画の気分っす。2体目っすね。
2体目ね。誤解されそうだから言っておくと、スナークの本体は液体よ。
スナークの2つな月の油っすね。フラットスナークの名前は誰がつけたんすか？
あなたもよく知っている彼女だけど、私彼女と仲良くなるまでプロイに名前をつけていなかったから、強い順とか思い入れがある順に1番2番と呼んでいただけだったの。
順番？番号じゃなくて？名前をつけないぐうたら。いや、シンプルさはアリスさんらしいっすけど、なんで順番？
だって番号をつけても混乱するだけでしょ。どれが強いかどれが好きかなんて日によって変わるのだし。だから気持ち次第でその日ごとに順番は違ったわ。1番はディドルが鉄板、テムズは大抵3番か4番だったわね。ああ、思い出した。彼女とプロイで遊んでいる時、それで困ったことになって。
アリス、明日新しいパパがやってくるの。だから6番のプロイを貸してちょうだい。私おめかしして出迎えたいの。
そう言った彼女に、私その日は気分的にこれは6番目と決めていたプロイを貸したわ。
もう大体わかったっすけど、一応聞いておくっす。それは何のプロイだったっすか？
後に彼女がゴブリンフロンと名付けるようになった香水よ。その香水をかけると一日悪口とスラングしか言えなくなるの。その後彼女はプロイに名前をつけるよう提案してきたわ。なぜか涙で赤くなった目で、これはスイーツハーツ、これはスクリプスハンプティ、これはディドルディドル、これはフラットスナーク。いい？これからはこの名前で統一するのよ。名は体を表すというでしょ。私そんな変換間違いのような名前よりその日の気分で分けた方が楽でいいと思ったのだけど、あんたの気分なんて他人には分かんないし、その度に私の運命が狂っていくことをもうちょっと気にしてちょうだい。それに近い将来こういう名前がトレンドになる時代が来るから、絶対すぐに飽きられるだろうけど、なんでどうせつけるなら生かした方がグッドでバッド。せっかく私たちだけのオリジナリティなのよ。ポップに流行らせなくちゃ大損だわ。それ以来私はプロイを名前で呼ぶようになった。いちいち名前を覚える手間はあったけれど、プロイを間違えることはなくなったわ。まさにコロンブスの卵ね。なんていう発想の柔軟さ、斬新さかしら。時々思うのだけど、あの子は天才ね。
そうっすね。自分も思うんすけど、アリスさんって時々すごくバカですよね。
やられてしまったわね。
油菜だけによく燃えるっすね。スナークはどんなプロイなんすか？
本編で大体のあらましは語っているわ。細かなデータは。
Okay, let me stop here.
その貴重な油を青子さんは燃やしてしまったと。
Oil of the
こ
moon.
れなんとか戻せないんすか？
My fault. Name oil of the moon. Original form oil. Components said to be belly fat from a nomadic god, dating back to the age of gods. Manifestation: oil floating like a membrane over the night. Hides its true form with clouds and fog. Weakness: fire.
残念ながら不可能よ。この時代ではスナークを生成することはできない。
こうして貴重な文化遺産はフィーリングだけで生きている野蛮人に壊されていくんすね。うへっ、文明を蹂躙するのって面白い。しかし出落ちに続いてスナークもこのざまとか。何がグレート3っすか？甘え。グレート3は甘え。しかし自分やるプロイスから参拝を有効利用するっすよ。あーい、外の店員さん、この残った油でとりあえずフライドポテトでもあげてくれ。
あら、あなたにしては明暗ね、ロビン。それじゃあ 私はフライドチキンにしてもらおうかしら。
外のメニュー、ホットドッグとポップコーンとポテトしかなかったっすよ。自分映画館はまず飲食店のメニューからチェックするはずから。だいたい映画館でフライドチキンとか匂いがブライっす。他のお客さんに迷惑っす。
知っているわ。でも安心して、私お腹は空いていないから。ただ油で揚げてもらうだけでいいの。
食事として頼むわけではないと。
高温で全身まんべんなく毛先から毛穴まで茹で上がるのは初めてなんじゃないかしら。また一つシーインコレクションが増えたわね、ロビン。
この世で一番増やしたくないレパートリー、あざーすー。でも世界にはまだまだ未知のシーンが隠れているっすよ。
映画はここまでのようね。同時上映のある劇場も最近は減ってきたわね。最後に3体目の紹介をしたかったけど、それはまたの機会に。長かった本編を楽しんでくれた皆さん、すぐ終わるようでなかなか終わらなかった番外編に付き合ってくれた皆さん、魔法使いの夜はこれで一旦の終了となります。続きはまたいつかどこかで。旅する星がするりと落ちてあなたの胸に輝く時に。それでは長らくのご視聴ありがとうございました。
There it is. There it is. Witch on the Holy Night is done. Witch on the Holy Night is done. Yo, that's hard. That's so hard. What? Witch on the Holy Night is done. Oh, man. Golly, what can I say? What can I say? Man. Hoy. Man. I don't even know, bro. Oh man, this is crazy. I'm not emotional, but like I'm definitely like I'm just taking it in because like let me switch to the windows real quick so I can show you guys. And even if nobody's here, who cares? So let me see. We better to just go through playlists or no, let's go through playlists, yeah. VODs, right? Let's go through the VODs playlist. So some of these you guys won't be able to see because some of them aren't even, no, some of them are public. Let's not make you public. Unlisted. 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 Because some of these could be not friendly. Like, no, not friendly, excuse me. Not YouTube friendly. Well, this one could be fine, but this one's really old, so I'd rather not. These ones, though, I think are fine. Well, except for this one. This one I don't think should be because I don't know what was said in it, so let's just relax. But, yeah, no, so, like, this one, 2016, almost 10 years ago now, which insane, but, you know, we ball. Same with this one. This one was a year later, no, not a year later, like almost 4 months later. Same thing. And then 3 years later. And then 3 years later. And then 7 months later. I think so. Yeah, like almost to the day. Same day. Yeah, same day. And then, wow. Almost 6 months, almost 7 months later. 2 months later. A month later. Well, not even a month later. Just a couple days later. and then 3 months later. Yeah. So these ones, I'd say like from the Risk of Rain one all the way up until this one, they don't really matter. The Risk of Rain ones were fun, but it's also like they're not what I'm here for. What I'm here for is these. Valhalla, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only six streams. But it wasn't a long game, so I can't even be like, oh shoot. I did it in 6 streams, but it was a long game. No, like literally look, 2 hours. 2 hours. That's it. 1 hour. 1 hour. Barely even close to an hour. And then 4 hours. In reality, it would have been 3 or 2 more streams if I didn't do what I did here. But that's fine. Then we do Witch on the Holy Night. Which, by the way, I gotta fix that because that's not okay. That's not in here. Playing Witch on the Holy Night again. Yep, there you go. Where are you? VODs. Yep. Gotta make sure that the playlists are updated. If not, then what would I be doing? Videos. No, not on YouTube. Yo, shut up, bro. I don't care. Golly, typing mad loud for what? Yep. I gotta change that on my phone, but whatever. Yeah. So start from 2. So let me edit this actually because that doesn't say what I'm doing. There you go. Because that one's just confusing. It doesn't say what I'm doing. There you go. And now we ball. Where's the playlist at? What a problem, man. Playlist. Or do I have to do it on YouTube? Which is weird because why would I have to do it on YouTube? Yep, there you go. Now that's all set. There you go. Now it's all set. Okay, let me refresh it. So, well, by the way, 100% I am at 10 hours now. There's no way. But yeah, no, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I miscounted, great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 streams. And it would have been way longer too if I didn't do a 10-hour stream for the final one. So can't even be like, oh shoot, this wasn't a good. No, like this was a long game. Like this was genuinely a long game. But nah, shoot, like I can't even, like, it's not even just like this is the longest stream, like this is the longest like series I've done. This is also just like marks a change in my live streaming as well, where Valhalla was like, oh shoot, like that's like I started doing it more and became more consistent. Wish of the Holy Night was like, oh shoot, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this, where like at first I started out with random like non sequitur thumbnails that didn't make sense, like this isn't even from the same game. And then you just keep going and then you see, okay, but murder is wrong. Okay, we finally got a thumbnail for the actual game. And then I cooked with this thumbnail. I hate fairground rides. And from there, it was love at first sight. because of the fact that I started using characters from the game, and even if it wasn't related, because I mixed the two, I used the game and I used random unrelated pictures, and the next thing you know, this one was related because it was related to the game, but then after that, it was just random, legit just random, like fairground rides, the most related to the video. Playing tilting on Marvel Rivals, not related at all. It was just, I think, because I was playing Marvel Rivals with some friends before, we were having some funny sessions. Destiny, this one doesn't even make sense. I don't even know what the stream was about. This one, of course, you know, related to I Am Music, whatever. The Luka Doncic trade, not on time, but whatever. This one, not related at all. 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 Related because of the fact that it was ending soon. Related because of the fact that the final scene was about talking about Sojuro's past. But it was so much fun. I genuinely had so much fun making those thumbnails and doing the streams. Even though a lot of them were inconsistent, like genuinely, how do I go from hour and 50, hour and a half, 2 hours, hour and a half, hour and 40, 3 hours, the longest one up to that date, two and a half, barely even 45 minutes, hour and a half, almost 2 hours and 50 minutes, almost 2 hours and 50 minutes, hour and a half, almost 2 hours, almost 2 hours, almost 2 hours and 40 minutes, hour and a half, 2 hours, 2 hours, to 10 hours. Like, it's just inconsistent. And so hopefully in the future I can have a more consistent thing. But at the end of the day, like, I had plans, right? I wanted to finish the game because A, I liked the game, I thought it was great. B, because I'm going to make a video on it. And C, because I also wanted to play in other games. Because I've been stuck on this game for like, since January. Yeah, since January. And it's May. So it literally deserved to come to a conclusion. Like, it was unfair for me to keep stalling the end of this game. Because if it was a game that I didn't like let's say like Scott Pilgrim, the movie, the game, I would just not play it. I just do one stream and that's it, and then go on to something else. But I did way more than just one stream. Significantly more. And on top of that, this is a game that my friend recommended to me. So I wanted to share it, to play it in his name. And so to not finish it would be disrespectful in my eyes. So it's just like a bunch of reasons that stacked on top of each other. But, you know, I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna save my thoughts on this game for the video. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I imagine not too long. I imagine like the Valhalla video where like it's not long, but it's not short by my video standards. Like you know, like 6 minutes, 8 minutes, maybe like these two, like this two, maybe even like the Witch Had Attiliate, like you know, we'll see. But I do want to give it its due respect, so we'll see. Also, do want to say thank y'all for like the recent love on these videos. It's insane how much attention they've been getting. And also for like 300 subscribers. I don't think I've said it in a video, but you know, again, thank you for 300 subscribers. Like, that's insane. Like, literally, that's insane. But yeah, you know, almost 10 hours. Insane. Let me see if I can find the description right here. Yep. May 8th, 2025. 300 subscribers. It's a crazy day, man. It's a crazy day. But we ball. We ball. Well, yeah, no, that's gonna be it for tonight. I am super tired, so don't expect a stream immediately. I still have to figure out what I'm gonna do for like the next game. I have some in mind. It may be Sonic X Shadow Generations. It may also be Steins Gate. Who knows? I know that like I have some games that I bought like way back during Christmas, I think, that I wanted to play on stream, like do a full like playthrough, and those two were the ones. Like, I know what's happened in Steins Gate, and that one's gonna be significantly longer than Witch on a Holy Night, both of them. But Sonic X Shadow Generations could be a good like holdover, like to play that in between, because it's not gonna be long. Also, by the way, I think it's showing right now, right? It is. Yeah. I platinumed it. I did it. I platinumed it. Let's go. I can't believe I did it. That's so raw. But nah, yeah, like genuinely So much fun. So much fun. Not that game. This game. So much fun. Because like what I like about this visual novel, like I said before, it doesn't have what's it called? It doesn't have multiple paths, so it's easier to read by extension. And while sure that seems like it takes the fun away from the visual novel itself, that's fine. Cause like it's like in reality, it's the first visual novel that like I've actually played. I've seen so many visual novels and have never played any of them until today. Well, no, excuse me, that's a lie. The second visual novel I've ever played. The first one was Valhalla, and I plan to 100% that at some point. I'll probably do it on stream as well to like, you know, have some fun. Why not, right? Because I know it's gonna take a while anyway. So when I do it on stream, anyways, so you know, we ball. But thinking about making separate playlists for each stream like series. If it's like one off whatever, then I'll just put it in like its own like VODs thing that we have like playlists. But that's whatever. That's for the future. But yeah, so thank you all for watching. Genuinely, a great time. I hope you all return for the next one, but if not, that's perfectly fine too. And as always, this has been Infamous Isaac, and I'll see you all in the next video, or next stream, whichever one you see first. Anyways, I'll see you all later. Peace.